This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845, the symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoke and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Welcome back to the Surrey live stream. It's the second day of the first match of the season here at the Oval, at the Kia Oval, and what a day we had yesterday. Surrey, the only side in the County Championship, the first division of the County Championship, to bowl out their opponents with the Kookaburra ball. 285 all out Somerset made, and Surrey in reply 42 without loss, going well. 96 over day, they'll be looking to bat all the way through it, get as many runs as they possibly can, bonus points, and to get ahead of Somerset with, after this, 2 days remaining and that chance to push on for a win. Let's take a look at the highlights of yesterday's action.
Oh, edged and has been collected on the juggle. Well, Overton down and Sibley was there and Dixon is gone and Clark's in the book, but boy, that could have gone anywhere. A deflection off the chest, reflexes.
Leg side-ish this time. Might have come off the pad, although it has run away, off the bat. Pushed again, but timed perfectly this time, and that will run away for 4. Easy as you like.
Shot, well placed. And sneaks it through for 4. That's the shorter side of the ground out to the Galladari stand, and Lemonby through the line. Again, does it so easily on the front foot, Lemonby. That is class. The same gap located. Bit short, and it will be put away. Lemonby got a good look at that. Didn't need to overhit it. One man to beat. Did so easily. He's 34, 3 boundaries in the last 2 overs for him. Chance to drive again. Makes the most of it. Down the ground 4 more, and that completes a very classy half-century. Lemonby took half an hour to get off the mark.
Trying to get Lemonby to play that drive.
two leg side this time, and Lammonby jumps all over that, rolls the wrist nicely on a sweep shot behind square. Easy pickings really for a player in form. Again, air behind the delivery, but it's floated outside the eye line, and Matt Renshaw has climbed into that. More runs, beautifully played by Matthew Renshaw. Gordon Clark over pitch and couldn't get down quick enough by the bootlaces, and that runs away for 4 more. There's been a lot of runs down. DB, on your way. Shortish 4. Again, Tom Lammonby has been lethal to anything wide. He's gone long, effortlessly done, and into the bleachers. And that brings up his 50 from 83 deliveries. It's been a real masterclass here. Shortish to the final delivery of the morning session, and punched happily, serenely enough up to long on. A bit of a loosener by the great West Indian, and Lammonby away again, moves on to 71. 4 more, beautifully played by Matthew Renshaw, who's lent into a longish half volley. It's been the story of Surrey's pace attack up until now, and these two classy southpaws. Oh, inside edge, just past leg stump. First sign of a little bit of indecision from the Australian, but such is the way of it at the moment for Surrey. Short and wide though, and punished. 3 fours in the over, 2 of them convincingly, and that's the second. Crash through the offside. Foolish, and that will probably beat the man. Indeed it will. It was there to hit. He's driven it through the onside with a straightish bat. It's a sign of a player in really good nick now. Beautifully played though. Sign of how good and true this track is. Easily tucked into the onside, and there it is. What a knock by Tom Lammonby. He's been utterly unflustered. Oh, that's got to be close. He's got it yet. Got to go. Jordan Clark knew. He just carried on through, and after making an even 100, Tom Lammonby has played all around a straight one round the wicket. Oh, yeah, he's taken that one. Thank you very much. Gus Atkinson is on the score sheet. Got him. Beautifully bowled. Lewis Goldsworthy has to walk. That is a jaffa by the leg spinner.
Oh, and he's edged that all right. James Rue goes, beaten the previous 2 deliveries, that he goes after one outside the off stump. Oh, he's got another. First ball, Atkinson's on a hat-trick. Casey Aldridge has come and gone. It's a 6th wicket in this session. The collapse now is 6 for 15. Oh, he's bowled him. It's another one for Steele. Surrey are on a roll here, and it's Craig Overton. So that is the last ball before tea. It has quite definitely been Surrey's session. Somerset were 196 for 1 at the end of the 45th over in the next 19 overs.
The naught became a 1 on my screen. Come on. Oh, shout gone, yep.
Another one.
Steele, either side of tee, posing huge problems for Somerset with his wrist spin. We saw the wrong one earlier in the over. What do you want to know? Oh, slapping and just getting it straight to the man at mid-off. It wasn't in complete control, Gregory, but you can see that now we've reached that point where he's going to have to go.
Another one.
Out again towards that short boundary. That's gone much further. Great contact off the bat. Maybe 20 rows back.
And you knew full well, Daniel, that's what was going to follow.
And then Who knows? This could be 3 here if they run it. Or now, are we going to let that ball go over the boundary? They do. Just shepherded by Atkinson over the rope. Oh, I say. That's another one that's been deposited into the crowd. Gregory moves to the threshold of a half century. His average against Surrey is... And they'll take the easy single, and that's 50 for Lewis Gregory. It's been a fine knock from him. Take nothing away from Lewis Gregory. He has been dropped. Jamie Smith out at deep mid-wicket, but amidst all of that... Oh, that's it. That finishes it. Another catch for Jamie Overton in the slips. Another wicket for Cameron Steele. What a start to the season he's having.
Behind closed door setting. Played again, Burns. Really good. Straight away through mid-wicket. It's where he likes it most. And Gregory feeding him there on that line. Good comparison. Again, Sibley happy to take on any opportunity at the moment. Batting with some real vigour.
It's a great shot.
Yeah, really is from Sibley. Again, wanting to put pressure on the fielding team.
Another great shot from Sibley.
That is a beauty, isn't it? Through extra cover all the way for 4. It's not a shot that people... It's a beautiful shot from Sibley. Timing and placement. It was a little short, yes. Easily defended by Rory Burns. He and Dominic Sibley can go back to the safe harbour of the dressing room. A shake of the hand from Sibley. Yesterday's play, a dominant day for Surrey, not quite. The first half of it was pretty tricky. There's that 100 from Tom Lammonby, Matt Renshaw, and then towards the back end, Lewis Gregory. But you'd have to say that massive collapse in the afternoon, that has put Surrey, Adam Collins, in a very, very strong position. And what was notable was the pace of Atkinson and Jordan Clark and the spin of Cameron Steele. And I want to talk about this for a little while because the Kookaburra ball is in operation, and if you look around the country yesterday in Division 1, 6 wickets fell at Chelmsford, 6 wickets fell at the Utilitar Bowl, 6 wickets fell at Trent Bridge, only 1 amazingly fell at Edgbaston. But yesterday Surrey managed to take all 10 Somerset wickets from a position which did not look promising at 196 for 1. That is a mighty impressive performance from Surrey's bowlers, isn't it, Adam?
It is, and when you consider the 178 run stand that was put on between Renshaw and Lammonby, and they were really in cruise control that hour after lunch, and the collapse of 7 for 20. If you just looked at the scores in isolation and saw 285 all out and in response 42 for none, that would belie the kind of day it was. It was a bit of a hold on to your hats kind of afternoon, or absolutely that middle session with the aforementioned collapse. And then I thought the way that Surrey went to their work or went to their task last night was very impressive as well.
Could have been awkward, couldn't it? 15 overs.
It had the potential to be awkward, right? Against the new ball, the new Kookaburra is as problematic as the new Dukes. The issue with the Kookaburra is the length of time that it's tricky for opening batters is less. So once they were through that 8 to 10 over mark, they were able to bat more expansively before the close, and thus they're resuming this morning 243 in arrears on a gorgeous day on a pitch that'll only get better.
Yeah, before we see the first ball, let's take a little look at a package of Dom Sibley batting yesterday. Dom Sibley was, he was very aggressive out there yesterday. I say very aggressive, but he was accessing the offside nicely. He was... let's take a look at this here. So that's a beautiful shot back past the bowler. It was a feature of his play yesterday. He's kind of associated with manufacturing balls onto the leg side, but Colo yesterday was a different Sibley.
I was pairing, look, we're going to see a few of the 6 boundaries he hit out of the 29 last night. We heard a fair bit from Alex Stewart in the pre-season saying that the way Sibley was batting would put more pressure on fielding teams, and that's what we saw before the close last night, seeing there using his feet just before stumps, clearing mid-wicket, going to the short boundary, good calculated hitting. But yes, through the offside as well, the criticism of Sibley when he was playing in the test side is that he was one-dimensional, that he could shovel the ball out to mid-wicket, not a lot else unless he was very much set. Well, he wasn't very much set last night. He was new to the crease against the new ball, but looked completely at ease. So 29 not out today. I'm a bit of a believer, you know. He's been out of the world of international cricket for a time, but a guy who has those powers of concentration, which he clearly does, and experience making runs at test level. I'm not saying it'll be easy for him to get back into that side, but a precondition of it is showing that he's made that he's evolved, that he has, and on the evidence of last night, there is signs that maybe he has.
I think we've got to get a word for this. A Sibleba?
A Sibleba.
A Sibleba.
I am a believer, full stop, on this. I believe the hype. I've believed the hype for a long time, but perhaps more because he's a bit of an antidote to everything else we see. Nevertheless, here we are, Daniel. Day 2, take it away.
Lewis Gregory with the first ball to Dom Sibley with 3 slips in place. And runs straight away.
There you go.
Could be a couple here. Now Surrey's plan today is very obvious. It's a beautiful day in Prospect, 20 odd degrees. That ball is, it's 15 overs old. They're going to need to get themselves in. They're going to need to set that platform again and hope that ball gets softer. But the plan will be very simple. There are 96 overs available in the day. There are 110 overs in which you can get bonus points. So if Surrey were to bat the whole day, they would have made it to 111 overs. The equation is pretty simple. Runs again in exactly the same place. Could be another couple.
You consider where they were halfway through yesterday. The very fact that we're having a conversation about, batting all day and racking up bonus points says a lot about the way it all turned through Steele and Atkinson, and of course Clark, who got the party started with the direct hit run out, and then removing Lammonby 2 overs on with the ball leg before. That was where it all flipped. It was Clark's intervention.
It was a key moment, wasn't it, the dismissal of Lammonby. And Jordan Clark yesterday bowled with real pace. If you didn't see yesterday, we've got a little speed gun.
I'm excited by the speed gun because last year we had a lot of speculation about how fast bowlers were going on our coverage, and now we have evidence. You can debate one speed gun to the next. I know everyone does, but still there's a reference point, and Clark hit 87 mile an hour yesterday. He was bowling more quickly than Atkinson.
I think he was the fastest of the bowlers on the show, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. So, and Atkinson was noticeably quicker in the second session. He was bowling in the 70s before lunch, and then after lunch, that spell that he bowled where he took 3 wickets in quick succession, that was genuinely sharp, and that's why he's on that central contract, multi-year central contract, so that the ECB can manage that and try and get him at peak performance when they, presumably turn him out for Test cricket later this year.
Well, England are wont to look sometimes too far ahead. They have done in the past, but we know there's a reason why Kookaburra ball's being used in the County Championship for 4 games. It's to try to ready their bowlers for playing in Australian conditions. And I have no doubt that there will have been many in the England hierarchy who have seen what Gus Atkinson did yesterday, and they'll be purring, because that's the idea, isn't it? The idea of this Kookaburra experiment is to find bowlers who can use an older Kookaburra ball effectively.
And remember, Australia did, that's a lovely delivery from Gregory. Only 64 mile an hour, I'm not sure about that. Australia did the same thing after the 2015 Ashes loss here. They used the Duke's ball for half of the Sheffield Shield, and their performances in England have improved in the last 2 series, 2019 and 2023. Correlation, causation, whatever, but I sometimes get frustrated when you hear criticism of medium-term planning around Ashes series, saying, you just got to focus on the series in front of you. It's disrespectful to focus too much on what's down the pathway with Australia. But isn't it good to set goals as the first over of the day is complete? 46 without loss, 4 runs added, all the Sibley is on 33. Isn't it prudent to have medium-term planning going on in the background? If you're only worrying about what's in front of you tomorrow, then it stands to reason that you will end up making decisions that are purely around your short-term interest and ignoring what's down the path, and that can only be fraught with danger. And England have fallen foul of that when going to Australia with squads that have not been able to compete down there.
Every team in world cricket struggles away by comparison with how they play at home. You look at India as a very dominant side, but they didn't roll England over in English conditions. Similarly, Australia, who have dominated in their own conditions against England, have not yet won a series since 2001 in England. So, and you look on paper, they've got some of the finest fast bowlers in the world. So obviously that you're going to look at how you can prepare yourself for those conditions.
And the Kookaburra ball isn't everything, right? It's just a small input on the way through. The Strauss Review spoke to that they want to better prepare cricketers. And look, yes, there are a lot of imperfections in the way the draw works, the fact that we're playing so much county cricket at the start of April and so much at the end of September, and the numbers, especially in September, where they fall off a cliff for batters, a far different environment to playing in the middle of summer when most of the championship was traditionally played. But that's in the past. That's never coming back.
Well, yeah, and it's a much more nuanced conversation than that, isn't it? Yesterday we asked Andrew Samson to get us the stats, and if you were listening yesterday, I apologise because we brought it up many times, but April, the average number of runs per wicket to fall in April in the last 10 years is 32.5, making it the second most productive month after June, but so close. June was 32.7, so you're talking about 0.2 of a run per wicket. That, you know, that's a difference of 2 runs per innings. Runs for Burns, his first of the day. Played late, played softly, down to deep third, all along the ground for 4. And that will bring up the Surrey 50. So far, no alarms. But just to get back to that point, as we take a little look at the replay here, you can see it was never in danger of going to a slip. It was quite deliberately guided down through that vacant region. April is not the toughest time to bat, and yesterday, I mean, I'll run through the scores for you in a minute. Only 19 wickets fell in the other 4 Division 1 matches. The issue has been more, I think, around spinners, and the idea that spinners are taken out of the game because in April you're not going to get dry, dusty pitches, and at the back end in September it really does favour seam and swing bowling as we move into autumn. But actually, where there's a will, there's a way, isn't there? And we've seen with the Kookaburra ball, Surrey took 9 wickets to spin at Old Trafford last week, and Cameron Steele took 4 yesterday. It's nicely played by Burns. It won't make it to the boundary, but he should pick up at least 2 here. They'll settle for 2.
Yeah.
Oh no, they will settle for 2.
And look, with Lancs have made a decision, haven't they? Because as recently as 2 summers ago, Matt Parkinson couldn't get in the first 11 at the start of the year. It was all seam, and the conditions at Old Trafford warranted that decision to be made. And now they've got 2 test spinners in the 11. I know that Hartley's missed this week, but last week at home they prepared a surface where Lyon and Hartley would have bowled in tandem, and Surrey ended up making the most of that with Steele and Lawrence, but that would have been unthinkable 2 years ago. So clubs can prepare pitches that suit spin if they choose to an extent.
Without doctoring them as
of
well.
Course,
I mean, you'll often hear, Somerset fans will bemoan the fact that they've had points deducted for the pitches that they've produced.
Do they?
I've heard 1 or 2. But actually, you look at the pitch last week, there was no obvious signs of blemish. End of the over, 52 without loss, Surrey. Nice start for the day. It was a bit tacky perhaps, and there was some good spin on show. And it's great for the county championship. It's also great for England, because if Tom Hartley is going to play as one of 2 spinners at home, Nathan Lyon's going to miss a game away, and he's not there for the whole season. It means that Hartley will probably get a full complement of 7 matches at Old Trafford, where the pitches will assist him slightly, and he'll probably end up playing 3 or 4 championship games away.
Yep.
As the only spinner.
Whereas Hartley 2 years ago only got picked twice in the whole season in red ball cricket.
Now that's a genuine edge, but into the ground and runs away for the first boundary of the day for Dom Sibley. If you look at Dom Sibley's wagon wheel now, sadly I don't think we can bring you that, it will have quite an offside bias.
I love that forceful straight drive last night. That was my pick of his shots. Where he kind of shimmied down before greeting the ball, and
I had a bit of heart in mouth at the one he hit over mid-wicket off Shoaib Bashir. But
I was at peace with it. Short boundary, 1 man to clear. That's okay.
Yeah.
Hitting with the spin. I know it was close to the close and all of that, but
well, it's a good indication of his mentality there, though, isn't it? You think back to his time with England, and there was a certain caution, wasn't there, in that England setup? Now, just before that ball, slip moved a little bit wider. The third slip moved to a sort of 4th slip, or maybe a fine gully. basically following the ball where it went the ball before.
The other thing about April is that it's the first opportunity, especially the first 2 rounds of the season, for ground staff or curators around the nation to present their pitch. There's no traffic on it. They've had all winter to get
all
this
along
surface.
the square. There's nothing.
Absolutely perfect. Tailor-made for runs oftentimes. It's that by the time you reach September, you reference the overhead conditions and the climate. Well, also, there's been so much traffic on these squares by the time we reach that part of the year that spin is a factor on that basis. You wouldn't play a championship game in September without a specialist spinner. So I like to think that we've moved beyond that idea that April will be a month where spin doesn't feature in the championship, because it has been an emphasis. The Strauss Review went directly to it a couple of years ago.
Yeah, your point on traffic's an important one. I'll come back to in a sec. Because I think people sort of think solely in terms of the pitch that's been used. But, if we take a look here, at the moment we've got a player standing at short extra cover. We've got another one just in front of square on the onside. Both of whom here are standing on areas of pitches that will be used at some point. And over the course of 5 months, there will be traffic, there will be football. You can see here, you can see fielders on the square. And that will accumulate over 5 months. It's not just the 22 yards that we're looking at here that's the issue. Now that's gone fine. And it beats the fielder. 2 boundaries for Sibley in this over. By the way, I said I'm not sure we can bring you a wagon wheel. Well, we have Andrew Samson in the house, so wagon wheels can be provided. And this is Dom Sibley's wagon wheel. It'll just have changed a little bit because it's a fine tickle for 4. But there's 5 boundaries on the offside, 2 on the leg, which is quite un-Sibley-like, you might think.
And you can add a couple to that as well. That's his 8th boundary of the innings then. 8th and 9th? 8th. Anyway.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Samo. Good man.
No ball. Is that our first no ball of the match?
Yep. Only 2 sundries in the first innings of the game. It was a bye and a leg bye from memory.
Yeah.
Penalised to the tune of 2 runs in the championship.
Those are the first extras of this innings as well, which ruins the delicious symmetry of Burns and Sibley adding up to the total. Either of them yet to be out this season.
Quite right.
Now we're going to keep you abreast of developments around the country, and I've got to let you know that Warwickshire's 500 has come up.
Oh,
just the 1 wicket down still.
And I'll tell you what, Durham's bowling attack, you go around the country and you go, some attacks you say they are test quality. Durham's is one of those. You go, well, they could play a test match, that group of bowlers together. Potts and Carson, Boland and Rain. I mean, if they turned out, they do a perfectly acceptable, better than acceptable job at the next level up. That is the attack being taken to task. 500 up.
Ridiculous.
Huge.
For one. Now, if you have thoughts, any thoughts, I mean, if they're completely absurd and have nothing to do with the cricket at all, we still may read them out. I don't know. Surprise us. But the way to get in touch with us, if you would like to, is surreybroadcast@gmail.com. That's surreybroadcast@gmail.com. If you've got any thoughts about the Kookaburra ball, Duke's ball, you can email us there.
I've got some thoughts about Alex Davies, captain of Warwickshire, new captain. He's on 229, not at the moment.
You're thinking another triples on the cards?
I'm thinking Slam and Sammy Northeast 410 isn't out of reach. They will bat 4. Why would they?
Did you just call him Slamming Sammy?
I chose to. They will. Well, actually, they're batted so quickly they will pull out.
Oh, no, that's genuinely beaten the outside edge. Good bit of bowling from Craig Overton, taking it across the angle.
Sometimes batting too quickly when racking up bulk runs in the first innings can be counter to the interests of a huge individual score. I was at Adelaide Oval doing the Warner 335 a few years ago now, whatever it was, and because Australia was so far advanced in the game, they pulled out in the 5th session of the Test match when conventionally, if you've got a player on the cusp of something wild, you'd bat into the 6th session, maybe go to the stumps on day 2. But here, they're already 5-15 for 1 from 99 overs, Warwickshire.
It's nicely played by Burns, and he will get a run for it. The touch of a shade of a misfield, perhaps, at short extra.
How long might they bat for? So
well, I know let's scenario build.
Yeah, let's do that. So we know at the very least they'll bat until 110 overs, although they'll clean the clock on bonus points regardless. That's a moot point.
Well, I mean, that's the thing.
They've already done it.
You could declare and then deny your opponents any bonus points.
Yes.
I've seen some teams do that, which is a bit of a...
That'd be rather nasty, but it's
well, a nasty move. But you could justify it if you're on 510. But I would have thought, especially how difficult it is to take those 20 wickets, you pile on the runs while you can, don't you?
Bat once, bat ginormously.
Yeah, really giant. 750.
Okay, let's do that. Let's have 700 then, right?
Well, 700, at the rate they're going, would only be about 3/4 of an hour after lunch.
Yeah, so that constitutes batting once and batting big. If you give him half of those remaining runs, yeah, unfortunately that gets him up into sort of where North East was last week then.
Yeah, at which point they might. You never know.
I might just say, what? You got 45 minutes to reach 400.
I think you'd struggle to beat Brian Lara's Warwickshire record, and indeed the world record. But we will keep a beady eye on around the grounds, because a lot of runs were scored yesterday. Matt Critchley, a guy that both of us like a lot.
A bloke who smacks it and bowls leg spin, be still my beating heart.
Indeed. Well, he turned up yesterday.
Does that a bit. Had a great year last year, Critchley.
He did, didn't he? Well, we interviewed him, didn't we, at the start of the season? Or maybe it was the season before, I forget. Yeah.
We were big on him making it into the McCullum Stokes test team from memory. Year one of Bazball. Didn't quite happen.
End of the over. So 4 have passed so far today. And Surrey have added 21 runs in that time. Only 1 ball's beaten the bat. One that went across the bows of Burns. Through to the keeper. Sibley's looking in good working order.
So Essex are up to 427 for 6 at Chelmsford. So they're flying, and Critchley's got 108 of those. Batting with Simon Harmer. 120 yesterday for Dean Elgar. 80 last week in his debut for the club, and 120. What a great signing he'll be. Chat that he might play in the Sheffield Shield this year, Dean Elgar.
Is there really?
Yeah, a little bit. A few words around.
Because he's retired from Test cricket now,
has,
hasn't he?
Yes. I guess he's for hire, and there aren't many first-class comps where you get a gig, right? He's not going to play T20 cricket anyway.
Wouldn't that be an interesting thing if you've got a kind of a first-class... I mean, I'm not going to call them mercenaries, but people do take a kind of slightly disparaging view of the players that play in 4 or 5 different leagues for 4 or 5 different teams. Well, how about you play for Essex, you play for South Australia,
playing
nice
the
wickets there,
playing the Ranji Trophy, where there are 30-something teams.
Yeah.
Bit of first-class cricket in Sri Lanka while you're available.
Leeward Islands, perhaps?
Leeward Islands.
Bit of that?
We should manage him. Do you want a new agent, Dean?
He'll have a South African team.
Yeah.
It would be a strange thing to do, but I suppose South Africa, as Andrew Samson was telling me yesterday, have got so little Test cricket in their schedule. I believe in the season 25-26, there isn't a single Test match scheduled for South Africa, in South Africa.
Yeah, I mean, the way in which Test cricket in South Africa is going, it's deeply concerning.
It really is.
On a number of levels. And if the World Test Championship is reduced in the future, let's hope it isn't, but if it were to be, I fear they may not be there. And that's not on the basis of their long history playing Test cricket or desire of those who are in the 11. It's just structurally, how do they thread it together? We saw their national contracts come out a couple of weeks ago. Unrick Norkia elected not to take one. And as our colleague Neil Manthorpe wrote about this, why would he? Why would he want his 12-month calendar managed in any way by Cricket South Africa when he earns 20 times as much playing in the IPL? And so it's not to say he won't play for South Africa, but he can be effectively on match payments.
That's nicely played by Burns. There is a big gap between point and sort of wide mid-off, and he's accessed that gap very well to pick up a couple.
And the same applies to David Bettingham, by the way, who hopefully will get more opportunities playing Test cricket after his century against New Zealand in that weird series where South Africa had to gather players who weren't signed up to their T20 comp, which was a disgrace. and widely recognised as such. I think that was actually quite important, that series, because the whole world's suddenly like, oh, we've got a problem here. Until that point, it's just people like you and me gibbering about it, and then I think the rest of the cricketing world were...
New Zealand were complicit in that, because...
they wouldn't change the schedule, yeah.
That's right.
But it wasn't on them to change it.
Oh, that's wonderfully threaded through what is... Well, where did that ball go eventually? I thought he got that through, but he hasn't, has he?
No, it
was rather wonderfully fielded at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, Dixon at mid-wicket, moving to his right. It was sharp. I think all our eyes were trained
looking for the ball everywhere.
Yeah, it was the Rory Burns flick, right?
Lovely flick.
We watched him play that 1,000 times or more.
I've got an email from Richard I'll come to after this ball. Edged, but in front of second slip. Down to the boundary for 4. A little streaky, but played late and into the ground. Slips might be a little too deep, perhaps. They'll be thinking about that. Surrey survive. Burns survive 69 without loss at the end of the 20th. Richard has been in touch via surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Says, morning, Daniel and Adam. Great to hear us both in the Surrey feed. He says, watching Jordan Clark up at Lancashire in the first game of the year, I was struck by his pace, which seems to have been corroborated by the speed gun at the Oval per your commentary just now. I was wondering whether he's put on an extra half a yard compared to last year, or are my eyes deceiving me and he's always been this sharp? This is a terrifically good question, Richard. And I felt he was a little quicker yesterday. But, you know, is that just because we've got the numbers to prove it?
I would say that the TV games that he's played before, I can't remember him ever being clocked at 87. We did a game, Lancs Surrey, last game of the championship 2 years ago. It was a Sky game where they had all that technology there. Clark wasn't hitting the high 80s.
No.
That would have been noteworthy, right?
Might I suggest, though, that Surrey had won the championship, hadn't they?
Might have been a long coach right up there.
I don't know quite how quick the bowling would have been at that point.
It's a reasonable point, but still, and it's the end of a long campaign, I guess. They're fresh at the moment,
yes.
but still, put the idea of putting on a yard. The facilities here at Surrey, we might get that wide shot back of the square we had before. The only parts of the square that had any traffic on them, over towards the Peter May stand, there is the what would you call it? It's the tents they put up. They erect.
Yeah. It's almost makes it an indoor training facility.
Yeah,
which goes up around the early part of the year, doesn't it?
And what it means for Surrey and other clubs with that option at their disposal is they can have a proper outdoor training, because indoor training can be mightily deceptive, and it doesn't replicate. Well, it doesn't replicate the lived experience of being a fast bowler. Whereas being out there, you see it here, all that traffic, because they've been playing outside for a couple of months under a tent, heated. It's beautiful in there. It's like being in a butterfly enclosure.
It slightly ruins the aesthetic of the ground when you first come to it, but I don't think that should be. I don't think that should be a consideration.
I was thinking myself during the cold winter months. I was back for 6 weeks between Test series in London. I'm like, well, I'd love to have a net in there. I don't want to be bowling on concrete floors and.
They keep it warm, presumably.
Oh yeah, it's lovely. It's delightful. Yeah.
The sort of butterflies.
Yeah. That's how I imagine it. Butterflies above you, and so it's very civilised.
Birds of paradise.
But what it does mean is that if you're a fast bowler, you would think that you are getting into your work in April, just getting into things, and you combine the tent with a lot of guys playing overseas, or those tours we saw to Abu Dhabi, Dubai, South Africa, a number of clubs went on. You can actually start the season bowling quite quickly. It doesn't mean you don't have to build up then. You're actually getting your proper loads up well ahead of the season. So that might be contributing to how you could get that extra yard straight away. I wonder, Richard.
Yeah, I mean, to be quick last week would be quite the achievement, because it was about 11 degrees and the wind was howling at Old Trafford. That's actually nicely played by Sibley, reaching out, his hand slightly away from his body, but he's found a gap, he's found another 4 off the outside half of the bat, but Sibley going along in his merry way. Another over ticked off, 21 gone down, Surrey 73 without loss.
Overton not best pleased here as that ball went through the cord, and you could hear him express that through not the stump mic, but the effects mic you can hear around the ground, and not unreasonably.
Well, this is starting to become an issue because for Somerset, 23 minutes in, that ball is now 21 overs old. We've talked about how quickly the Kookaburra degrades. And this partnership is starting to get a little worrying for Somerset, with Surrey just 212 runs behind. Herbert has been in touch. That's a solid name, Herbert.
Would you go Bert or Herbie if you're a Herbert?
I'd go Herbie.
Herbie.
I'd like to be a Herbie Norcross. It's got a kind of, it's got a feel to it.
I had a great uncle Herbie up in North Wales.
Did you?
If we had a boy, I was pushing for
Herbie.
It's one of the names to be
this
considered.
Time.
Well,
nicely played by Burns. It was loose down the leg side, and he's got the little flick on it. It was a free shot, really, and it takes him into the 30s now. But Herbie or Herbert or Bert, let us know.
Could be Bertie.
Could be Bertie. Bertie Norcross isn't bad, but it would probably play to a stereotype of me that I might want to kind of avoid. Whereas Herbie is a kind of stronger, almost Aussie gum chewing 1930s kind of vibe to it. What was the famous Aussie cricketer called?
Herb Collins.
That's it. Another one on the pad. That'll just be a run. That's Herb Collins. Herb. There's definitely a Herb. We'll come to him. And we'll come to Herbert's question, because I'm not avoiding it.
Herbie Collins played Test cricket. I know that. Played 19 Test matches. Just having a quick look here.
He was a characterful-looking fellow from memory.
Got a feeling he might have done quite well on Test debut.
Was that what it was
anyway?
That stuck in my mind. Anyway, Herbert. Where are you watching from, Herbert, by the way? Says, how much do you think Bazball has helped Test cricket? I'll come back to that in a moment. Qualifies this by saying, as it's suddenly become a lot more accessible to younger children and more watchable, I feel without it, it could be dying, especially around the world. Well, that's a contentious question, Herbert. There will be people in India and Australia who will be saying, well, we're keeping the flame of cricket going Test cricket going perfectly well, and without Bazball.
Look, I'll say this. Yes, some of the language around it is a bit excessive, but how many of the Test matches are sold out for this upcoming summer? I think all of them, possibly. Sri Lanka, West Indies. That can't be divorced from the cricket that England are playing.
That's a sumptuous shot from Dom Sibley. That's come right out of the screws. First time we've really seen a ball pitched short, I would say. And Sibley latched onto it immediately and moves to within one of his half-century.
Again, seeing Sibley just willing to take every opportunity to score. I think credit to him for putting pressure on straight away in the first half an hour. You can imagine a world where a couple of years ago Sibley might have thought about the first half an hour being right. This is where we get in again for a long stint. Instead, he's added 20 runs to his overnight tally, 3 or 4 boundaries along the way. He's the one dictating terms. 1 away from a 50. Yes, I think on the Bazball question, yes, it's multifaceted. The extent to which it's driven interest in global cricket, I don't think that's as clear. But the interest in Test cricket in England and in the England team, like, people are fascinated, obsessed, rattled is a word you hear a lot these days by the England team and the language around Stokes and McCullum and so on. That's got to be good for the game as well. If you step back from it, the fact that we're always talking about the England team, that's okay. That's all right.
Do you know, there's another over ticks by. I think a lot of it is slightly misconceived. Bazball is a sort of combination of attitude of mind and how you get a group of people together to maximise their abilities. And oftentimes enjoyment is key. And you look at the way England approach their cricket, and I would say that Australia do as well, actually, but in a slightly different way. They go out in each game looking to win, not thinking about the draw, and looking to enjoy themselves and enjoy the fight. When they say they run towards the danger, what they mean is that rather than shriveling and shrinking and letting anxiety get in the way of your decision making, it's about having a clarity of mind about how you're going to go about it, and not worrying about the noises off and the nonsense that people like me will say when we're on commentary. And it looks like an environment that people want to play in. And I think it was sort of born out of the fear of Test cricket not being an attractive prospect. If you don't play Test cricket with joy, it's a real slog. And then suddenly, playing T20 comps feels a little bit more fun. Taking the Will Smead approach. You're asking yourself, especially now in the IPL, you can be effectively a designated hitter. You can be an impact player now. Lovely. Finds the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket. The chase is on, but I think it's going to be fruitless. It is. Another boundary for Burns, and Surrey's deficit moves below 200. Just to finish off on that point, someone like Prab Simran Singh literally bats and only bats in the IPL. He's an impact player. So if his side bat first, he's down on the team sheet at number 3, he goes out, has a slog, doesn't have to go and field. If his side bowls first, he doesn't go out and field, and then he comes in and replaces a bowler for the second innings. Well, that's fine. And I can sort of see why you might be drawn to that as a career, but that means you've therefore got to make the alternative, Test cricket, an attractive thing for people to do. And England lost a series 4-1 in India, but you sense that they actually quite enjoyed it. When they lost the last series in India, you sense that it was soul-destroying, painful, agonising, tooth-pulling. Thank heavens we're home, Whereas I think they left that India series going, we were competing in a couple of those games, we could have won it. That's thrashed away. That is a marvellous shot. The rapier blade of Burns takes Surrey into the 90s. So, yeah, I think that also translates when you watch as a fan, when you go to the game, when your side is trying to win, and, for the purposes of comparison, I think you take 2 matches at Lords 1 year apart, 2021 and 2022.
Yep.
When New Zealand set England an almost identical target in each, and you look at the way they approached the first one, which was to play out for a draw in a match that wasn't even part of the World Test Championship. So even a game that it didn't really matter. There'll be another couple here. England played that game with such pusillanimity and anxiety that it meant that the spectacle was pretty grim for everybody watching. And the following year, with a team that was very similar, they attacked the target, and that's going to get people wanting to come and watch, because the game of Test cricket, I don't care what anybody says, is the greatest single invention of humankind. And when played properly, you can forget the Sistine Chapel. It is perfection. Well, on that note, I'm probably going to love you and leave you.
I've enjoyed listening to you talk the last couple of overs. I've been surplus to requirements, and that's perfectly fine by me. Great to chat as always. You're jumping out.
I am. Phil Walker's jumping in.
Terrific. So, first half an hour of play where Surrey have advanced their score by an even 50. Going beautifully. They were 42 for none. They're 92 for none now. Sibley, 20 of those, and Burns has gone from 13 to 41. So they've taken their run rate from just under 3 to bang on 4. Beautiful day here in South London. The sun penetrating the clouds. Plenty of people piling into the Galadari stand over to our left, and in the members' pavilion, which is always heavily populated on a weekend playing day. Phil Walker, good morning to you.
Yeah, morning, Adam. Follow that.
Have fun.
The existential questions circling around modern day cricket.
We do a little bit of
we're just a tick over 11:30 on a Saturday morning.
We tend to give ourselves like one chance to talk about the wider woes of the world on the Surrey stream. Maybe we've done that for the day, unless you want to jump in.
It's going to be Pretorius. Obviously making his bow here for Somerset, and an interesting signing really. He's got good numbers in South Africa, yet to break into the senior side in any format, but he's a very useful multi-format cricketer. Very South African style about him, hits the pitch hard, runs in hard, strong boy. They need something from him and from Overton, and they need something quickly here.
No, are you there?
Yeah.
Second overstep of the morning.
interested in the pace. We can get the little radar up on the screen here, maybe next ball. But yep, 80.5. My instinct was that he's not rapid, but that's not nothing.
No, indeed. Overton a little bit down on pace from what we've come to expect from him. He's very much a rhythm bowler as well. He was ticking around in the late 70s towards the back end of that previous over, and they need him to be pushing through a little bit quicker than that, really, as their main hit bowler. Nothing doing there.
It's a very modern story, the arrival of Pretorius, right? So he was signed last week. He flew out on Tuesday, went to the club on Wednesday, drove down to London on Thursday and played on Friday. I mean, this is the... We often hear this in T20 cricket with players rocking up for a tournament. There's a really good podcast that's been released, Sam Keir with David Weiser, about the life of a T20 pro and how often that's how you are hardwired to very quickly working out where you are, who your new teammates are, and cracking on.
And better line this time.
And he was. I interviewed him about this last week. He was telling me a story about how in the middle of one tournament there was a push to get him to go to the Bangladesh Premier League for 2 days between games in another tournament, because there was 2 games in 3 days. Like, we can get you from, I think it was maybe Pakistan at the same time, whatever it was. We can get you from one comp to the other, pop yourself in for 2 games and get back, and no one will even notice you've gone. He didn't do it, but the very fact the option was there.
Beautifully bowled, and he's gone. No, he stays. Somerset convinced that they'd just induced the edge there, and nothing doing. Dominic Sibley unmoved, ambles back down the pitch, does a bit of gardening, and rejoins the fray. First real moment for Somerset this morning, but rather sums up their travails up until now. It's been a nearly morning for them up until now. Adam Collins, how did you see it?
Well, umpire Kettleborough, just about the best in the world, if not the best, and he wasn't convinced of it, and it did look like the noise was back pad or back trouser leg, possibly.
Squared him up this time. It's good over this.
Yeah.
Yeah, looked to me bat on pad, perhaps bat on the ankle part of the pad on that front foot, and nothing doing. Good decision for us, I would say. Convincing appeal. They all went up together. Looking at it again.
Gorgeous shape.
You just see a slight flick on the pad with the bottom of the bat. It's a gorgeous delivery, as you say. It's held its line. Just done enough with a Kookaburra ball, which is now, best part of 24 overs. They need something to happen here. A couple of squirted past where third slip would have been. Rory Burns profited, and they're now putting another one into the office. Yeah, so we now have a tight 3 and a wide-ish 5th slip, stroke gully. Got to go for the jugular. Excellent over. Very, very good by the new man. Brought in, as you say, at the 11th hour, really. They'd all lined up. Will Sutherland, right?
Yes.
Now, Will Sutherland he's been unlucky, right? He was due to go to Essex this time last year. Stress fracture. Came off the back of, I think, a Shield final where he played really well. Kicking around the edges of all of the Australian senior sides. Strong, all-action, all-rounder. Somerset was a real coup, I thought, to get him. And then he's had to pull out yet again. And so, at the last, they have to scrabble around, which is perhaps slightly unfair on Pretorius, who looks like a very canny signing, albeit early on. But Will Sutherland would have really changed the dynamic of this team, I think. And it's just unlucky. It's unfortunate on the boy and unfortunate for Somerset as well. He's now had two potential goes in county cricket and had to pull out of both.
Yeah, he's 24 now, Will Sutherland. He's been captaining that Victorian team for the last 2 years. I mean, on a full-time basis last season. So he did it deputising for Peter Hanscom a couple of times the year before, but they really like him at an Australian level. Made his one-day debut against the West Indies back in January, and the fact that Aldridge getting his first opportunity of the innings, I should add. Nice front-on action.
Yeah.
Had a good game last week. But yes, I think the idea with Sutherland is that they want to get miles in the legs in competitions like this. They want him to start playing county cricket year on, year out. He's coached Chris Rogers, who's a great advocate for that as well at Victoria. And so unlucky to injure his back in the final Shield game of the season.
Bit of pace behind that by Casey Aldridge, just coming into the attack, as Adam says. only in the mid-70s, but the kind of bowler who comes at you a bit harder than perhaps it looks. I was watching him on Thursday here, actually, in the pre-game warm-ups and prep, and it looks like the kind of bowler that hits the splice without you necessarily realising it. Not rapid through the air as such, but bowls strong, muscular seam. Nicknamed Fred, of course.
Yeah, and had that opportunity to tour with the Lions over the winter. Didn't bowl much away from home, but the fact that they've seen something in Aldridge on that basis, and said to be the pick last week down at Canterbury. So yeah, I suppose it's not so much about his pace, although he might have put a bit on working with the England setup. It's that point of difference, front on. Scored his first century for the club last year as well, in first class level. Although I think there was a little bit of declaration batting going on there, but a ton's a ton. And by that I mean I think there was an effort to set up that game where he made the century, but that's a part of his game. And
yeah, he didn't get going in the first innings here. Got bounced out.
Yep.
In fact, yesterday by Atkinson, who was on one by that point. Brilliant mid-afternoon game-changing spell. But they do like him here, Casey Aldridge, and as you say, fast-tracked really into the Lions side. We interviewed Yaz Rana and I interviewed Keaton Jennings for a podcast, and he mentioned Casey Aldridge. Foolish this time and punched tidily up to mid-on. He's in fine fettle this morning, is Dominic Sibley, and that is his 50. 85 deliveries, very fluent, crisp through the offside. You know he's lethal on anything on his pads, of course, anything off the hip. But he looks like a player in very good order at the moment. And Surrey 96 for no loss, 25, the best part of 25 overs gone. It's looking ominous for the visitors, I would say, at this point, with a long line-up to come, some serious talent. Stick with us today, folks, because if they get in, and there is an if to that question, with how this pitch is flattening out at the moment, then we have Ollie Pope, we have Daniel Lawrence, we have Jamie Smith. What's known as an embarrassment of riches.
10 boundaries out of Sibley's 50, which I think is noteworthy. I'm kind of believing the hype here, Phil, around Sibley. Around over complete, by the way, 96 for none. What we heard from Alex Stewart in the pre-season about Sibley having made a decision to change his game ever so slightly, but just to put more pressure on. Well, that's what we're seeing in practice here at the Kia Oval, and good on him for it.
Yeah,
finding evolve as a player. He's 28. I mean, it doesn't mean that he's old by any stretch.
No, sure.
But nor does it mean he's a kid either. Like, he's mature enough, he's seen enough, he's been through enough to make those kind of adjustments, and he isn't just scoring through mid-wicket. He isn't just shoveling it out into the onside from leg stump. This is a more expansive, more developed player that we're seeing at the moment.
Yeah, you say in practice, and also in the other sense of the word as well. I've been watching him in practice, and you can see a very conscious change in approach. And when he lets himself go, you see that he has the shots. They were always there. Pretorius again. Oof. Another absolute perler. It's taken what's left of the seam on the Kookaburra, nipped away in the channel. He had to play at it. He's not defending to extra cover but to mid-off here, so it's necessary that he covers his stumps. That is another beauty. It's left him late, and no luck yet again for Pretorius and for Somerset. It's hard yakka for the visitors at the moment. Adam Collins jumps out, and Cameron Ponsonby will be joining us, ambling. Cameron Ponsonby, leg side this time, and that will be so frustrating for the bowler because he's applied a degree of pressure here. He's bowled one side of the wicket, he's beaten the bat twice. They thought they'd had him in the previous over, and it just drifts down off the pads. Four-leggers and the 100 up. In decent time as well, 154 balls, and as Adam Collins was alluding to, Dominic Sibley playing as expansively as we've seen him in a long time, really, and all the better for it. Played very nicely last night through the offside as well. Seeing more of the same. And that's the Dom Sibley, of course, that we know and recognise and love, solidly in behind it. Just got to ride out this passage against Pretorius, whose tail is up at the moment, trying to impress, of course, his new employers, and going about it pretty well, but nothing to show for it just yet.
No, it's been a very promising, concerning and frustrating morning for Somerset. I think they've bowled fantastically well to no reward.
short this time. And Sibley rose the bounce quite tidily. Can't beat the man behind square on the offside. 100 up and a test quality batting lineup to come. Could be a long day for the visitors, but then we were saying that about Surrey yesterday afternoon, and the mother of all collapses in truth, really, and I think Somerset in their heart of hearts will be paying the price for that now. It's not a 285 pitch.
No, this time yesterday, or at the end of yesterday, I was very much sat on the fence wondering, kind of, is 280 okay? Kind of, I don't really know where we fell. And after this morning's action, where Somerset have drawn a lot of edges that have kind of gone either side of the wicket, but nevertheless it is 100 for 9 after 26 overs, and I went, 280 is probably a bit below par, and potentially in for a very long day, especially with that ball now getting a little bit older, and what movement they can extract, probably being towards the end.
Foolish this time, tempter, Sibley solidly in behind it, another one ticks by, 26 gone now, 100 for no loss. Pretorius is useful, probing, not express pace, and I think if there is a point to be made about the collective here, it's that they do lack that extra yard as a pace attack. And of course, here at the Keir, on big Lees pitches, you get out of it what you put in. And look to Craig Overton in particular, who is always relatively accurate, but perhaps lacked that little bit of nip that we've come to associate with him. Casey Aldridge is just getting into his work, tidy first over. They'll be looking to him as well to try and ramp it up, but this pitch can look very docile and very batting friendly unless you really do put it in. Good stuff by the young man Aldridge, who's making a name for himself really in this Somerset side. They like him a lot here, obsessed with Flintoff. So in his who's who, in his cricket's who's who entry this year, Casey Aldridge, his nickname's Fred, his hero's Fred. He wants to be Fred. He thinks he might even actually be Fred. And you can see in the way that he bowls as well, even in the kind of slightly sort of lugubrious body language as well. Look, there is a lot of Flintoff in that. As he runs in again. Hooked and beats the man just shy, in fact, of long leg, top edge, not convincing by Rory Burns. Well bowled by Casey Aldridge, who's extracting a bit of life out of this pitch. Never a chance, but again sums up their morning, Cameron.
No, absolutely. Another edge goes, well, not in the direction a Surrey batter wanted it to, but neither in the direction that the Somerset fielders wished it to as well. Can I just tag something on quickly onto the Will Sutherland story after this next delivery, potentially?
Good again by Aldridge.
So Will Sutherland played a match for Victoria, and in that match he picked up an injury which ruled him out, or along those lines. It then came out that he was no longer going to be able to play for Somerset. I kind of read that press release or whatever, or that news came to me a day or two, or at roughly the same time as I was watching Will Sutherland play a club game in Australia. And I went, okay.
Beautifully timed by Dominic Sibley, but no run. Managed to be stopped by mid-wicket. Not sure he knew too much about it. That's a gorgeous shot, and again another sign just how comfortable he is in his technique at the moment. Delightfully balanced, taking that off middle and off, right out of the screws. He's batting as fluently as I can recall, certainly since his return to the club.
Justin Sutherland's defence, I don't think he was bowling in that match.
Yeah, so there you go.
I'm not saying he was he's pulled a fast one, but I did enjoy, from my own perspective, reading something saying this person's not fit, and I was like, I'm watching him bat right now.
Yeah, it's a tough one for the kid, really. As we said, he had two chances to make his bow in county cricket and had to pull out of both. Desperately frustrating. Good again, good contest here between Somerset's tough seamers, who are trying their utmost really to extract something from a day 2 pitch here at the Keir, and Burns and Sibley equal to it, and more so just as we speak. So Shoaib Bashir bowled a few last night, bowled 4 overs last night for 8. Just 8 runs, but you feel like he's going to have to get through a lot of work today, perhaps in a containing role initially. All eyes will be on him, of course, after his breakthrough winter with England. I thought personally of the 3 greenhorn spinners, I thought he looked perhaps the most complete of them all, certainly the most threatening. Very natural, pure action. Of course, has that fabled release point. Tall, spindly bowler. And a bit of gumption about him as well. So I'll be looking forward to seeing him coming up against some top quality county cricketers late this afternoon. Just a reminder as well, we've already got a tidy number in here, just as we had yesterday. It was really rousing to see, best part of 4,000 in yesterday. And again, just a reminder, folks, if you are in the area, or even if you're not, but you fancy a trip in to the Smoke, then free after tea. So get a good 2.5 hours in after tea, entirely free. Classical Burns, waits for it, cuffs it away, no third. Make that 4 more. Easy pickings. 17 boundaries now between the two of them in just 27 and a bit overs. That tells its own story. It's impossible to contain here at the Kia. Only wickets do that, and as it stands, Somerset are dry as a bone.
I think it's an increasingly concerning times for Somerset here. The scoreboard's ticking over. They'll have felt they'd have earned something this morning, but they haven't had any reward. And unfortunately, it is the case with any ball. Your chance for wicket is often front-loaded when it's newer. I'm very much enjoying Pretorius's long sleeves. The seam reminds me of his countryman Tuan Olivia. Doesn't happen in the UK. I don't think there's too much we can do with that, but it's just something I've observed. Phil Walker.
I always favoured a long sleever myself.
Well, I like to wear a long sleeve, but that's because I throw it. So
yes, no, I've seen you bowl. Yeah, it should be banned forever. You can get away with it. So not in the Essex League. Pretorius in again. And it's another no ball, frustrating. And you're just starting to sense some of that optimism ebb away in the fielding side here. It's very quiet out there now.
I think Shoaib Bashir could be in for a very long bowl this afternoon when this movement stops happening. Pretorius is still getting some really lovely shape on the ball, but once that stops, as the afternoon grows on.
Pulled into the gap, easy as you like, all along the floor. Rory Burns is starting to tick here, and that brings up his 50 as well. 51 from 74, another sprightly knock. These two are doing it very well so far. Not much reaction from the skipper, but that will be quietly quite a significant moment for him. Underperformed by his own high standards last summer, but he looks again in good order here.
Another fantastic innings for Rory Burns. Both him and Dom Sibley looking very comfortable at the crease at the moment. And the quirk of yesterday's last week's fixture against Lancashire effectively being rained off. Both of these batters are yet to be dismissed this season. Probably does wonders for the confidence to be almost 2 weeks into the year and go, no one's got me out yet.
Yeah, just their 600 partnership overall for Surrey, these two. Fullish and slightly uppish actually, but just shy of the man at mid-wicket. And so another one ticks by. 28 for no loss, 111 on the scorecard, and already that deficit is just 174. You feel like Surrey, throwing this game forward, will think get through to the close around the 400 mark, right? This will be how they'll be thinking it. Maybe even tipping past 400 on a long day, weather set fair, and then see how they go in the morning. That will be how they're thinking. Obviously there's a lot of cricket to be played, but They'll be looking to push miles past that 285, which is looking increasingly paltry, really, in the context of this game and this pitch. Flicked into the onside. It's not going to beat the man, so just single down to long leg. But again, Dominic Sibley moving very tidily here.
I'll be very interested to see how these two, how Surrey go about playing Bashir as that kind of sole spinner. He's still, obviously he's in that slightly bizarre and unique position in his career where he's a test cricketer, but he's still so young and inexperienced in a first-class setup.
So pre the India tour, I think he averaged 60-something
67
from 10 games. 67 from 10 games.
And it was, well, I think it was 10 wickets from 6 matches, just to be really pedantic.
Not pedantic, just correct.
I know, I just had it burned into my brain having
Sure.
kind of written that sentence so often.
Sure.
It was clawing at me. But if Surrey see a potential to kind of go after him there, if his job is going to be to bowl a long spell this afternoon once that seam movement isn't available, if Surrey can then go after him, really attack him, as we saw Dom Sibley yesterday, taking him over the top, over mid-on, then all of a sudden Somerset in a really tricky position.
Good from Aldridge again. It's been a tidy spell up until now. So yeah, so just the 100 partnership between the two of them last year, but the 6th overall, of course. Sibley in his 2nd iteration as a Surrey cricketer here. A bit too short there by Casey Aldridge, and so easy enough just to bob underneath it. In other news, Jayden Denley playing in the same game as his dad in the Kent-Essex fixture, or rather his uncle Joe, correction, has picked up his debut first-class wicket. Got rid of Simon Harmer, and Uncle Joe looking on proudly from second slip. He's angled that very tidily as well. Knew where the fielder was. Deliberately played it finer than where that fielder was on the boundary, and so picks up another couple.
That was exactly how Tom Lammonby went about his innings yesterday. Somerset have the same field that Surrey had at that point, where they have the 2 fields in front of square, 2 slips, and then a kind of very deep backward point. And with the seamer coming round the wicket, angling it into the left-hander, both Burns and Lammonby just waiting on that back foot and running the ball down.
Oh, he's pulled away just at the last there. And Aldridge, yeah, manages to hold on to the ball just at the last. Burns would have just seen a member stirring just above that sight screen.
You see here, I think Burns may have been still in his setup, still looking down, up he goes. He was not ready nor happy.
It might have been that Aldridge was just a little bit keen. Oh, that's very, very short. Surprised the umpires have let that one go by. Bit of red ball licence there.
Ball really ballooned off the surface. It was very well taken by James Rue. I think I do agree with you.
So it's going to be Pretorius to continue. 29 gone now, 114 for no loss. Somerset needs something to happen, and fast here. Another quick tour around the grounds. Alex Davis is out in the mad game against Durham. Warwickshire's new skipper is out for 256. Warwickshire plummeting to 562 for 2. Have a bat, lads, said Durham yesterday morning. It's compelling stuff, isn't it? It feels like it really began this week, the Champo. Beautifully played. It's going to beat the man. It's going to run away as well. It's going to be a chase for mid-off. Can't see him hauling it in, and no, that runs away for 4 more. Dominic Sibley is enjoying himself here.
Really was the shot of the morning, shot of the innings for Dom Sibley. His weight there, which you've been commenting on before, absolutely perfect. Teasing the Somerset fielders all the way to the boundary.
11 fours now, Cam, as well.
That's perfect. Batting coach Neil Shield will be very happy with that. Sat at home with it on the live stream. Actually, I'm pretty sure he won't have it on the live stream. He'll be watching the Masters, if that's started yet. Don't really like golf.
Do you not?
No, but I'll watch tomorrow because it's a sporting event, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll leave the Masters alone just for the moment. It's a bit early for all of that nonsense. Yeah, Sibley 11 fours already in this cameo of a knock. And as you can see, technically his game looks in good order, and mindset wise as well, he's clearly in a good place. He's in a positive place.
I think if anything, I wouldn't say the 11 fours in Sibley's innings is a sign of aggression or added aggression from Sibley. I think it's been a sign of kind of technical confidence and balance more than anything, that those deliveries where Somerset have overpitched, he's being able to just push them to the boundary in effect. That was not an aggressive shot in any way, shape or form.
So you mentioned Neil Stewart's been working with him, obviously brother of Alec, but an outstanding batting coach on his own terms, and Rory Burns, as we were saying yesterday, swears by him. He sees a good player, and he works brilliantly with them. He's been doing it for many, many years in and around Surrey cricket. And I guess Sibley was moving away from some of the more idiosyncratic elements of his game that were coming through towards the end of his first run with England. It seems like he's settled on it. Settled on a kind of a singular orthodoxy, right? He has his own style, he has his own backlift, but there is a return to the orthodoxy that marked his early years as a very, very fine county cricketer. There's not as much going on as there was perhaps a couple of years ago when he was in and out of that England side. He's all the better for it. Maybe we should get Neil on. It'd be fascinating. When the Masters finishes on Monday.
No, I do think you're absolutely correct then. In both of Burns and Sibley would have had a kind of mental battle with trying to work out what is their kind of true game. So when the runs started drying up, those idiosyncrasies became more exaggerated, because if you were struggling in that example, you'd go, right, what am I, who am I as a batter? Well, these are my kind of quirks, so I'm going to lean further into that because that's really me. And then they've kind of come back full circle. Sibley came back to Surrey, and actually they've returned to the iteration before that one, and a very kind of more simple, kind of orthodox game plan, but still with those quirks involved, and they're still being kind of true to themselves, for want of a much less cringeworthy phrase.
Well, they're certainly playing out their boots as it stands, an hour into this morning, and they've gone along serenely. It's going to be me done for the moment. Daniel Norcross is going to jump in to take us through to past.
Somebody needs to come and restore some order, because I think I heard people using the 4-letter word that begins with G earlier.
I did follow it up with...
And it's not acceptable.
I did follow it up with I'm not a golf fan, so surely that aids and abets your propaganda mission.
The only good thing about the Masters being on is that when it's over, you're as far away from it starting as you possibly can be. It's a... yes, I try to draw a line.
Is this a lifelong?
Yes, it's a lifelong aversion. Yes, because sport? No, it's because, and you will appreciate this.
I think I will.
As a player of league cricket, right,
thank you very much. Yeah,
there is nothing worse than the 4-letter word, because you get some very fine players who get to their 40s and they could do a wonderful job dobbing it on a spot for you every week. They suddenly discover that they quite like hitting a golf ball, and you lose them. It's the thief of cricketers. It is an unacceptable act of larceny, in my view. Now, Casey Aldridge is an intriguing bowler, and one that I think Lizzie Hammond's in the house, and she's informed us. she's seen a fair bit of Casey Aldridge. Hit the deck bowler, Kookaburra. A player that's definitely been looked at on the radar for England playing out in Australia. We've mentioned this earlier today. So I'm intrigued to see how he gets on with this softening ball in testing conditions for bowlers now. And I also have news for you.
Goodness me.
Joe and Jaden Denley are playing together. It's the first uncle and nephew to play together in a championship match since, and I'm so delighted about this because I'm going to be able to make it a quiz question for you in a moment, Stan Worthington and Eric March. Stan and Eric. So you know that that's in for Derbyshire in 1947. So I'm now going to ask you. It should be Marsh. That makes more sense. I liked March. Eric Marsh. So what is Stan Worthington most famous for, Cameron Ponsonby?
Is this actually for me?
It is actually for you. If I were to tell you,
baker, big fan of bread.
No, if I were to tell you, that he and somebody currently out there, share an unfortunate distinction. Somebody currently batting.
Okay.
And I've made it a little easier for you.
I think the only thing I can potentially think of is both players were dismissed off the first ball of an Ashes series.
In Brisbane, that is absolutely correct.
Wonderful.
However,
thank you very much, everyone.
I think Surrey's Rory Burns has got extenuating circumstances because he was bowled a 90-mile-per-hour rocket by a very, very fine bowler. But if you go onto YouTube and you want to see how Stan Worthington was dismissed in 1936, I tell you, I think you might be amazed. I'm going to let you, actually, Cameron, go and find it. Right, you'll have to mute it. Watch it, and then perhaps when you've seen it, as the 31st over ticks by 119 without loss, you can analyse Stan's technique.
Do you want me to do this live, or is this between shifts on commentary?
I'll keep wibbling. You keep watching because I'm going to set you up here. Essentially, it was the first ball of the 1936 series, a very famous series because England sent the Quisling traitor Gubby Allen to go to Australia as captain.
Very famous.
To make amends for the fact that England had beaten Australia, and Australians didn't like that sort of thing. They couldn't really cope with it, poor things. And so Gubby Allen had to go, and his players didn't read the memo and were 2-0 up before Gubby Allen then, in my view, threw the next 3 test matches. It's the only instance that it could have happened, of course, this last year, but the only instance of a side coming from 2-0 down to win 3-2. And Stan Worthington went out to bat, faced the first ball. And actually, if you read Neville Cardis's report on that ball, good delivery, right in the block hole, it's described as a searing short pitch delivery.
Wow. They were faster in the 1930s.
Were they?
I do remember that.
Yeah, but the keeper's standing about 10 yards back in no man's land, so you've seen it now, have you?
I have seen it now. It's the two things have struck me. First of all, they filmed the toss taking place,
which is lovely, isn't it?
And one of the captains celebrates wildly winning the toss and gives his opposing captain a hug.
Ooh, now that nearly flicked pad back onto stumps. That's close there to Surrey losing their first wicket of the day.
It is, the best way I can describe it is a remarkably club cricket wicket.
It is, but by club I would say Sunday bees.
Yes, I think I would hasten to agree with that. Worthington kind of plays a down-to-up attempted pull shot. It kind of gets a tangle of gloves
to a slow long hop,
and the ball just kind of pops up to the wicket-keeper in short sleeves to further the club cricket analogy.
Who has to wander in 5 yards to take it just by the stumps.
I think if you're...
It's nicely worked away by Burns. Might be a couple here. It's good running. He's going to get back comfortably. Have you seen it now? Has Phil seen it now? Yes, it's quite the thing, isn't it? It's an audacious shot. I mean, when you bear in mind that 4 years previously, Harold Larwood was striking people in the face and above the heart, the delivery to get rid of Stan Worthington, I would say, lacked menace.
I also enjoyed there's no celebration from any of the fielders.
No, embarrassment, I think, was probably the order of the day. At least you'd hope so, if they had any shame whatsoever. Extraordinary.
It is a wonderful contrast in terms of the steepling skies that you see wicketkeepers take in the modern day.
Yeah, this is interesting. Pretorius coming round the wicket, trying to change that angle of attack. He's bowled a couple of perlers today to Dominic Sibley. It's beaten the outside edge of the right-hander here. Perhaps hoping there might just still be a little bit of movement that could take that ball away from Burns' outside edge.
Can I ask, I think I'll regret this, but can I ask another question about Stan Worthington and Rory Burns' connection? Yeah. Are they the only two people to be dismissed from the first ball of an Ashes series in Brisbane?
No,
they're the only two.
Only two, I think. That's correct, isn't it, Andrew? Yep. Oh, he's dropped him. Dropped a deep square leg. It went hard, it went flat. It's not the longest boundary out there, as you can tell from the fact they didn't even run. I suppose Burns probably expected the catch to be taken. It came right out of the screws. Need to see that again. Sometimes seeing can be a little bit difficult if the ball comes out of the Archbishop Tennyson School, which is away to our right. The field is on the gas holder side here. And if it's come flat, that could have been awkward for him. But it's gone straight at the fielder and out again. So Burns has had a life.
I think it's both a pretty horrible drop, but also an incredibly awkward and unusual catch to take it. As you said, it is a short boundary there. It's only probably about 60 yards, and Burns has hit the ball flat. And I think, and I stand to be corrected, I think the fielder is Tom Banton. And he's gone kind of fingers down, almost tried to take it like a wicket-keeper with his fingers pointing towards the ball. I think if he had a second go at it, he'd probably look to kind of dip his knees a little bit and take with his fingers pointing up.
Awkward height, with it sort of sternum height, really, which is exactly where you don't want it.
It was, and that would be the defence of him. And I somehow figured that it's a defence that his teammates won't be providing and allowing for him.
Well, you'd like to think that they'd be a bit more collegiate than that, Cameron.
I'm suspicious. I'm suspicious of collegiality when it comes to dropped catches.
Aldridge is continuing.
But it is just another... Nail in the coffin is too extreme and cliched a phrase, but in Somerset's kind of quest for wickets this morning, they have been so out of luck, and there it could have been a little twist in the other direction where Burns has completely nailed a pull shot pretty perfectly, you could argue, and it's gone down. If that's the lengths that Somerset were having to go to get a wicket, they could be in for a long afternoon, potentially.
Well, they might be. Surrey resumed this morning at 42 without loss, so they've added 79 runs in 17.2 overs. They're going at well over 4 and over here, and I don't know if has this been pointed out? A wicket's gone at Edgbaston.
It has been pointed out, but we can celebrate again.
Well, I know Adam Collins will be disappointed because he was hoping for another triple, but Alex Davis, the man to go for 256. Also, I have here in green. Does this mean it hasn't yet?
That means it has been done. No, I think it's been acknowledged. We're working out the system. 142
unbeaten versus Northants at the Oval. That was the 100 plus partnership last year for Burns and Sibley. This though is their 6th for Surrey overall.
Well, I've actually got a live update.
You've got a live update?
From Warwickshire. I've seen it happen on my Cricinfo scorecard in front of me. And it's been typed into our document by our producer next door as well. But there's been another wicket at Warwickshire.
Well, it's a bit late now. You can't...
No. Poor Ed Barnard.
Oh, no.
The scorecard, at number 4, the scorecard reads Rob Yates 191, Alex Davies 256, Will Rhodes 105 not out, Ed Barnard 1 of 4 bowled.
I bet he dragged it on.
And good old Dan Mousley in at 5 has hit a 6 to take himself. Oh, he's on 7. I don't know if it got him off the mark. No one else is watching it. Let's just say it did.
Is it time for a little county roundup? Because
I think you're very good at those. So I think it's always time for a Dan Norcross county roundup.
At the end of this over, I will give you a county roundup. We're going to go round the grounds. Not many wickets falling in the first division yesterday, certainly. Only 19 fell away from the Oval. That is the end of another good, honest over from Casey Aldridge, 121 without loss, Surrey. So let's begin at Chelmsford, where Matt Critchley, big fan of Matt Critchley, unbeaten 151 as Essex have declared on 530 for 7. So just the 2 bowling bonus points for Kent, 5 bonus points for Essex. I'd be delighted with that. Hampshire against Lancashire. Hampshire still going. They're 357 for 813 overs gone there. James Fuller, Kyle Abbott still at the crease. Nottinghamshire, Worcestershire. Nottinghamshire 369 for 6. Lyndon James unbeaten on 80. Calvin Harrison 44 not out. We've got spin coming into the attack. Shoaib Bashir. Did I tell you yesterday? I think I may have done. My wife is always reminded of a crochet needle when she looks at Shoaib Bashir.
I don't know if you can say that on the live stream.
She likes crochet needles.
Okay, well, I guess that makes it a bit better.
Tall, handsome man.
Oh, okay. So he's a tall, handsome crochet needle like that. So I didn't quite get that.
Yeah, willowy. I think it's the willowy nature of him.
I remember you told me that on. We'll let Shoaib Bashir bowl his first ball before we go into that.
Yes, Warwickshire are 575 for 3. So that's the first division done. Surrey 121 without loss. Nottinghamshire I've given you. Northants, Emilio Gay's brought up his double 100. Sales is in with him. Is that the son of David Sales? That's nicely worked out towards the boundary by Burns. He's going to get 4 more all along the ground. Nice use of the feet advancing on Bashir. 125 without loss. Yes, David Sales always reminded me a little bit. He's a kind of Sam Northeast of his era, I would have said. I don't know his nickname, Phil. Is it as good as Jumble? Jumble, that is pretty good. Doesn't quite beat Zondeki. Mondi Zondeki? All Hands was his nickname.
There was a former QPR footballer called Fitz Hall.
Oh, one size?
One size.
Yes, that makes sense. So yes, Northants are 365 for 4. Let's go and check in on Yorkshire, because it's quite nice to intrude on private grief. Yorkshire all out for 326. Gloucestershire, I'm sad to say, are 60 for 3, but Cameron Bancroft is still there, unbeaten on 28. And talking of private grief, how are Middlesex getting on? They've been struggling to get wickets all summer, and well, they were playing Northants, so they've picked up now 8 wickets this season. And I don't think they've lost any time. They've lost any time to rain at all, have they? Oh no, I beg your pardon, they got a couple in the second innings, didn't they? Because Glamorgan went out to bat again. So actually they've made it to 10 wickets now.
Bashir is just getting told off for his follow through here. He's been warned by the umpire about encroaching on the danger zone. Or the red zone? The danger zone.
Yeah. Burns crouching particularly more exaggeratedly perhaps to the off spinner. Seemed to get a little bit lower there. 125 without loss at the end of the over.
I think that was one of Duncan Fletcher's innovations with England playing spin. One was the forward press, where you see players press onto that front foot, and the other is to get lower, and the idea is it allows you to pick up length better. If you're that bit lower, you can see whether the ball goes up and whether you're going to get slightly fuller delivery, or if the ball comes down, you can rock back onto that back foot.
It does wonders for your glutes as well, I should imagine.
Well, that's just an added benefit. There are bonuses to many things in life.
Just a reminder, you can get in touch with us with your thoughts on anything you like. We provide an advice surgery here at Surrey Livestream if you so require it. surreybroadcast@gmail.com is our email. Aldridge remaining in the attack. This is his 6th over in this spell.
I was in India covering the recent Test series.
You were.
And obviously Shoaib Bashir bowled a lot in that series. Often to the left-hander. He'd swap between bowling round the wicket and bowling round and through. He was doing it on his debut in particular. And I was very interested and intrigued by this.
Should point out to you, a leg slip is in place, so the slip cordon is now a very wide slip, which you can probably see clearly in the front on camera, and a leg slip is quite fine. Sorry, continue.
And I asked Jeetan Patel, the spin coach, why Shoaib Bashir was doing this. I'm thinking it's very interesting. How does it change his delivery? Does it mean his arm gets slightly higher or lower? Does it change the revolutions on the ball? And Jeetan Patel said, it just makes no difference.
Nice shot for no run from Dom Sibley, who's again driving well. It's been a feature of his innings, both yesterday and today. Seen a lot of shots through the offside. Their head right over the ball. It's a good bit of fielding in this follow through by Casey Aldridge. Saved, could have been a couple of runs or even more up to the pavilion. I rather like the look of Aldridge.
You said he's kind of one of the quicker bowlers. Hits the hard length, hits the wicket hard, all those kind of relevant cliches. I think we've kind of seen a bit of a double change from Somerset here. So we've had Bashir come on for Pretorius, so a swap to spin, and also with Aldridge, we've seen them now move to this kind of leg slip plan. So if you've got one slip either side, Aldridge looks in a spot of bother here.
Is this cramp, perhaps? I mean, it's presenting as...
I think there's a loose rogue spike.
Yeah, it's a loose spike.
But Pretorius was bowling. He was getting that kind of very nice shape, and then he hopped round the wicket to the left-hander, which kind of suggested that swing may have just stopped and he was angling the ball into the stumps. And then I think Somerset have decided now the ball has stopped moving, so they've gone to Bashir and also changed this plan where they're going to be bowling a lot straighter at Dom Sibley here, hence why they've brought in the leg slip. So we'll see them targeting the stumps a bit more, trying to get a bit more seam movement as opposed to any swing, which, I mean, it's a proactive plan, but it doesn't bode particularly well for them if they feel the ball has stopped moving.
Well, this is, you talked about the danger zone. This is a danger zone for Somerset here, with a Kookaburra ball nearly 35 overs old. And no wickets taken. So what is the plan here? Do you sit in and wait for the mistake? I mean, Surrey sort of did yesterday, and then the mistake came via a run out, which precipitated that extraordinary collapse of 7 for 20, 8 for 40.
I don't know is the honest answer to that, Daniel.
This is the kind of experts we bring into the Surrey live stream.
I think a lot will come down to how Bashir bowls. Bashir effectively is going to have to bowl an incredibly long spell now. And whether Surrey, I thought Burns advancing to him second ball might have been a sign of his kind of the intent against them, but there was 5 dots that kind of sat either side of that. We see there that was a context of Somerset going that bit straighter, trying to bring that leg slip into play. If I'm allowed to give a suitably fence-sitting answer before I vacate my own fence.
Yes. I'm slightly concerned about your fence, Cameron. Yeah.
Yes, I think the next 40 minutes, we'll see where this afternoon is, how this afternoon is going to play out in this next section of play, with Surrey battling and taking on Shoaib Bashir, because they have two options. They have an option to kind of go after him and say, you know what, Somerset, you need to bowl your seamers to us at 80 mile an hour with the ball not moving anywhere, and we're going to score thousands of runs. Or Bashir could hopefully, for Somerset, change the game, change the trajectory of this game, and inspire a collapse like we saw yesterday. That was okay.
That's absolutely fine. That's why we pay
Thank
you the
very
big
much.
bucks.
Am I allowed to go now?
You are, yeah.
Thank you.
That was Cameron Ponsonby. We'll be hearing more pearls of his insuperable wisdom as the season progresses. Now, an intriguing moment now, because we've got Bashir's going to be bowling to Dominic Sibley. It'll be interesting to see his approach to the off spinner. G'day. By the way, we've got an email. I'm very excited by that.
Lovely, let's have it.
You might need to be turned on.
Lovely, let's have it then.
Shoaib Bashir resumes as Stu Ellery emails us. Have you been surprised with the volume of big runs we've had? Can't recall many opening rounds in recent years with scores in excess of 500. Well, we've got just the man for that. Andrew Samson will be able to help us out here. And this has been in previous years where we've had a lot of dry weather. Pitchers are doing well considering ground staff haven't had great preparation with the weather. Well, decent question. But let's find out about these more than 500 run scores. Because either I think, I keep banging on about it, but I think April is overplayed as a difficult time to bat.
I was talking with someone about that just the other day, and I've got vague memories that it's actually much harder batting in September than it is in April, and actually, with the exception of 2018, which I remember as being a particularly ripe month for low scores.
Well remembered.
It's often quite. You do often see decent runs in April, but I might be proven completely wrong in the next 5 minutes by Andrew.
Well, no, we did get to the bottom of this yesterday.
Okay.
A little bit of turn there for Bashir back into Dom Sibley. He was looking to get on the offside. That's squirted up to mid-on. Yes, April's the second best month to bat, and it's so close to June. It's probably actually now the best month to bat, isn't it, Andrew? I should think after the scores we've seen, it's probably gone above June. With the mammoth total at Edgbaston, runs here. Another over passes by, 126 without loss. Surrey have been out there for an hour and 24 minutes today and have yet to lose a wicket. Dom Sibley started the more aggressive of the two. He's just slightly gone into his shell as Rory Burns has gone past him in strike rate and in runs.
Yes, in the Sibley we expect to see. I think. Well, I looked at when he was on 55 off 101, and even that was quite a considerable slowdown from when he reached 50. Now, 56 off 125. So very glacial from the vicar of Sibley for the last few minutes and overs.
Now we have a change of bowler. Craig Overton has bowled one spell already from the pavilion end. The first spell of the day from the pavilion end. He's going to come back into the attack now. With 35 minutes to go before lunch, it'll probably be about another 9-10 overs. He might have a little 4-over burst here. At what point does one begin to get dispirited? You're looking at this Kookaburra ball that you don't like, you're suspicious of it. Where's my Duke's ball? It's not doing anything anymore.
Well, the time's 12:26, so I think they've probably been dispirited for about 86 minutes or so, I imagine, on a day like today. Lovely sunshine, temperatures almost 20 degrees today as well.
It's nice out there, isn't it? Yes, we sit in largely sepulchral gloom in the commentary box, but during the lunch break I'm going to go and risk being in the outdoors. I'm heading off to the playing area.
Will you be perambulating?
Well, I'm tasked with talking to members and punters who may be out there on the field of play.
I do feel that the perambulation is one of the great things of heading to a county cricket game. And if anything, it should be front and centre of marketing, I think. Tell people, I was talking about it downstairs with Taha Hashim, saying just adverts on the tube, you know. Turn up at the Oval, you can walk around during lunch and tea on the pitch.
It's almost like the sporting equivalent of a prom.
Absolutely.
Do you reckon?
Do you reckon we have corsages being handed out to people walking around on the square?
Why not? Well, it's very popular in Italy, isn't it? Your pre-prandial perambulation.
Another bouncer there from Overton, sails over the top of Rory Burns. We've seen a few of them sailing over the top, haven't we? They've tried a few, banging it in short Somerset, but to no avail thus far.
I mean, that's really rather high, that, isn't it? I do a podcast with a lovely but very grumpy former fast bowler, and
that narrows it down.
Yeah, it doesn't really, does it? Yeah, but he's still very angry that it appears to be only in England that you get no-balled for the ball that bounce above head height. He can't let it go.
Batsman's game, isn't it? You try something,
as he keeps
and that's how you
me.
get rewarded.
Another short ball from Overton, so that appears to be the plan, is to, I suppose, try and sucker Surrey into making a mistake. Another overticks by.
Another maiden.
But a maiden, exactly. So, looks like Somerset are sort of bowling dry here. Spin at one end, rotate the seamers from the pavilion end, sit in and wait for something to happen. So, just a reminder, you can get in touch with us, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Back to Stu Ellery's point, though. Ground staff have done very well in very difficult circumstances. Up north, I think it's harder to get games on early in spring for the simple reason that the ambient temperature is cooler. So outfields don't dry as easily, and we saw that was a big problem both at Chester Street, at Headingley and at Old Trafford last week. But the actual playing surface itself, as we mentioned with Adam Collins earlier, they're pretty blameless, and they've had no traffic. They're well looked after by ground staff in the lead up to the start of the season, so it's a good old time to bat. Well, then advancing with Sibley, there's a show of intent.
Yes.
Now then, we've got an answer for you, Stu Ellery. 500 plus totals in county championship matches starting in April, and there is an enormous anomaly, the year 2022. That provided us with 13 scores in excess of 500. Next highest was 6 in 2019. There was none, of course, in 2020 because we were all in lockdown. 5 in 2021, 4 in 2015. Oh, a bit of a hack that from Sibley. He's certainly looking to be aggressive with Bashir. It's not come off yet.
Found the gap beautifully there with that inside edge.
2 in 2016. Only 3 last April 2023, but we've had 4 already. And let's face it, what are we? 5 days and 1 session. And bear in mind that 2 games were abandoned without a ball being bowled.
Yeah, well,
again, Sibley's advancing. This time he will pick up the single.
Have to delve into 500 plus totals per capita and see where we are.
Well, I think I was going to say, as a ratio, surely at the moment 2024 is taking the biscuit, because 13 in 2022 would be its closest rival if there were 4 rounds of county championship matches, but we haven't had second innings in a bunch of games yet.
I'm glad my memories of 2018 were correct, just the one.
Well done you, by the way.
Well done me.
And only 1 in 2017. So maybe that's where we get this feeling of perilous April. A single to finish the over. Burns moves to 61. He'll keep strike. There were 33 games, is that right, in 2022? So that's a 500 plus score in 1 in every 2.5 games. I'll leave you to ruminate on that hot off the press stat. I hope that's helpful for you, Stu. And then Phil Walker's going to come and replace me.
Okay, 128 for no loss. Hard yakka for Somerset. Surrey remorseless at the moment, with a long batting lineup to come. Crowd filling up as well here. 3 after tea, of course, always worth reminding you. Come along and see what you imagine will be Surrey blazing away in the sunshine in that final session. It'll be Overton again. And easy as you like, no one in there now behind square on the offside apart from the man on the boundary, and so Rory Burns will just help himself here. Now, Elgin, I don't want to embarrass you, but you look fabulous this morning.
Oh, thank you very much.
You really do.
It felt like an orange shoe kind of day when I woke up.
Yeah, with the raffish green shirt and the white jacket. Cricket journalists not known for their sartorial elegance, it's fair to say, but you certainly upped your game today, and it's lovely to have you with us. It's been a cornucopia of stars, right? We had Katya Witney yesterday. She'll be joining us again late this afternoon. Yaz Rana as well. Matt Roller from Cricinfo, and Elgin with us today. There'll be more faces and more personalities to come over the next couple of days as well. This game, you feel, will go well into day 3, probably into day 4 as well. This pitch is a dream to bat on at the moment, and you feel like Somerset are already staring down a strenuous and tough, hard third innings just to get anything from this game.
You mentioned hard yakka earlier. One of those phrases where obviously it's the hard that sort of emphasises the difficulty, but no one ever says, oh, but soft yakka out there, 35 all out.
No, it's a good point. No one ever says it bodes badly either.
No.
It only ever bodes well, doesn't it? Good Aussie phrase. Adam Collins will be able to reveal its etymology for us, no doubt. Driven down the ground again and beaten the man at mid-on, even though he was relatively straight. Been a feature of Don Sibley throughout this knock now. I make that a dozen boundary fours.
He has tried to show a bit of intent. We saw him come down the track to show Bashir in the previous over to no avail, but it was there for hitting down the ground, and he does beat mid-on inside.
There's a definite change of emphasis, isn't there, in his game? Change of mindset, change of approach, change of attitude, or an evolved attitude, let's say. And the Surrey management have spoken of it as well. That's where he likes it, just off the hip, easy as you like.
He is held up as the archetypal blocker, boycott, Tavro style batsman, but he does have T20 runs in his pedigree, even though he doesn't necessarily feature in the shortest format much anymore, but he has had it in his game in the past.
Yeah. So I've been watching him quite closely, warming up here over the last couple of weeks. They've been having their pre-season nets and nets in the build-up to this one, and you can definitely see how he's playing. Too short, easily avoided. Another one ticks by, 39 gone. Nothing doing for the visitors. Tom Banton put down that eminently catchable chance at deep square, but aside from that and the odd fresh air shot against Pretorius, who bowled tidily early on, and the odd nick squeezed through third, and so on, but there's not been too much really to talk of, and both men now on 62 eyeing up a big one. This is where yesterday, of course, Somerset really did fall away. 178 run partnership between Renshaw and Lammonby, and they went along serenely until spectacular implosion, really. And suddenly they were staring down the barrel of 236 for 9. Crawled up to 285, but it's not nearly enough. Down again, can't beat the man. It's an interesting field that Shoaib Bashir has set for himself here. 5 men on the leg side, so he's trying to bowl very straight, opening up that short boundary on the offside if Sibley dares to play against the spin.
And that man at shortish mid-wicket, just off the eye line of Silly Square as well.
Hit hard, but straight to the man on the drive, in effect, at straightish mid-wicket. So, containing job at the moment for Bashir and Somerset. Sibley relatively becalmed. That strike rate ebbing down. This time he does beat that man, but it's just a single. Still, he'll take that, Dom Sibley. Doesn't need to do anything too fancy at all at this moment. 22 minutes to lunch, and so they'll be eyeing up the break. And Somerset, for all that they'll be talking tall and trying to convince themselves that they're still in this one, and one brings two, and all of those kinds of chivying statements that you tend to hear out there in the middle, they'll be knowing in their heart of hearts that they left far too many out there yesterday, and that 135 for naught, this is a tough one. Burns again advances and then plays within himself, knowing that anything skewed off that inside edge will run away for runs into the onside. Wild throw as well from Tom Banton at deep square. He's not having the best of mornings out there.
Dom Sibley, as he so often does, takes his gloves off at the non-strikes, and I always think that's just not conducive to quick singles and the like. I always just think
it was a Guccian affectation. I remember he always used to have those big Stuart Surridge gloves just resting rather daintily on the side of that blunderbuss of a bat of his. Dragged down this time, but Sibley content just to punch it up to mid-on. Another one ticks by. 40 gone now. Another one is Davey Warner, isn't he? Constantly fiddling, taking his gloves off every minute, obsessing over his Velcro. We've got an email in from John Coulthard down in Australia. Not narrowed it down, just Australia. I like that. Could the high scores in early games be due to bowlers not being as match fit at this stage of the season? Now, that's an interesting question. I saw a very interesting tweet by, whatever you call it, an ex-cripes, by David Hobbs. David Hobbs, fabulous cricket writer of many, many years standing, once of The Guardian, Cricinfo and so on, and he said he's increasingly convinced that such is the nature of the weather and the nature as well of more itinerant cricketers that they just wing it. The quicks in particular, they wing it through the first couple of weeks. And so physically, as well as perhaps in the mind, you're feeling your way into your work. Now, somebody like Ollie Robinson, for example, came into that Ashes series last year saying himself, well, I was undercooked, I needed to play more cricket. And a bowler, say, such as Craig Overton, who's perhaps not a completely natural athlete, there's a lot of moving parts in the action, he's a rhythm bowler. And so perhaps there is something in that you need a week or two just to find your feet. Short this time, not got all of it, but down, rolling the wrist sufficiently well, and no danger of a top edge. Shoaib Bashir throwing it back and actually flexing his shoulder and elbow there. Might have done himself a mischief. Yeah, he's just trying to loosen that elbow and that shoulder up. Might have just kinked it there on the throw in.
Equally, when you're thinking about maybe how difficult it is to bat in September, you just think, after 5 months of, to use that phrase again, hard yakka, people are just sort of looking forward to the winter off, and they've possibly had their minds scrambled by having played bits of one-day cricket and bits of T20 cricket. Whereas at least now, for most of these, for a lot of these players, they haven't had that mind scramble. They've been focused on first-class methods. And whenever you speak to cricketers and you say, oh, how do you deal with flitting between formats? And they always say, it's part of the game, you just got to deal with it. But it can't be easy, even if it is just part of the game.
Indeed. And some of the more honest ones say it's actually very difficult. I think there's a lot in John Coulthard's question. Undoubtedly, there's something about getting the mileage in your legs as a seamer in England as well, where you're playing a lot of red ball cricket. It's quite an insistent early few weeks as well, isn't it? It never lets up on you. Sam Cooke has been quite vocal, brilliant Essex seamer, has been quite vocal about the sort of challenges, the discombobulation that comes with bowling 30 overs a day every week.
You see with other sports as well, like rugby players, there are some players that just love getting out there and playing games. There are others that like to be sort of wrapped in cotton wool a bit and get prepared off the field. Equally, I'm sure there are some bowlers who like to be prepared away from prying eyes, and others who just like bowling out there in the middle in fixtures.
Yeah, exactly that. If you want to follow up on John's point or any other points that have been raised this morning, or if you have indeed any of your own, I hope you know the email address by now. Surrey Broadcast at gmail.com. Daniel Norcross came out firing this morning, positing questions of Test cricket's existential future and so on and so forth. He was in the pub till quite late, and it felt like he was still there for the first half hour, and nonetheless fascinating to listen to, and quite moving as well, actually, I found, in his advocation for red ball cricket and the meaning behind it. So please do throw any ideas, any points that you have related to the big questions, and we'll try and work through them across the afternoon. It's great to have you alongside us and to be so engaged with the coverage. We want to hear from you wherever you are.
Let's see how young Shoaib goes here after that slight tweak to his shoulder when he threw the ball in that last over. 20 minutes to go until lunch.
Just too short by Shoaib Bashir. Didn't really get through his action there, and Burns will pick up another couple and might even come back for a third. No, he's contented enough to sit on a couple. Dom Sibley was looking for the third. That's better. Gets through his action tidily this time, drops it on a length, and Burns plays it quietly back to the bowler. Fascinating to watch this young kid make his way. He's gone up for it, but Burns is well down. Stifled appeal.
Both these batsmen are trying to use their feet, but with very little success thus far. Oh, it's probably out, isn't it? But it's too far away.
It's one of those, you're not going to get it, not in this kind of cricket.
I always think there's too much reticence about LBWs. Just, if it's vaguely going towards the stumps, just give it out, I always think. None of this accurate, where might the ball go, just, he's missed a straight one there, that's close enough.
Puts me in mind of Ray Julian, the great outer from yesteryear. Better second half of this over here by Bashir. He's found a nice length. The odd one is threatening to turn. There's a murmur of turn, nothing more than that really at this stage. And again, but tidily played by Rory Burns. He's trying to get to the pitch, eyeing up that short boundary. Yes, just fascinating to watch this young cricketer with a very modest first-class record in English cricket, and yet having forged a significant reputation for himself in the last few months down in India, where he didn't look cowed or intimidated by coming up against those icon cricketers, and cleaned up Rohit Sharma, caught leg slip with his first wicket, and took a couple of fifers in there as well. He wasn't relentlessly good, but when he was good, I thought he was very good, Elgin, and he's in this almost unique situation of having already made a reputation at international level, but yet to make any kind of reputation at county level.
And what must it be like for
beats in this time, but nothing doing all morning for Somerset. It's been the story of their day so far.
What must it be like for players who come back from suddenly getting that England recognition to come back to these, today at least, a sunny April Saturday at an oval ground where there are fans littered around, but obviously a much quieter occasion than a test match, and suddenly be there with a bit of name, a bit of reputation, a bit of baggage of, this is an England player here, and those are the players that will be coming down to county cricket, and teammates will be thinking, these are our match winners, ones that can show that international form.
Squares him up a wee bit, but Sibley equal to it. Did you see much of Bashir, albeit on TV? You weren't out in India.
I wasn't, no. I was, so as some readers of the Times will know, I have quite a general portfolio, so I was mainly focusing on a lot of the rugby during the recent months, the Six Nations, so I was just watching on as an observer, wasn't out there sadly.
Rugby's that game where they throw it backwards, right?
Yes, throw it backwards to run forwards, that's the one.
In the south it's 15s, and in the north it's 13s.
Lancashire, Yorkshire, and a bit of Chester.
Gotcha.
Bit of Cheshire.
Gotcha. That's going to run away for 4. Erring slightly in line by Craig Overton, but you do not give Dominic Sibley anything on or outside his pads. He'll take you down there all day long. 13 boundary 4s now, and again he's totting up those boundaries. It's a sign of how he's just approaching his game here, and it's ominous, not just in the context of this game, but if these two can really forge ahead across the course of the season, building upon this 143 run partnership. They're 3 runs shy of matching the 146 they made last year in their only century stand. Pushed again, that will beat mid on and mid off. Won't go for 4 this time, but we'll come back for another couple. Yeah, just 1 run shy now of matching their best from last year, but it was only the 1 century stand that they put up in across the championship last term, and if they can really build on this start here across the next few months, then when you look at Surrey's middle order, be very afraid out there in the Shires.
You look at that run rate, obviously they've just got away with 6 runs off 2 balls there, but that run rate was up at 4 after 25 overs, now down at 3.4.
Beautiful. Shot of the morning for me. Everything right about it. And that will just make its way up to the dugouts there at extra cover. Fabulous shot by Dom Sibley, and again, not overhit it. It's been a mark of his innings so far. He's played within himself and with a bit of touch and a bit of panache.
Yes, when he was playing for England, he had a reputation for being quite an ugly batsman, but you know, there was nothing wrong with that shot at all. A lovely cover drive.
And so 10 from it. Another one ticks by. 43 gone, 68 still to bowl today, so the mind does throw forward to what Somerset may be staring at come the end of this day. There's obviously still time for things to turn around, and what we did see yesterday afternoon was the ball nipping through a bit more. Various theories posited as to why perhaps the afternoon session is the tougher of the 3 sessions to bat in. Will we see a fight back? This game, from Somerset's point of view, is drifting away from them at a fair old lick. The trail now is just 136. You feel by tea, Surrey would have knocked that off and then make hay in the early evening sunshine. So there is the 150 partnership. Relentless here. Were you here yesterday, Elton?
Sadly not, no. I was working on, again, on some other sporting matters away from cricket.
Right.
But I'm delighted to be here for my 2nd day of county cricket this summer, having been at Lord's for the opening day last week. And the mighty Glamorgan batting on and on.
Of course. So you saw Sam Northeast, an adopted member of your tribe.
Yeah.
That's good from Bashir. Bowling at a challenging kind of pace here, getting a bit of dip and drop, but pushing it through at a good test match style lick, I would say. They've tried to dominate him, or certainly get on top of him, but it's not really played out here. Into his 10th over, just 19 runs from him so far. So Buck going at barely 2s to 2 men who are in. It's a mark of his quality, I would say.
Tried something a little different there. Came out at 56 miles an hour. Looked like it came out the front of the hand.
Direct hit, but comfortably made his ground. Nothing doing for the Somerset fielders, who look a little bit disconsolate out there now.
That drop was a real bad one, wasn't it?
And it felt like a big moment. There was just that awful deathly hush that fell across the ground.
It looked like every person here at the Oval, on the field, off field, just thought, oh, here's a wicket, except for sadly the man who had to catch it.
Yeah, and you felt for the debutant as well, Miguel Pretorius, who bowled a tidy spell, I thought. Showed a bit of ticker. Went for 33 from his 9 overs, but ran in hard, beat Dom Sibley's bat 3 or 4 times in a couple of overs. But this is how it goes. The cricketing fates, or however you want to describe them. If you fall away too easily when you're given first go on a flat one, then it's remarkable how few chances go to hand, how many edges drop short when it's your turn to go and bowl. That is the nature of this beast.
You touched upon the leg side field, and it's interesting again there. You had the man front of square leg, but directly behind the fielder under the helmet.
Another one ticks by meanwhile. 44 gone now. And as we amble towards the lunch break, I guess the question, how can they winkle one out here, Elgin? The million-dollar question. They haven't gone to the short ball policy. That's perhaps an option. You saw one or two top edges from Burns through this session. He's ridden the bounce okay, but a couple of top edges. Sibley's perhaps not a natural hooker and puller. But what they lack, if they lack something in this attack, is that extra yard, right?
We've seen Aldridge getting up at about 82 miles per hour with a couple of his bounces, which, for county cricket's not bad, but it's not the type, these two have faced faster bowlers than that, and these are two batsmen that are more than happy to just book in all day, aren't they?
On the pads, Rory Burns will say, "Yep, I'll pick up another there." He never misses. He never ever misses. Another mention of Neil Stewart, who's been a theme throughout the last 2 days. Cameron Ponsonby, who's interviewing him this week for Wisden, is continually talking about the Midas touch of Neil Stewart, who sees a batter from 1,000 miles away. He used to say about Burns, he looks like an LBW candidate, but he never misses it.
Say with Steve Smith at his best, wasn't it? You think, bowler straight when he'll miss. Never did.
Yeah, it's a proper test match track, and it might be an obvious thing to say here, but if you really put yourself out there, if you really bend your back, as you saw yesterday afternoon with Gus Atkinson, who after a pretty indifferent morning session spell came back hard from this end as we're looking down on it, the JM Finn stand end, and came in hard, got something from it. If you come and just land it, then you get punished. That's how tracks should be, really. Rewards serious pace and devilish spin. But if you're pedestrian, then it can be a long few days in the dirt.
Who could be the part-time bowler in this Somerset team that they could just throw on for one or two before lunch in the Harry Brook, Ricky Ponting style almost?
Well, it's a good question, because normally it would be Tom Abel. Tom Abel would come in and wobble a few up there, but he's of course struggling with an injury as we speak, and so they're not exactly overburdened with options here. And it strikes me how much they miss Jack Leach, who can't catch a break, missing all of this month. Missed, of course, 4 of the 5 test matches in India as well. Had to come home with yet another injury, having missed the majority of the summer last year with that stress fracture, which again came out of nowhere. And they could really do with the control that he offers and the incision that he can bring as well. Bashir's doing a fine job, but they need both now, you feel, really.
Yes, perennially unlucky Jack Leach. There's been more than one occasion where almost, in the opening minutes of a test match, he's taken a tumble and been injured and been unable to bowl thereafter. Misfortune does seem to follow him around.
Yeah, it does feel like that. We wish him well. We hope he's back. Still a big part of Ben Stokes' plans for sure. Stokes is a big fan of him. Uses him brilliantly in Test cricket. Effort ball by Craig Overton, but again, pretty placid stuff out there. Day 2 at the Kia Oval is a lovely time to bat. All the more so when the scorecard reads 154 for no loss.
There are 2 men out towards the boundary, backward of square on the leg side, neither of them on the rope, both about 15, 20 yards in or so who knows, maybe a few more bounces coming from Overton.
Single from the last ball of the over, so Burns retains the strike, moves into the 70s. Looked as good as I've seen him in a couple of years out there as Rory Burns. So just a couple of minutes before lunch, Elgin, what's your plan for the next few weeks? What are you looking at? Are you flitting from one inferior sport to the other before coming back to the incomparable game, or what?
Almost certainly. As you know, Phil, you're a fellow traveller as I. This time of year is when the Crucible is almost back and the World Snooker Championships. You and I love a bit of snooker.
You're going up there?
I've attended the last two finals, so who knows, hopefully number 3, and there have been some great storylines at the last two finals. We had Ronnie winning his 7th, we had Luca Brissell from Belgium winning last year, so hopefully there'll be another. And we had Mark Selby's 147 on the first day of the final last year as well, so that two and a bit weeks where snooker, Sheffield, the Crucible takes over the sporting focus is always a fun time of the year.
The Bullet, the Belgian Bullet, my current favourite sports person without a shadow of a doubt. There's something magnificently crumpled about him. He's always a bit messy and a bit mucky, and you're getting the sense he's rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, and you wouldn't want to smell his breath certain mornings, as he well acknowledges.
And then he'd just rattle off 6 frames in a row in half an hour.
What a player. If anybody thinks snooker is a sort of dull and rather antiquated game, they could not be more wrong. It's the sport of gods, folks. Trust me on that. The only other sport out there to rival this great game of ours in front of us here.
Both marathons as well, both sports where you just sit there for hours, sitting along quietly, watching the action unfold.
Good stuff here by Bashir, who's been very impressive, I think. It's not in Surrey's nature to just let him bowl at them, but they've not been able to get going against him, really.
His economy exactly 2 as it stands.
So I read an interview with Luca Brissell, and he said that after he won the Worlds last year, he spunked all his money because he wanted to get back to that sense of desperation that marked him as a young player trying to make his way, penniless, just carrying his cue and his class.
I think what I love about snooker players more than anything is that they all just seem to constantly be criticising the sport they play for a living, all of them.
Which again has a kind of echo of cricket as well. Cricketers do tend to sort of love and hate their profession, their vocation.
A fairly similar thing with golf. I always think that we always see live golfers who are talking about playing less golf, and yet every other sportsman wants to play more golf.
Well, I don't mind if they play less golf. Right, there is the lunch break. Utter dominance by these two. They've been superb, really. They've been inventive and expansive in their stroke play. Dominic Sibley in particular has been very strong down the ground, happy to jump on the front foot, happy to eye up extra cover, which is an area that it doesn't come necessarily naturally to him, but he's evolving his game all the time. It was a real joy to watch today. And Burns perhaps more in the slipstream of Sibley, but has gone about his business very tidily indeed. Just the one glaring chance. Burns off Pretorius hit a pull shot clean but flat and straight to Tom Banton at deep square, right in the chest, and just popped out. And with that moment you felt like Somerset's heads really did drop. Shoaib Bashir's come into the attack in the second hour of the morning's play, and he's bowled beautifully from the Vauxhall end, the JM Finn stand end as we're looking at it. But aside from him, and a tidy spell by Casey Aldridge as well, who showed a bit of heart, I thought, it's been very hard to contain these two. And that scorecard is not just intimidating enough when you look at what's to come in the fullness of time. Ollie Pope, Daniel Lawrence, Jamie Smith, and they keep batting all the way down to Jamie Overton and more. This could be a very long, arduous and demoralising afternoon for the visitors. But you never know, things did turn around this time yesterday. Your thoughts on the morning session, Elgin?
Well, unless they bring on a completely random part-timer that we didn't even know could bowl, it's going to be 400 without loss at the end of the day.
There you go. Overwhelming optimism then for Somerset loyalists. as the crowd begin to flock onto the pitch. Good numbers again. Lovely day out there in South London. When is it not? It's a lovely initiative by the club as well, just to open up the turf for the punters to come and get their photos taken by the strip. I always like how people come and just study the strip. It's like their Mecca, you know, they just stand there meditatively looking down upon that 22 yards.
It's also enjoyable when you watch non-playing players go through the motions. I remember coming down here a few years ago and seeing Fred Clarkson just having a bowl, and people were just thronging around him, and there's no finer sport for just standing and looking at things that are seemingly meaningless and trying to divine meaning from them.
Well, you wouldn't be a cricket fan unless that was your wheelhouse. Right, let's run through the scores from the morning's play then, shall we? It's been a full complement of fixtures, all ready to roll from yesterday morning, so we can put a gentle sort of 3H pencil through last week, I think, and then focus on this. And it's been a fascinating round of games up until now in the top division. A lot of runs. We've been saying for the last couple of hours, it's been a run heavy first couple of days of this week. Essex at the top of the tree, they declared 5:30 for 7 against Kent. So Essex went at a good lick, picked up maximum batting points, got to 450 inside the 110 overs. And this was a problem for them last year. They just did not pick up enough bonus points really to challenge Surrey, who pipped them of course to the title. 151 not out for Matt Critchley and 120 as well for Dean Elgar, who's been an inspired signing already for Essex. He made a good 80 last week in their win, the only result throughout the whole of the game last week. Essex beat Notts at Trent Bridge. Elgar made 80 odd last week, followed it up with 120 this, and Critchley chipped in with 151 not out. Runs elsewhere for Cox, a few for Walter, Michael Pepper as well, and Harmer as well through the bat for 44 towards the end. Nothing really doing in the bowling stakes for Kent. Perhaps the pick, Matt Parkinson, just reborn really down at Kent after a tricky year or so at Lancashire. He picked up a couple, but not much else, and they did lose one just before lunch as well. Mieye LBW to Shane Snater, a sort of a shaggy golden arm really of the county setup, and very, very useful bowls. Late swingers for Essex at medium pace, and Mieye goes just on the stroke of lunch, so Compton and Bell Drummond will continue, resuming after lunch, but that's a tough one for Kent, facing a long haul to save that one. Hampshire cleaned up finally for 367 in their first dig, and Lancashire just 12 for no loss going into the afternoon sesh. Liam Dawson made runs again, 86. Tom Prest, a very good young player, made 85, a sprightly 85 from just 119, and Lancashire just getting going into the afternoon session. Notts 9 down at lunch, 397 on the board though, so they're still going, and they won't get too many bonus points. Well, they won't get maximum bonus points now, but they have done tidily to get up to 398 for 9. Joe Clark made 100, and Lyndon James, very good young all-rounder, 95 not out. Just very, very quickly, Division 1, 6-6-2 for 3 Warwickshire against Durham. That is a monster. 191 to Yates, 256 to Davis. Will Rose still going, 154 not out, and Barnard just 1. Fair enough, I like that. Don't get easy runs. In the meantime, folks, we're going to head straight out, I believe, to Daniel Norcross, right, who is marauding across the outfield. It's his fiefdom out there, and he's with various different people.
Onto the outfield. It could all go horribly wrong. Time will tell. It won't initially, because we've got the magnificent Caroline with us. Caroline has come all the way from Lancashire, although she lives in South London. A Lancashire fan, but increasingly a Surrey fan.
I am now.
You are now. You're out here on the outfield. Do you get to do this at Old Trafford?
Sorry?
Yeah, well,
yeah, well,
yes, I'm not sure about that. But yeah, my youth remember it on Trafford, on the outfield, played cricket, Devon's sporting aptitude. But it's a great day for it.
Isn't it absolutely gorgeous? It's a sort of tradition that happens at the Oval. It's happened for a long time. Now tell us, You don't just come to the Oval, you also come to Lords. We will allow you to do that.
Well, I love cricket. I live in London. It's two first-class counties here. Why not a bit of both? I mean, early on in the season, I think every weekend from now to Monday, it's cricket on. The world's a better place when there's cricket on.
Tell me about your winter. Did you spend your time counting down the days until you could get yet more of this glorious scenery for yourself?
I was aware of your second World War close season analogy, and yeah, it was a long winter, but it's winter. Everything feels a little bit better.
It really does. And the match situation, I'm bound to ask about the match situation, because this is a Kookaburra round. We've been talking about it a lot.
About 20 minutes earlier.
Commentary. And looking around the country, runs galore, not very many wickets. And today, a session without any wickets, Surrey very well placed.
They are, and I think Somerset clearly missed a chance here because it doesn't seem like it's very difficult to bat. I mean, I was there last week for Sam North East getting his 335 at Lords and going past Gooch there, and again that was a similar situation, very easy to bat. Ball didn't seem to be doing much. I've enjoyed watching Bashir.
He's been good, hasn't he? It's struck a really good length. He's been on it straight away. You said you were at Lords for the Sam North East. Tell me, were people aware of the magnitude of that in the ground? Was there a sense? Did they all know basically that 334 was the target to beat?
They did, because once he got past the 333, everybody started applauding before they put it up on the screen. So, as you commentators like to say, a knowledgeable crowd.
Well, yes. I mean, I say more about the Oval, obviously, than I would at Lords. But yeah. So, shall we take a little wander? I think. Do we have more culprits here, or victims, as I like to think of them? Let's say. Shall we intrude? Can we intrude on you? What are your names? Where have you come from to be here today?
Michael, I'm from London. I'm North London. Deb from Stretton.
Very good.
Amelia from Lewisham. But yeah, from Lewisham.
So Londoners, all of you. It's a weekend, of course. So county championship taking place at the weekend. Kind of perfect, isn't it, for county fans? You'll be here most weekends, I take it, whenever Surrey's playing.
Absolutely, it's great to see it spread over the weekend, this early part of the season. Yeah, and the Friday start means you get to see more of the action earlier as well.
Any sort of suggestion that you might throw a sickie on Fridays? I mean, come on, it's very tempting, isn't it?
Very tempting, but I'm a teacher, so I can't really do that. Sorry.
Oh, you're a teacher.
Here though, I work close to the Oval, so that's quite handy for after work.
Do you want to plug your school?
Clapham. I can't really probably say my school on there, can I? Clapham Manor Primary School. There we go. I
think you're allowed to do that. Yeah, I don't think there's a problem. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go to this man here. There's a man in a Surrey kit. No, I think I have met this man, Simon Horbury.
This is Daniel Norcross. How are you?
I'm very well. You?
I'm very fine, thank you.
Now, this is another teacher. This seems to be a recurring theme. We're getting a lot of teachers here, presumably because
we're going back to school next week. This is our last chance to enjoy cricket before term starts.
Now, I was just asking about the fact that county championship's on at the weekend, which is a double-edged sword in a way, because for working people that seems to provide an opportunity. But don't you do umpiring? Isn't this going to cause you a few problems in the weekend?
It will for me, yes. Yeah, basically the whole weekend is cricket for me, but I think it's a good thing overall because you'll get more people in to see the county championship.
Now you seem to have you've got a metronome's badge on.
You need a metronome.
But you're regular as clockwork, Simon. I'm absolutely sure of that. Thank you for joining us. You can have a little game on the outfield.
We will do. Yes, yeah, for catching practice.
Very sensible. I'm gonna go to this man here. This is Lev. Hello, Lev.
How are you? Very good to see you.
I'm very well. Lev is what do we call you? Famous nature writer?
I've been called all sorts of things in my time, but famous is pushing it a little bit. But certainly nature writer. But I'm also a musician, so I kind of somebody did once, I think teasing me, use the word Renaissance man. But I think you need to do more than two things to qualify for that.
This is Lev Perikian. I'm going to allow you to plug a couple of your books before we get on to.
Why not? Yeah, so this is a welcome day in the sun for me because I've spent the last 3 days in the studio, standing in front of a microphone, reading one of my books for an audio book. And it has given me a renewed respect for the job that you do, spending your time around a microphone all the time. Because there's nothing worse than listening to your own voice for 3 consecutive days.
Well, yeah, but I mercifully get breaks. I'm not sure I'll be able to keep... Well, you say that. Maybe I could keep talking all day, but it would probably drive everyone mad.
Including yourself. No, I gave myself breaks, and but no, it's a really good experience. This book was called Taking Flight, and it's about the evolutionary history of flight in the animal kingdom. As you know, I'm a very keen bird watcher, and also a very great cricket fan as well. And this is a great opportunity to come here, not only to watch the cricket, but to catch up with the pied wagtail of the oval outfield. Are you familiar with the work of the pied wagtail?
I am not familiar with the work of the pied wagtail. Why so called?
Yeah, well, it is pied because it is black and white, and it's called a wagtail because it wags its tail. I mean, it's pretty obvious when you think about it, but a lot of birds aren't actually given very accurate names, but the pied wagtail absolutely does fulfil the brief, and they are notable. All bird watchers will know that there's a pied wagtail on the outfield at the Oval, and there's always one on the outfield at Lord's as well. So we could have a competition between the two grounds, but I know which one you would favour.
I don't think it would be a competition at all. I think the Oval wagtail would be bound to win that one. Now you do something which is a bit similar to what a lot of cricket fans do in counting down the days until the cricket season starts. And your measurement, mine is the Second World War, which is absurd, of course. Yours is the number of seconds until the Swifts arrive. Is that right?
This is correct. It's become a bit of a thing on Twitter, the platform formerly known as Twitter, but we still call it Twitter. I'm a very big fan of Swifts, which are summer migrants that come from Africa and spend pretty much all their lives in the air. They're extraordinary flying machines.
How do they do that? How do they breed then? They can't breed on flight.
They do come into land to breed. They nest under the eaves of your house. So if you have a house that has open little crevices for the eaves, don't block them up because the Swifts might nest there, and they're a red-listed bird, so they're in some trouble. And they do have an incredibly clever thing, which they can split their brain, so they can sleep on the wing. They'll have half their brain goes to sleep and the other half stays awake, so they keep flying. So,
but much like a cricket fan. I mean, when I watch cricket fans during lengthy partnerships, I swear they're both awake and asleep.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's a Schrödinger's Swifts, you might say, in a state of two states at the same time. So I do a countdown. I go, okay, so you get to that stage, the doldrums, as you know, of November, when the prospect of county champ, a day like this, is simply too distant to contemplate. So in an idle moment, you think, well, how long is it? And it's rather than just saying, oh, it's X number of days, I thought, well, how many seconds is it? Should we count the seconds? So I now kind of go, oh, it's 6 million seconds. Don't worry, it's only 6 million seconds till the Swifts get back.
It feels like rather a lot, though.
Well, I don't know whether it does. Some people have said it feels longer with counting seconds, or others people say, oh, it blends into one, as it were.
Where are we at now, roughly?
We're less than 1 million, I should imagine. There have already been sightings. The ones that come... The other thing about Swifts is they always come back to the same place. So they know they have this, they're sort of genetically programmed to know where they're going. So if you imagine the difficulty that we have finding our way in a foreign land, to get all the way from Africa to the same place on, in my case in West Norwood, is quite extraordinary. And they come back on pretty much the same day every year. So in ours it's May the 6th or 7th. So it is quite an extraordinary regular thing, as the poet.
I mean, when you think about which you will have done.
Yeah, a lot.
All of the variables.
Yeah.
Because you can't. They presumably, they don't fly at exactly the same speed all the time, do they? Or maybe they do.
Well, there might be a little hold up because of conditions. They might meet a storm on the way, and they might do a little circuit somewhere else. But in general, they will it is generally within a couple of days. It's extraordinary. Yeah, there's so many variables. But as the poet Ted Hughes had it, he's the sign that they're back, the world still turns, and it's a real sign that things are kind of in everything, like the county championship on a day like this, things are kind of okay because we're watching Surrey batters make hay.
Now, lastly, because I'm going to let you go and have some lunch in a minute, but my last question, your brother Step,
yeah.
He is a coach both of hockey but also women's team at Spencer.
Spencer, yeah. And we've both been very enthusiastic amateur cricketers for all our lives, and we're not at all competitive in any way at all. I mean, I'm the younger brother, and he is obviously the older and superior cricketer. But he has devoted his life to cricket in a way that I can't possibly do, and he's bringing on the next generation. And he does fantastic work at Spencer, where they have a really good. You obviously know it. That's pretty much your local club.
Well, there's plenty of players there who've played for Surrey. The great Madeline Blinkhorn Jones is one I saw here playing against Middlesex a few years back, and the section at Spencer is extraordinary. I think he told me there was something like 300 women and girls at least playing there now.
Yeah, I think it's really grown in the last few years, certainly, and absolutely fantastic. And so he's at the cutting edge, and hats off to him, kudos, because I think that's it's quite a calling, quite a mission.
Weird, kudos. It's coming back into fashion. I thought it was something that we did in the 80s, but people are saying it all the time now. Lev, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to come and find you later when I get a bit of a break. But I'm going to go and find a Yorkshireman. We're going to go and intrude on private grief now. We're going to go and talk to the second division. Thank you, Ned. Jack. I'm very well, thank you. This is Jack Roberts. He's the only listener to a podcast I do with Stephen Finn, which is how I happen to know him. And you've come all the way down from Yorkshire to watch some First Division cricket. Must be delighted.
Yes. Oh yeah. I mean, I was at Haddington last week, and we didn't get play on until about it was about 3:45 I think in the afternoon. It was good cricket when it was on, but I mean, it was nothing like this. This is obviously great to see everyone out on the pitch and reveling in the games. I mean, I must admit I've had to duck out of a few balls and stuff like that. But
you tempted to get stuck in?
Oh, absolutely. Like I'm missing a sort of charity day that we're doing back at home for our cricket club. So I've just sent him a picture being like, "Don't worry, I'm still getting my yards in. Down on the oval, just a little bit better."
Now, Headingley, do they have this tradition at Headingley? I'm never quite sure.
Well, they didn't. I mean, I'm only becoming a Yorkshire member this year, so I don't actually know. They didn't last week, but that was again because they didn't get play on until the afternoon. So, to be honest, the answer to that question, I don't really know.
I mean, it's tough, I think, for the northern counties at the start of spring, isn't it? Because this is not having a dig, but essentially the ambient temperature in the north of England is a couple of degrees cooler. So outfields become an issue, don't they?
Yeah, and obviously, like last week, for example, it was pretty sunny for most of the day because there'd been so much sort of like water overnight and then the odd showers. It just sort of kept pushing play back. And I mean, it didn't matter for us. I was there with my friends. We were just enjoying the day really. And but yeah, the outfields can be a problem. And obviously, everyone on social media was like, just if it's keep pushing it back, get the game off. But if there's a window for play, you might as well try and get it on. And good things come to those who wait type thing.
Well, it did, didn't it? Because you got to see Harry Brook. Did you get to see that 100?
No, I didn't actually. That was day 2. It was day 1, so we were in the field first. I did get to see. Was it Milnes or was it Fisher who absolutely ripped the stump out of the ground for the first wicket of the season? I didn't actually see. For some reason, we were really down, like behind the bowler's arm. I didn't see the stump crack the ground. So I'd seen the ball go up and I shouted, "Catch it!" Everyone else is there cheering around me. So that was a little bit embarrassing for my first day as a Yorkshire member, but it was still a lot of fun.
Now, joking aside, because we like to create rivalries in cricket, don't we? But a First Division without Yorkshire, and therefore a season without a Surrey-Yorkshire clash, is a bit frustrating, isn't it? I think we all want Yorkshire to come back up. In all honesty, tell us, is the biggest rivalry Lancashire or is it Yorkshire? Because I think for a Surrey fan, Yorkshire is a bigger rival to us than Middlesex, but I suspect for a Yorkshireman it's still probably Lancashire, is it?
Yeah, I think it still probably is Lancashire, but I imagine that Surrey, obviously with the fact that they are the second most to the Yorkshire's first. And I'm not.
Well, actually, it's the most since the Second World War. I'll have you know. Yeah.
That was it. I wasn't saying it as a dig, but I think there is a sort of like it's always a good clash between Yorkshire and Surrey. It's like you say, obviously with Yorkshire not in the First Division. There's definitely a hole there, but I'm hoping this season that we're going to be back on track and we can get up there. It didn't look very good to start with yesterday when we were reduced to 90 for 5, but then Shan Masood and Tattersall put on some decent runs and pushed I think over the 300 mark. So I think we're now in the field, and I think we'll reduce them to 3 wickets for I think is it 60 or 70?
I'd have to check the score. I'd have to check the score, but there's surely too much quality at Yorkshire's disposal. And my last question to you really is about just the sheer quality of the county championship. Looking around the grounds, Surrey have got Ollie Pope, they've got Ben Foakes, and they've got remind me, Gus Atkinson, who have been on England's tour. Yeah. Obviously, Burns in England's Open. Fisher, who's got an England cap, and Joe Root, who's playing. I mean, the depth and strength of the County Championship continues to enthrall, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, just taking Yorkshire again as an example this weekend, Joe Root's come back into the squad for his first game in 2 years, and Jordan Thompson's made way for him. I mean, Jordan Thompson is a very you definitely take him in your team as an all-round. Obviously, he performed the absolute miracle here 2 years ago in the
Don't remind me. That was agony.
I was lucky enough actually the week before, or a couple of weeks before, I'd interviewed him for Wisden, so it was mad when obviously he was there on the TV doing all sorts of crazy stuff to sort of somehow defend 4. But the fact that he's had to make way for obviously Joe Root coming back into the squad, it does show the sort of the depth and quality that's being plucked from the County Championship. And obviously show with Bashir here today for Somerset, and then obviously Tom Hartley, they're having headaches with him up at Lancashire because obviously they've got Nathan Lyon in as well. So it's like this definitely does feel like, I think especially since the change, let's say, with the England squad a couple of years ago, the feel-good factor sort of coming back to the County Championship, and it's like, I wouldn't say maybe it's necessarily a riches of talent, but there is a lot of talent that we are plucking from the County Championship, and Bashir and Hartley are a perfect example of that.
Jack, thank you so much for joining us in our lunch break. We're just going to have a little look at a game that has broken out on the outfield. Now, where's the bowling coming from? It's all the way over there. Right, let's take a look at this. Decent technique, you'd have to say. I mean, the stumps look a trifle too small, so you're going to have to bowl it at the toes. Oh, it's close there though. And shall we grab a moment? So please feel free to keep going. We're filming it. It could be your big break. I need to tell you. So what's your name?
From Woking. My neighbour is Shoaib Bashir. So,
is that right?
Yeah. So he's playing, so we came down. So.
Well, because Shoaib played for Guildford, didn't he? So he's a Surrey man.
Yeah. So I did my coaching at Guildford City Cricket Club. So that's where he started originally. Then he moved to Guildford, and then he went on to the Surrey pathway. So, but yeah, we're here with his family as well. His sister, his uncle. So it was down the road from us, so we thought we have to come and support him. So yeah.
How are they all coping with what has been a stratospheric rise? Because I mean, this time last year, just think back to August.
Yeah, even as an ex-coach, I was abroad when I heard he made he got the professional contract with Somerset, and I was just over the moon, really happy for him. And then when we heard the England news, it was just kind of like, but yeah, I thought it's. But yeah.
Were you glued to the TV watching his progress?
Yeah. Especially he didn't play the first game. Obviously, he was still here. But yeah, every time he played, we were up at silly hours of the morning and watching him play. Yeah, and rooting him on. So he done well. You know, him and Tom, they did really well. Got a few wickets. So yeah, very very enjoyable. But yeah, I come here quite a lot to watch Surrey play. So it's. So we're not far away, so it's always nice to come here.
Now, I'll just quickly finish off on Bash. I wasn't out in India, so it's the first time I've actually seen him live in the flesh, and he's impressively tall. I mean, that is that part of what is part of his armoury, really, because he's about 6'3", and he's a strong man.
Yeah, he is very very tall. He leaves me standing, and I met Spreagle during the week, and he was talking about the release point. So when you're 6'3", Matthew Spreagle, yeah, he's a spin coach for the Surrey pathway, and you know, it's okay being 6'3", 6'4", that's your head, but when you're releasing the ball, you're probably about closer to 7 foot. So and that was one of the main reasons why England took him to India, him and Tom. So yeah, very very high release point. So
now it's easy to support him when he's playing for England, but you're a Surrey man. Today, I'm afraid it's time to put the wickets away, isn't it? He can have some more next week when he's playing again.
It'll be very hard to get wickets out there. You know, even the drop catch was off a pace bowler. So I think if he does get any wickets here, I think the Surrey batsmen are trying to come down the track, so they may get themselves out. But yeah, I think any wicket he gets, he'll be a bonus for him. So.
But it's a great part of the learning development, isn't it, for spinners? I mean, we talked a bit about the Kookaburra ball, and actually that it's a pretty good time to bat is April. So for spinners who are going to find If he goes out to Australia at some point, which he very well may, he's going to find some pretty flat decks. He's going to be using a Kookaburra ball. So these are all good kind of learnings, aren't they?
Yeah, of course it is. You know, even McCullum made the point that they need to play a lot more. But April, you don't get many spinners playing. But you know, look at Dan Lawrence last week. He got 5 for, didn't he? He got
And Cameron still got 4 yesterday, and 5 the week before. Yeah. Yes, he's got 9 first-class wickets already.
Yeah, no. So I guess if they persevere and bowl in the right areas, you know, like I said, I think the batsmen, everyone's trying to play that kind of basketball way, but they're all trying to get the runs as quick, positive cricket. So you've already seen that, you know, Dominic Sibley and Rory Burns, they both come down the wicket. So you know, it's you may get a few wickets, but it's a good learning curve, you know, bowling on the batter-friendly wickets. So.
Well, thank you so much for joining us and giving us a little insight into Shoaib Bashir, who, of course, is a Surrey man. Used to play for Guildford, but we don't have him now, so I don't know what to say about that. Anyway, we're going to let you go. We're going to be back with live cricket in about, I want to say, 10 minutes. 10 minutes with Surrey resuming on a powerful 155 without loss, hoping to go through the rest of the day, piling on the runs and getting a lead. We should see how that plays out, but we'll be back in 10 minutes with the first ball of the afternoon session.
Alright. Got half an hour out of that, mate. That was great. I thought that was, what do you think?
I don't know, I never know what I'm doing when I'm doing it.
I think that was really good. What do you reckon, mate? Yeah. Yeah, that's Jake's cable there. I'll take it back to you.
Can we go that way to get back?
Yeah.
So I can get my
Either, so.
Welcome back for the middle session of the second day here at the Kia Oval. Round 2 of the Championship 2024. Adam Collins picking up commentary with the home side at 155 without loss. That was a most productive first session on this second day, adding 113 runs without loss, going at 3.6 runs and over throughout 31 overs. Rory Burns, the captain's up to 70. Dom Sibley, 75 not out. They trail by 138. Katya Witney from Wisden with me. Good afternoon to you.
Hiya.
How much of that first session did you manage to take in from upstairs in your offices across the road?
I had a great spot in the Wisden office right by the window, which is normally reserved for people much more senior than me. But I was able to watch it very nicely all morning.
I like that. The hierarchy over at Wisden Tower is noted. I should say, award-winning reporter for Wisden.com, the recently gonged as the Christopher Martin Jenkins Young Journalist of the Year. That's quite a lovely thing.
Thank you. Yeah, it was very nice.
Recognised by your peers, so great to have you part of our coverage season 2024. Somerset desperately need a wicket. The session starts here. Pretorius, who got the ball shaping around corners. There was a persuasive shout for caught behind, which was turned down by umpire Kettleborough. Just came off the noise we felt was from Sibley making contact with his boot with his bat rather than bat on ball, so he survived that. But Pretorius did look threatening across his 9-over spell, up around 80 mile an hour. Just one catcher behind the wicket now though, with the older Kookaburra. Second slip. Sibley looking settled straight away. It's been a feature of both sessions where he started and looked to play quite positively, and he scored 4 runs from the first over this morning with a couple of nice tucks, and he's looked unflustered throughout, hasn't he?
Well, this is cash in, fill your boots time, right? After lunch, sun's out, no wickets down, tired bowling attack, old Kookaburra. You've got to be looking to cash in now.
Absolutely. Big runs around the country too, looking at some cards during the lunch break. This really does feel like the round to cash in, doesn't it? Everyone's had a bit of a sighter last week, lots of rain around the country, but yes, there have been a lot of heavy scores, including, just saw then, we've got Emilio Gay up to 229, and Northants have been batting for 132 overs, but if they give them another hour before declaring against Middlesex, there might be another triple ton after seeing one last week.
Yeah.
We were robbed earlier with Alex Davies out for 250 odd. We thought we were a lock for a triple there for Warwickshire. Who knows, we might see some big scores here today if these two can get in, but yes, it's not normally known for being, although the stats below this point, but people think of April anyway. The perception of April in the Championship is that is that the surface is reaping havoc and top order players are struggling. Well, it's a different story in 2024 for sure.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday on air about April not being as bowler dominated as people naturally think. So I was thinking over this morning, do you think the Kookaburra ball experiment is in some part to counter that perception of bowlers dominating in early April?
It seems like a good time to use it in a way, but change in field, straight catching cover in for Sibley, just adjusting here. Pretorius backs out of his run up. We've seen it used in the past, deeper into the season.
I think what we should say is it's very easy to look here today, the sun's shining on South London, and forget that, a couple of years ago there was snow on the ground before the first couple of weeks of the county championship. Yeah. And seamers bowling with the Red Dukes in those conditions is very different to seamers bowling with a Red Duke today. So there's always that little bit of kind of context and perception you need when thinking about when's the right time to use the Kookaburra ball, or when's the right time to have these experiments.
It's a good point about the weather in early April. First over after lunch is a maiden. It stays at 155 for none. I was covering the game here between Surrey and Somerset in 2016, around this time of year, certainly an April game, where it was snow stops play, which was quite unusual. Well, most unusual. The field was covered in snow, actually. It took them about an hour to get back on.
Was the Peter Siddle bowling in a beanie one a few years ago?
Yes, that's right. That might have been when he was playing at Somerset, Siddle, I'm not sure. But yeah, the Siddle in the bobble hat and the 2 coldest days I've had at the cricket. This might not be a bad one for surreybroadcast@gmail.com. The coldest you've been at the cricket, as a spectator or otherwise, or playing perhaps. There was a game that I was doing at Lord's, again, a few seasons ago now, in April. I've never felt less like I wanted to be at the cricket. It was 2 degrees outside. It was Somerset visiting Lord's. Jack Leach was bowling, putting in a shift. Imagine bowling finger spin when it's 2 degrees outside. It was horrible. But he did it manfully, as he does. Phil Walker's jumping in to my right. Phil, who, by the way, Katya, Phil's been on many, many tours to Australia to watch England play. Bashir from our broadcast end.
Jet setting.
But he's never seen them win a test in Australia. So he's been to he saw all of 06-07, the whitewash, all of 13-14, another whitewash. He was there in 17-18, which was just about the worst series I've ever seen. Didn't make it in 21-22, which is also one of the worst series I've seen. And he's saying he reckoned the day Warne took his 600th wicket, so Boxing Day 2006, I think it was 11 degrees. I was there as well. It was horrible. Middle of summer in Melbourne. 14-0. Phil's saying he's seen 14 tests in Australia, all of them losses. Using his feet there, Burns, greeting it with a straight blade. Well bowled and well played. Have you seen any test cricket away from home as yet?
No, I haven't, not yet. I've been to a few here, a few as a child, but I've never been away and seen an away test. I remember I was bought a personal radio before, like, the kind of iPod and all that kind of stuff, to listen to the 13-14 Ashes series specifically, and that present has been locked away in a drawer somewhere.
Quite a relatable experience listening to the wireless when going to bed. Tucked around the corner, that'll be the first run, or runs after the interval. Short boundary. The old Loch Laker, they had a couple, they think about a third. Sibley wants 3, it'll be close if the throw's bang on, but it's not.
Yeah, on the coldest days at the cricket kind of thing, I was the 2018 test at Edgbaston when India came, and it was raining all day, and it was absolutely demoralising until about the last hour and a half of play. That was freezing in the stands, and that was August.
Yes, it was. All those test matches played in August and September, weren't they? That was a great series and a terrific test match to start the series. But I remember as well, that was freezing cold, wasn't it, up in Birmingham?
That was my 18th birthday present, actually.
Was it?
Yeah.
Trip to the cricket?
Yeah.
Completes Bashir's over. Just the 3 from it, 158 without loss. Surrey, they trailed by just 127. They've been going very nicely. They got their run rate up into the 4s about halfway through the first session. Just pulled back a gear before lunch, but they'll be setting themselves to go again. So surreybroadcast@gmail.com. You can talk to me, Adam Collins, and Katya Witney in the commentary box up top of the JM Fin stand. Coldest day you've experienced at the cricket? Where did you watch most of your cricket growing up? Where are you from in the country?
So I'm from around Farnham kind of area, so depending on who's winning, you pick Hampshire or Surrey.
Ah, that's right. It's the border town, right, of the two counties?
Yeah. So I spent a lot of time at the Aegeus Bowl, well, the Utility Bowl, sorry.
Go with the Rose Bowl, it's fine.
The Rose Bowl growing up. Had a victorious under-12 season with Alton CC, where we got free passes to the Rose Bowl for a season, which was lovely.
Does he catch up with that? Decision for umpire Saggers. It goes the way of Burns. Great take from Root, way to his right. There was a noise, but yes, must have been pad. See it again here. Your thoughts, Katya?
Yeah, it looks like he's just clipped his front pad, front thigh pad.
Good old snaffle, that.
Very good.
For what it's worth. I mean, you expect to get them as a keeper, but in all the chat around Roo's prodigious batting in season 2023, a lot of the close watchers wanted to also not miss the bit that he kept exceptionally well. So when thinking about how the England team might look in, not tomorrow, but in years to come, remembering that Roo's still a very young man, that they'll ideally want to combine having someone who could occupy a spot in the top 6, but also do a fine job with the gloves. A player for all seasons, if you like. There's been that tension in the last couple of years, isn't there, where they want Bairstow in the team. Whether that remains the case, we'll see as the season matures, but they want him in the side to make runs, but when they know it's going to be difficult to keep, the natural preference is for Ben Foakes to be in the side, as it was in Asia. Bad on this one, but just for a single, helped along.
Seems like the perennial beginning of the season discussion.
Yes.
Bairstow debate, 3 years in a row.
Round we go again. Where do you think they'll land on it this time around?
I think what was overlooked in India a fair bit was the importance Ben Foakes had with the bat, and I think there is an often overlooked point in the discussion that it almost feels like Ben Foakes just cannot bat whatsoever, but of course he is a very good batter. And with Bairstow's troubles in India, I think it's going to be more difficult than it has been in recent years to decide between the two.
Finds the gap. Not the most convincing stroke from Sibley, but it'll get to within 10 yards of the rope, 5 yards of the rope by the time Bashir collects beneath us to our right, and they return for an easy 3.
It's again an overmade point about how good Foakes is with the gloves, but I was sitting in the office on Wednesday watching him go through his paces with Alex Stewart, and his body almost looks like a liquid when he moves. Like, he's so fluid. There's no hesitation whatsoever. It's transfixing when you watch him behind the stumps.
They should add it to those meditation apps.
Yeah.
Watch Ben Foakes keep.
Ben Foakes ASMR.
Yes. You said it, not me. But yes, I'm with you. Quickish single. Yeah, good running, assertive running. It's been a feature of this big partnership. They've looked to take the quick singles inside the ring, so to speak. Already 5 runs from this over. So back into that rhythm they found in the first session today. I think where it flips is if they choose to move on from Bairstow, which would be a big call, a player of 100 test matches. I know his returns have been diminishing since that horrible broken leg a couple of years ago, but if they did make that decision, but if they wanted to go for your more batter keeper as opposed to keeper batter, end of the over, 163 for none, and that's not at all to talk down Foakes' batting. I hasten to add, I don't fall into the category of thinking that he isn't a capable player. I think he's shown in tough situations for England at different times. He's been able to stand up. He was a big part of that resurgence in 2022, his performance at Lords to bat with Joe Root in that big chase against New Zealand that got the party started, and then again at Manchester in a really tough spot, making a match-defining century. So I think that needs to be remembered. But nevertheless, if the selectors and Rob Key decide to go in the other direction, then where may they land if it weren't to be Bairstow? That could be fascinating.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I think because we're watching Roo, if we look at Roo specifically, there's a lot of talk about managing England's young spinners in Bashir and Hartley.
The former on here.
But it shouldn't be lost about the responsibility to manage these young players more generally. Like, Roo had such an incredible season last year, but he's just turned 20. There has to be a responsibility there to look after him as well.
It's only 3 years ago that they threw the gloves to James Bracey for a couple of test matches, which I felt for Bracey there, because his batting, it was reaching the point where his batting was getting him a game. Felt like the scales were tipped because of the keeping, and then he had unfortunately two bad test matches with the bat, and his keeping wasn't up to scratch either. And then he's out in the wilderness. Now, had they managed Bracey, now of course it's a the absence of the counterfactual, it's hard to know what would have happened if he didn't play test cricket then, but had he not had that chastening experience, maybe he's part of that conversation now, but really he's out of it for the time being at least.
Well, you think it wasn't that long ago that they asked Sam Billings to drive across Australia to keep it, to play in a test match, and now he doesn't play red ball cricket altogether. So there is a responsibility, and I think the management of the keepers also comes into question.
Happened very quick with Billings, didn't it? Think about in COVID times when Ben Foakes missed half a test match Nottingham, was it, where Billings came in the middle and somewhere at short notice, and then of course the first instance of that in the Ashes of 21-22 when he was already over there, driving out towards mid-off. But yes, the end of the over, 163 for none. But Billings going from there, last year starting the season, a big emphasis from him on wanting to prioritise red ball cricket, given he was around the Test squad, and just had a dreadful start to the season. Made a pair here against Surrey. He was undone by Tom Laws with an absolute beauty in the second innings, which rather typified the way he was going. And now, not part of the red ball setup at all, and prioritising white ball cricket, where he's enjoyed more success over the years. Funny how quickly it can all turn.
Yeah.
Got an email in. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. From Chris, watching in southern France. Nice for some. That straight catching covers back for Sibley. I had the pleasure of attending a cricket match on the ice in St. Moritz, Switzerland last year, so that's one of those games that tends to go viral each year when it's played. The conditions were challenging with a slippery surface and cold temperatures, but the experience was nonetheless enjoyable. Nice one.
That's reminded me actually, my housemate's boyfriend is in the Coldstream Guards, and he went to play cricket on ice earlier this year in, I think, Switzerland. Pictures were great.
I don't fancy it myself. I'm certain I'd end up with a broken arm or something if I just happy enough on the grass. Another freezing cold day I remember, Phil's jogged the memory here. In 1998, England were visiting, and I was 14, and my parents, as you do at Christmas, bought me a new T-shirt and a new pair of shorts. Very kind of classic Australian present at Christmas. And I put them on and raced out the door, went to the train station, out to the MCG, watched it rain for 5 hours. I think from memory it was, and Samo will confirm this, the first day of washed out Ashes cricket in Melbourne ever, or something like that. It was certainly noteworthy for not having a single ball bowled. And I'd never been quite so devastated. It was 10 degrees outside. I was sodden. It was horrific. Turned into a very good test match, by the way, that England won famously. Where on the final day, Dean Headley took 6 for. Darren Gough finished it off. The Barmy Army ran from the old Bay 13. They sprinted across the ground towards the old Members Pavilion when the final wicket was taken. And as Darren Gough celebrated with the stump above his head, such a great match to be at, but yeah, day one it was anything but horrific and cold and brutal. Toughened me up, I guess. That's clever. Nice steer. Resourceful as he's been throughout the course, really, Sibley. Trying to apply pressure to the fielding team. That earns him another boundary. So into the 80s he goes, with his 15th 4. Complete control, that.
Yeah, he's motoring along, Dom Sibley.
But also just the very fact that there's only one catcher behind the wicket for a guy who bowled a number of hooping outswingers in the first stanza. That's the way they've been able to break up the field. You look at it at the moment, there's 2 back on the leg side, 5-4 field. Yes, the catching cover, but only the second slip. Ends the over, boundary from it, 167 for none. Got a, yes, we got a little package we might play out here of all that might play at the end of the next over. Just where Somerset were a snifter unlucky in the first session, where some things didn't quite break their way, and a bad dropped catch as well. Tom Batten out in the deep on the short rope. Deep square leg in front of the Peter May stand and putting one down. Not sure whether we still call it the Peter May stand actually, because it's the Galladari stand, but it was the Peter May terrace or stand before that. I'm not sure if it kept its designation. I'll get told off if I get it wrong. I know it's no longer the Lock Laker. You can't use that. I think the Lock Laker balconies are over there under the new grandstand. Great facility in that part of the ground. It connects to the old pavilion. Oh, caught behind. Yep, the partnership is broken at last. Bashir, bit of extra pace through the crease. Burns went back to cut. James Rue, tidy chance pouched. 167 for one. The captain gone for 75.
Yeah, that's a shot Rory Burns normally plays so well, but a bit of extra pace from Bashir. Really nice delivery. Burns is on his way.
Talk us through the replay here.
Yeah, bit of flight. Edge, great take by James Rue.
So Burns receives the applause of the crowd for a job well done. But Somerset finally get moving. Seeing it again. So Bashir, who likes to bowl really wide on the crease to the left-handers, does so here, and yeah, on with the arm, and great take from Rue. Makes it look easy, but when you're expecting the ball to turn and then for it not to turn and the deviation coming from the blade, Burns doesn't like the decision, I should add. He threw his head back, perhaps in disappointment with himself or the decision. Either way, he's been given, and it provides an opportunity on a beautiful afternoon for Ollie Pope, who adores this ground. And Bradman-esque numbers playing at the Oval, which Andrew Samson can fetch for us, I'm sure. Made a stunning 100 here last year against Hampshire this time of year to chase down about 230 in the fourth innings.
Yeah, he went berserk in the final session that day, didn't he?
Yeah. England's incumbent number 3. That towering innings of 196 at Hyderabad back in March. And facing his England teammate, Shah Bashir.
Bowled really well today, I think, Shah Bashir. Looks like he's setting it down with a lot of thought behind it, not just tying up an end, mixing his paces.
Mentioned before that their run rate got up into the 4s in that first hour of play. Well, the reason it's back down at 3.26 is due to the number right of screen, 1 for 24 in his 14th over, so he's been frugal and now effective as well. Warwickshire are finally declared, by the way, 698 for 3. Why not get 700? Deflection from Pope's first ball. Andrew Samson shaking his head. Why have they done that? Why have they declared? This could have been one of these entries into my spreadsheets that could have lasted forever. 800, 900, dare to dream. Off the mark. Yes, when Pope rocked up in Australia back in 2021, his average at the Oval was exactly 99.94. I mentioned Bradman-esque. You couldn't make it up. Might have dropped down a couple of runs since then, but it's still pretty impressive. We'll fetch that through the over.
Yeah, if you want a summary of how Southwest London Ollie Pope is, I was reading the Cricketers Who today, Who's Who, and he said the most beautiful sight he'd ever seen was Clapham Common on a Saturday morning.
Yeah, that's note perfect from Ollie Pope. Wonder if he's been north of the Thames other than when he goes to Lords to play occasionally. In a London context, that is. So he's made over 2,400 runs at the Oval at 97. This is in the Championship. 11 centuries and 5 other scores above 50 in 23 matches. So, yeah, that's the definition of prolific. Oh, past the edge. Bashir, really good, threatening from both sides of the wicket in that successful over at last for Somerset. 168 for 1, the score. We'll look here at a couple of moments in the first session where it could have broken the other way. In fact, first of all, we're going to see the wicket. This is Burns' dismissal. Yeah, good cricket from Somerset there. Phil Walker's scribbling in my book, ruining my notes. I keep these careful notes in my book. He's got here, back foot no ball for the wicket. Interesting. I think he was okay. I did think that. It was my first instinct was he's right up against the line, but you've got to, as long as you've got, I think the way they interpret that law now is that so long as they can, this will be hard to explain without having it in front of me, but as long as you can, it's a bit like the front foot no ball in terms of you need to be all the way over the top of it. before you're deemed to have broken that side crease. I think there was a time where if you were touching the side crease it would be called a no ball. Now you need to be in breach of it. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Surrey Cricket, social media handles throughout the summer. I quite enjoyed the Daniel Norcross, the roaming Norcross segment during lunch, where you went and spoke to a number of spectators on the ground doing their thing, as you can do here at the Oval. There's a segment in Australia where it's called Roaming Brian, where a football commentator goes down into the dressing rooms after play, a little bit like Martin Brundle in the F1s. And I don't know, can we make that a thing with Norcross? Can we send him out into the wild each day? I say the wild. What are we saying? We're talking about the refined audience here at the Kia Oval.
Dan Norcross's lunchtime outfield walk.
Yeah, something like that. We can, get a sponsor or two. You want to sponsor it? surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Drop us a line. We can brand him. He won't mind. He's done all sorts of silly things for sponsors for me over the years. Norks, walks and talks, says Phil Walker. Like it. Yeah, it's got potential. He's got the right disposition just walking up to people. I was in a pub, I won't surprise you to learn, in a pub with Daniel the other week. Shots. That's what Pope is just so efficient at doing, putting away balls on leg stump, helping it on its way. All that timing, so much having to play yourself in. It's classical stuff. Cannot bowl there to Surrey's number 3. It's barely even leg stump. Middle and off. So I sat at the pub with Daniel. He went outside and there was a vacant seat, but clearly amongst a group of people. And sort of like a cocktail stool was a set-up thing, and he just picked it up and said, I'm going to sit here for the time. And they're like, no, our friend's sitting there. He's like, are they sitting here right now? Where is this friend? I will sit here until this friend returns, thank you very much. And these big blokes from Sydney who he was dictating terms to, I thought, this has got half a chance of getting out of hand, but he managed to set things straight. End of the over, boundary from it, 172 for 1. My point is that he's not shy about talking to strangers.
No.
So him being out there and doing his thing at lunch, the right disposition for it.
Yeah, I spied him on the outfield at lunch from my position in the office, and just behind him there was I presume was a dad playing cricket with his son, and the son proceeded to hit him with the bat. That was a lovely backdrop.
Tell me, I don't think we're together for much longer here. I'll probably jump off after one more over. What are you working on at the moment? What are you writing about? What's your project?
So I'm currently looking at the changes to the women's regional structure.
Oh, yeah.
They're set to announce their 8 sides to get Tier 1 status later this month.
That seems like quite a competitive process. I must admit, when the ECB put out that statement, they were giving the regions back to the counties. I thought it would just be a little bit self-selecting as to who went for it. What, 16 of the 18 are pitched up?
Yeah. I think there's an element of the current regional hubs. Who have the infrastructure. I think, for example, it would be hard to take a Tier 1 side away from Southampton.
Mm-hmm.
The Southern Vipers, they're not just one of the most successful women's regional sides, they are one of the most successful domestic sports sides in the world over the last few years. So you can't imagine that being taken away from them and given to Hove, for example, despite the really important role Sussex have played in the development of women's cricket in England over the last decade.
I felt that way too. I saw counties who were applying for it. I'm like, yeah, they should be in with a shout. County like Kent, they've produced a lot of England players. They've hosted a lot of England internationals. And they've been working with Surrey as part of the Stars. But I think it's quite right that counties that aren't test playing feel like they have a right to pitch up and have their credentials reviewed as well. It shouldn't just automatically go to the 6 or 8 grounds that we think of as being the senior test playing venues. So where do you think it'll land? What's your gut feel?
I think it will be broadly in line with the regional hubs that currently have sides. I think the really interesting one is Glamorgan and what they do with that, because obviously Welsh Fire
single to finish.
Welsh Fire
Sibley retains the strike. Sorry, he's 83, 173 for one. I'll stick with you for one more over.
Obviously Welsh Fire were hugely successful in the 100 last year, Tammy Beaumont scoring the first 100 of the women's competition, but they don't have a regional side. They're currently represented by Western Storm, who also represent Cornwall, Devon, Somerset, Gloucestershire. It's a huge area to cover, including all of Wales. So I think that'll be an interesting one, given that they don't have a regional hub, but they do a lot of work with Cricket Wales and have a Welsh cricket side, as to where that goes, whether it goes to Western Storm, and obviously like Heather Knight is the captain of Western Storm, it's a big brand. Where they go with that will be a really interesting one to look at. But aside from that, I can't see their tier 1 sides not going to the normal places like Lancashire, who have an incredible setup with Thunder, Yorkshire, Headingley here, the Keir Oval, Lords as well. You would struggle not to have a tier 1 side at Lords. So
the MCC and Middlesex are in a joint venture, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yep. Sneaks it through. Won't quite have the steam to reach the rope to the long boundary. Pulls up on the practice pitches.
But you've also got to think with the regional structure that the regions represent such vast swathes of the country. These tier 1 sides are also going to represent vast swathes of the country, and there's not the same restrictions on them having to play around the regions that they do now. So Vipers play at Arundel and Wormsley and Nuclear CC on the Isle of Wight and Hove and Southampton. They won't be playing there assuming that Southampton get tier 1 side. So there will be vast swathes of the country without any professional women's cricket, and there's very little clarity on what's going to happen below that. So it's very important who gets these regional tier 1 sides.
Also because they're being baked in for, is it 3 seasons to start, something like that?
I think it's 4.
4 seasons. Then there'll be promotion relegation eventually as it matures.
It said no promotion relegation until at least 2028.
28. So yeah, it's quite significant. Because there'll be that graduated privilege, right? If you've got a tier 1 side and the investment that comes with that, it's going to be hard to. If you're coming up from below, where it's more like semi-pro, it won't be as it is in men's cricket, where all the counties are fully professional.
I think it's important to think about what good the regional setup has done for women's cricket. There's now over 100 professional women's cricketers in England, and before that there were pretty much none, and the Kia Super League was the only place that you could earn money as a domestic women's cricketer. But I think it is time to look at the regional system and how capable it is of building the foundations for growth that is needed going forward to back up the successes of the 100. Because the 100 crowds are brilliant for women's cricket, but they haven't trickled down into the regional setup.
And I understand that. I appreciate that point. You know, the regions have done their work developing players. But I've covered the finals days, the regional final. There's no one there because how do you have a buy-in with a team that's got no history to it? I understand that point too, which is why the first class counties is the logical place for this to move towards. But yeah, I am aware of the fact that there'll be we haven't mentioned Warwickshire in all of this. It feels like a big county, a test playing ground with somewhere along the line someone's going to miss out. Yeah. Only 8 spots, especially if they have to account for Wales and for Southampton, which is a fair point you raise.
I spoke to Jane Powell, who's president of Yorkshire Cricket Club, former England player, England captain, and she spoke about the disconnect that there is amongst Yorkshire members to the Northern Diamonds because they are not under that Yorkshire branding, and that their bid for Tier 1 was very much about bringing the Northern Diamonds under that Yorkshire branding and making them a part of Yorkshire's history and Yorkshire's family. But I can absolutely see that county members who've supported Yorkshire all their life, or supported any county all their life, are not going to buy into a team that doesn't have that kind of branding or history behind it.
Boundary to finish. Help yourself stuff for Ollie Pope there. Placed it between backward point and the cordon. Ends the over. 7 runs from it. It takes Surrey up to 181 for 1. And that'll be my cue to jump off. I'll leave you with Katya Witney, who can continue talking about the work she's doing on the England regional system, and I'll be replaced by Phil Walker.
Dom Sibley's 14 away from his 100 here, playing really nicely. been more attacking in the early part of this afternoon session than we're perhaps used to seeing from him.
Afternoon, Katya.
Hi, Phil.
Yeah, bang on. He's gone up and down the gears, hasn't he? Different tempo for different moments across the course of this innings. At moments he's been particularly expansive, and then he's settled in. He's been quite cautious and circumspect against the spinner. As you say, 14 away. Shot in anger against Shoaib Bashir, but despite the intentions of Surrey's two openers, they haven't been able to get at Bashir really. He's maintained his lengths in particular. He just bowls a very natural stock ball that drops on that irritating length right there. You're not quite sure whether to go forward or back. Rory Burns advanced to him a few times and only really managed to sort of scavenge a few into the leg side really. No real shots in anger played, certainly not over the top against him. And again, just content to play it quietly out into the onside. It's an onside packed field, 5-4 leg side, but nobody out in the outer on either side, which is good brave captaincy really when the scoreboard says 180 for one. Bringing short leg into a kind of Saturday thirds driving catching position at straight mid on, and he does go down this time. Bump ball. Shoaib Bashir sharp in his follow through. Interesting little sub play here between the two of them. So 5 deliveries gone, no runs so far from the over. Bashir keeping it very tight, 1 for 26 into his 16th. Floated up this time. Another one ticks by, 56 gone now, but that was a fabulous over by Shoaib Bashir, who's showing that he's not in any way diminished by the challenge in front of him here. He's become Somerset's key man in the absence of Jack Leach, coming back of course from that injury, and when they needed someone to just apply some pressure and some control, he's been outstanding across the course of the day. 16 overs, 12 of which has come today. 1 for 26 to show for his work. And you can see him almost growing in front of our eyes, can't you, Katya?
Yeah, I was thinking about Bashir this morning. I was thinking about the last few months he will have had, and 10 county championships wickets last season, 9 appearances, called up to India, all that furore. All that furore over his visa, having to fly back home.
Been through a lot.
Comes in, does an amazing job on what is otherwise a series that England lost quite badly, and then coming into the new season, there he was in the headlines again over Somerset not picking him last week, and I think it speaks to a lot to the character of someone who's only 20 years old to come and bowl the way he has today.
Yeah, I think that sort of preternatural maturity was very evident, I thought, in India. You'd think that the scale of the job in hand would shrink most young cricketers, but he seemed to grow into it. Joe Root in particular spoke very warmly about his influence on the dressing room. Foolish but rather clothed into the ground by Dom Sibley, who's just a little becalmed on 86. It's been a good tempo to his knock though up until now, and he will be desperate for those 14 runs, so near to what will be a very accomplished ton. Forgive me, I was outside the box when you and Adam were chatting. Did you discuss Durham's Ollie Robinson in the wicket-keeping conversation?
We didn't yet, but I think he absolutely should be in the conversation.
So we did have an email in from Alex. It's just popped up on our feed here, following on from your conversation with Adam regarding the keeper chat. He's clearly in the mix, isn't he, Ollie Robinson?
Yeah, he had a very good season at Durham last year. And if you're talking about the style of player that England want, which with the bat, if they're looking to prioritise batting over perhaps someone like Foakes, who's more of a natural keeper, then someone like Ollie Robinson seems like the ideal choice. And I think this season will be a really big season for him because Durham back into Division 1. His runs last year will be caveated with the point that it was in a very successful season for Durham in a very good side in Division 2. This year could be a really big season for him. We're not sure, what the situation with Bastow is going to be, how much longer his body will allow him to keep playing Test cricket and all formats of cricket.
Rock solid by Dominic Sibley, who's getting right in behind that. He's not going to give anything away, you feel, at this point. I think the key point is that he's playing Div 1 cricket now, as you say, which is not to besmirch those who make good runs in Division 2, and certainly Durham were the standout side last year, but Division 1 is a different proposition. The one thing in his favour is that he's a front foot player, literally and metaphorically. He scores at a very, very high lick, which is what England are looking for. As Pretorius just pulls out, so it gives us another moment. Yeah, England are looking for that kind of player, I think, in the mould of Bairstow, a counter puncher at 6 or 7. So he does come into the conversation. Gorgeous on drive, but straight to the man. His balance has been a real feature of his innings, Dominic Sibley. Another one gone, another one ticking by. 57 bowled now for 181 for 1. Still 54 remaining in the day, so long old slog. Katya Witney is vacating the seat for a little moment. Daniel Norcross tapping her on the shoulder. Thank you, Katya. Cracking stuff, particularly on the evolution of women's cricket. We watch with bated breath to see which of the 8 first-class counties are triumphant through that tender process, that bidding process.
When's the announcement?
I think at the end of the month. I don't think we have a date. Okay. But 16 of the 18 have tendered.
Which 2 did not?
I don't know.
Oh.
No, don't know.
Oh.
Bashir again. Drag down this time, and Pope punches it. Doesn't get too much of it actually, but pick up a single. One of the very few drag downs we've seen. He just bowls such a natural stop ball. Just drops it on a length almost as if he's got his eyes closed. He's got a very economical action without too much that can go wrong with it, and crucially he's got the mind.
He's bowling at 2 right-handers as well. He's bowled 16 overs for 27.
Yeah. That'll be 4 though. That's well timed. It's just a tiny bit too full, perhaps slightly leg side-ish, and punched by Dominic Sibley, who moves now into the 90s.
That was a beautiful shot. Just a very rare example of Bashir over pitching. I wasn't down in India for the Test series. TalkSport were covering that, and so I hadn't seen Shoaib Bashir up close because of course he's not played a great deal of first-class cricket. But I was down where the players come in, preparing for our Vox Pop with our willing victims, and he's a very, very big man. He's very impressive up close. You don't notice it because on TV he looks kind of willowy, and you imagine he's going to be quite slender.
Shortish again this time, and that'll be 4 more back to back. Dominic Sibley just hanging back and waiting for it, hitting it on the top of the bounce, punching it past the man at extra, and of course it's such a short boundary out that way. It's a mark of how well Bashir has bowled that there's been so few boundaries hit through that vacant spot in the offside, but
just overcompensated touch. As the previous ball was a rare example of 1 over pitch, so he's just brought the length back probably about a foot too far.
That's better, but Sibley again showing his intent.
Just to go back to his physicality, it's rare to find an off spinner who's he's quite broad. He looks strong, he's got big hands. He's an impressive specimen.
A bit quicker this time,
but
another one gone.
The other thing you've got to bear in mind is he's still new to the first class game. This is a long spell he's bowled in.
Yeah, and you will see him begin to tire, you think, towards the end of this session. They don't have many other options though. We were saying earlier, Jack Leach's absence is quite marked on on a pitch like this. Tried to bisect the fielder, but doesn't manage it this time. Nonetheless, picks up a single, so retains the strike. 191 for one. And Sibley now just one hit away. 95 not out from 195. Played beautifully. Email in from Jonathan.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, John. He's emailing from his tractor cab.
Oh, that must be fun.
Trying to catch up with work after all the wet weather. Jonathan works at Godstone Vineyards, Daniel, up in the Surrey Hills.
Well, do you know?
Do you know it? I imagine you might have heard of it.
I've heard of it, and
I have a conversation about wine with you, by the way. We need to have.
Yes, because you owe me a lot, don't you?
Yes. Limitless, I think, was the term you used.
Limitless wine, yes.
Yeah.
And who better to provide us with limitless wine than Godstone Vineyards?
Godstone Vineyards.
What to support British wine, English wine especially.
Well, Jonathan just says, just lovely to hear the cricket again. And isn't it just? Isn't it just? Thanks for joining us, John.
He said, I think I saw him saying earlier that at last the weather's improving a bit for the vines, because a very, very wet spring, I guess, could cause havoc with a number of different crops.
It's going to be Casey Aldridge from the far end as we look at it, from the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end, and I thought he bowled very well earlier, lucklessly. And that is the length he favours, just slightly short of the length, hitting the splice.
This is where it really tests a young bowler, isn't it? Because you don't get into cricket to bowl a nagging back of a length, bowl dry, you know.
You say that, but you know his hero? You know his cricketing hero is
it Glenn McGrath?
It's Andrew Flintoff. So his nickname is Fred, because there's certain mannerism similarities, I think. The way he lands that front foot hard, and his hero is Flintoff. We were saying this in the morning session. His hero, his icon, the man he would love to inhabit one day is Andrew Flintoff.
Well, it was at this very ground. He got that magnificent run out.
Yeah,
at the Oval.
Of course. What a sign off that was.
Fifth test. Yes. Was it Ponting?
It was. Infamously. What a great moment that was. He was on one leg, Flintoff, by that point. Shortish and punched into the offside, so another single to Sibley. 96 now.
What a leg it was, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He did more on one leg than many of us on two.
Could do on 10.
And he took 5 for as well at Lords in that series as well. Again, hanging in there, his body like the Blues Brothers car. But he pulled it through, didn't he? And that sense of occasion as well, running Ponting out right at the death. Foolish, well bowled. Showing a bit of ambition as well here in daring to throw it up there, Casey Aldridge.
But just to go back to that point, it's not an easy thing to do when you're bowling with an old, unfamiliar ball to a team that's 192 for one. At one end you've got a former Test player who might still harbour hopes of becoming a future Test player again. You've got England's number 3 to come. You've got Smith, Foakes, Dan Lawrence. The sun is out, the pitch is doing nothing, and basically your skipper said give nothing away. And in fairness to Somerset, they've kept it pretty tight here. I mean, Shoaib Bashir is obviously the standout bowler in that regard, but Surrey only going at 3.26, and they would like to get further ahead of the game if they can by the end of the day. I mean, obviously they're not going to look too far ahead. There's still 52 overs to bowl after this one today.
Top edge, will it land safe? No, he's taken it this time. Heart in mouth moment, but he's managed to haul that one in. There was a steepler from Ollie Pope, and he's got to go for 11. He never quite looked in control of that shot. It got slightly big on him from Casey Aldridge, who's deserved that into his 7th over, and he picks up his first of the day.
Well, that is perseverance, isn't it? That is reward for perseverance from Aldridge. He's only conceded 9 runs in 7 overs against the side that's at that point only lost the 1 wicket, and it's reward for just keeping it tight to the point when Ollie Pope wanted to get on with it. He just wanted to get on with it for all the reasons I was about to go into. As we take a look at the replay here, it was short, it got up around about chest height, but Pope didn't get either on top of it or get enough bat on it to go up and over deep backward square. It is the shorter boundary that side, so you can see why he thought the shot was on. But that is a well judged catch from the substitute.
Yeah, he looks mightily relieved, doesn't he, in the face to have hauled that one in. Of course, Tom Banton dropped an eminently catchable one in the morning session to reprieve Rory Burns, but well, 2 down now, and useful couple of incisions here in the last 20 minutes.
Well, very much so, because when did Somerset lose their second wicket? Yesterday, at around about this time yesterday.
Indeed.
196 it was. So Jamie Smith is coming in at 4. Be interested to see whether Ben Foakes comes in at 5 or Dan Lawrence at 5. That remains to be seen, because of course we're in uncharted territory so far this year. Surrey not having lost a wicket last week thanks to the weather.
Yeah, it is an interesting move because Lawrence was carded at 4.
Pope's average at the Oval
plummeted from 97 to
93.69.
Oh, Daniel, it's only going one way for you. I know how much truck you put by this.
Well, it's more than that. There is almost no greater sight in world cricket than Ollie Pope at the Oval.
Yeah,
playing the way he can play.
Yeah, anyone who was here for that final day around this time last year, actually, I think first home game against Hampshire. And
I was listening to it.
It was
an airport in Hong Kong.
I remember you texted me about it. Yeah, and it was a nip and tuck game, wasn't it? Could have gone either way until Ollie Pope came out and smashed 122, I think it was. Oh, that's kept a wee bit low. Have to be mindful of it. Useful though, when you've got 96 to your name, you're alert to those kinds of mini grubbers, if you like.
Well, Somerset here have got to be thinking to themselves, come on, we can do what Surrey did yesterday.
Again,
an end open and they've got a man on 96. And we saw what big in the 90s did to Tom Lammonby yesterday.
Yeah, you have these little moments, don't you? These little tiny windows.
It's without doubt one of the many reasons why multi-day red ball cricket is so beautiful, because it's inexplicable if you just looked at the scorecard, but when you're here it makes absolute sense why this is a tense moment.
And he's becalmed as it stands just now. Field is relatively tight in as well, Dan.
Yep.
They sense as well that this is a moment.
But Dominic Sibley has got extraordinary powers of concentration. I'd back him here to just put this out of his mind. A ball will come.
Not this time. Excellent stuff by Shoaib Bashir. Couldn't be more impressed with him today in very trying circumstances, and he's gone for bang on 2 and over to pick up Rory Burns' wicket. He's kept Somerset in this game.
Well, let me get back to the scenario I wanted to build.
Yes.
Because we think a full day of cricket likely to be played tomorrow. The forecast is good, but the last day is a bit in and out. It's a bit mucky. Sunshine and showers, and we all know what that can mean. You can get a heavy shower and it can kick you off for an hour and a half, and you come out, the sun comes out, walk out the middle, another shower comes. You can have those horribly frustrating days. So Surrey are in a strong position, but they're not yet in a strong enough position to go hard to speed up the game. So they're still 93 runs behind. Not until they get up to parity would you really expect them to start to look to speed the game up. So
But they also have players who speed the game up by dint of how they play.
Indeed, Jamie Overton, for example, down the order. Gus Atkinson, where he'd come in, would do that. Steele, but Foakes perhaps,
perhaps Foakes is the only kind of ice to the fire of the rest. Daniel Lawrence can only really play one way, and he does enjoy batting here, I hasten to add.
I think I'm right in saying, and I'll get Andrew Samson to confirm, that Daniel Lawrence is the first and currently only Daniel ever to have played Test cricket for England. And it explains so much about my life. If I'd been called Tom or Ollie, who knows where I could have got to.
What's the...
Well, actually, Graham was very big when I was a lad. Graham Barlow. Graham
shot.
That is a lovely shot.
One of the shots of the day to get going. Jamie Smith has just punched that one straight past Casey Aldridge, who couldn't even begin to get down out of his follow-through as the ball flies past him. Beautiful shot.
Jamie Smith was one of 3 centurions, I believe, in Surrey's pursuit of 501 last year. And
you know full well he was, Daniel.
I
You
do.
literally have the T-shirt.
But again, I'm going to ask Andrew Samson to look something up, because the number of balls faced for each of the 300s, I believe it was Dom Sibley, Ben Foakes and Jamie Smith.
Correct.
Another couple here.
Yep.
The number of balls faced was a testament to the flexibility of Surrey's batting lineup. Dom Sibley's was wondrously glacial, as it needed to be, because he was setting the foundation up the top of the order. Ben Foakes's was a sort of a good rotating the strike, anchoring to make sure that Surrey completed the task. And Jamie Smith's was a blitz of sublime beauty.
Again, maybe kept just a tiny bit low, perhaps exaggerated by Jamie Smith a tad, but decent stuff here from Aldridge. Just the one over pitch, the only boundary that he's gone for across the day. He's into his 8th.
He's impressed me, Aldridge, with his discipline as much as anything else, and I think that's what earned him the wicket of Pope.
Strong shot. It was there to hit. It was a real drag down. Manages not quite to pull it in, and so that is 2 boundaries from the over, and Casey Aldridge is down on his luck, head in hands, drags himself back to the umpire and walks away. He's cranky with himself, hiding his face in his cap, because so much of his good work has been undone just in the last couple of minutes there, and Jamie Smith suddenly is away into double figures before you know it.
Well, I like how angry he is, because he was going at 1 and a bit and over, and he's conceded 2 boundaries there and a couple. And it was his discipline before that forced the false shot. And actually, he wasn't that far away from getting a false shot from Jamie Smith. The ball was in the air for a while, and it wasn't too far from that sort of wide mid-on or straightish mid-wicket that was inside the ring.
Yeah, indeed. But a sign of intent. This is how he's going to play today. So just the single. Can't beat the man at mid-on.
I've got the balls. Well, of course I've got the balls. I've got the balls for the hundreds.
Fire away then.
501. Dom Sibley, 368 balls for his 100.
Magnificent.
61 overs. Ben Foakes, 198 balls, perfect. Striking at around about 50.
70?
70.
Jamie
Smith. Thank you, Andrew.
It's going to be Jamie Smith on strike. Again, well bowled. He's just a joy to watch here.
Interested to see Smith's approach to Bashir. He's obviously going to want to have a little look first. He's quite new to the crease, but I fancy he's going to take the attack to Bashir if he stays in any length of time.
Have an answer to the question of which counties didn't tender to become a part of the the evolution of women's cricket. Yeah, the Svengali himself, the Charles Foster Kane of cricket publishing, Matthew Thacker, my boss, has just texted me or WhatsApped me. Derbyshire and Worcestershire deigned to put a proposal into the ECB, but all other 16 did. His WhatsApp comes alongside one from my father, who's just written twice.
Is he all right?
Disgraceful. one at 1:42, one at 2:26.
What's happened at Essex?
No, I think it might be what's happened at St James's Park. He's a dyed-in-the-wool Tottenham fan. So anyway, less said about that the better.
Oh, it's Saturday today.
It is Saturday, Daniel, yeah.
So football's on.
Yeah. Another one ticks by, 62 overs gone now, 203 for 2. Dominic Sibley will be on strike to, you would imagine, Casey Aldridge to continue, yeah.
Well, I never.
And just 3 runs away.
It's football day.
It is football day.
There's a timeless quality to a county championship match that means that you don't sort of your normal rhythms get a little bit out of sync.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot that this was the weekend.
A timeless quality to the life of Daniel Norcross as well, I think it's fair to say. Aldridge to continue. Straightish, and that could be them. No, I think it's just going to be cut off. Yeah, but he will come. No, he won't come back for a second. He was keen to, but Jamie Smith didn't want to be a part of a psychodrama there and said, nope, thank you. Let's just settle for a single.
Just reminds you.
For a moment there, I think Sibley thought that might have been it. Clipped it away, but the man was relatively straight at square leg.
But it's also quite a short boundary, and it's a very fast outfield, especially once it gets onto the practice pitches. So it gets to the fielder a bit quicker than you're thinking.
Just in behind that one, Jamie Smith, but you can sense he's looking to get going.
Grand National today as well, isn't it?
It is. Have you got one on?
No, I've completely forgotten. The moment I get off commentary, I'm going to have to go and speed read tips that are absolutely useless to me.
I'll just go on the best
for
name.
A lottery.
Go on the best name.
Yeah, well, there's a friend of mine who's gone completely off the rails lately.
Is he running?
Well, I mean, I think he's helping out one of the candidates for the London mayoral race, and it's not one that you would imagine. So I think because it's his birthday, I always get him a bet on a horse in the Grand National. It's always around this time. So I think I've got him one called that felt appropriate. I'll find it for you in a moment. I'll let you know.
Good stuff by Casey Aldridge. It's been a wholehearted performance by him today, and him and Bashir have offered Somerset some kind of hope. Gossamer thin perhaps, but nonetheless they've held it together really, really impressively here. 2 young cricketers still making their way.
I've pumped for 2 horses for him.
Okay.
So he gets £5 each way on each.
Lovely.
Oh,
4 more. He's only been out there 15 minutes and he's hit 2 of the shots of the day already. Carbon copies, really. Longish half volleys by Casey Aldridge, who's striving as best he can, but Jamie Smith looks in ominous touch. 14 from 15.
Well, you hear it said so often, it becomes a cliche, the on drive, hardest shot to play. Well, he makes it look very easy, doesn't he?
Oh. 4 more. Thanks very much.
Goodness me, it's just gorgeous to watch, isn't it?
It is, and this ball now 63 overs old is ramrod straight for the seamer.
I think Aldridge's done a good job here for his team, but it might be time for him to have a little blow. The 2 horses I've chosen are Chemical Energy at 25 to 1.
Sounds appropriate to you, man.
And On the Ropes at 100 to 1.
Perfect.
I have no idea if they're any good, these horses. Haven't got a clue. The problem is, though, that once I buy him a gift of that, I almost have to have a little side bet on myself, because I'd hate it if I suddenly have to hand over 600 quid to him while my horse falls at the first.
If you're a Surrey obsessive, of which there's probably quite a few listening in here, and you have a particular penchant for Will Jacks, currently not with us of course, he's out in India doing good things for RCB. Well, Foxy Jacks, spelt the Jacks way, is one of the horses running this afternoon. Foxy Jacks.
Hello. That I was going to say it has my name in it. It has Will Jacks's name on it, but
I don't know what you can get for that
Well,
particular.
I'll go and have a look.
Yeah, you check that out for us, Dan.
Do gamble responsibly, then.
He's tucked that round the corner. He's coming back for a second, and there it is. You can hear the applause. Warmly received. Dominic Sibley has been pure class today. Chanceless from start to finish. Great tempo to his innings, great crispness to his shot making, especially down the ground. He's negotiated this passage of play against Shoaib Bashir with great composure, played within himself, and there was an inevitability about that. 208 deliveries, 17 fours, a memorable knock, and there he is, just back in his box. He may be eyeing something considerably more than just an even 100 here, and this is, as you made the comparison earlier, Daniel, yesterday Tom Lammonby played nicely for an even 100, gave it away. It's hit that hard, but again, straight back to the man.
It's a 20th first-class 100 for Surrey from Dom Sibley.
Yeah, it was an inspired move to bring him back here, where it all began for him, of course. Had a good year last year. Without putting up too many trees, it's probably fair to say. But this is a real significant moment for him. The first home game of the year, and for his captain as well. Already posted a large century partnership. They only managed one between them all of last year. Dragged down. He's not managed to capitalise.
I don't really think that was just too short.
It's one of those where all 13 people on the pitch, plus the umpires, are either showing a smile or concealing one. Anyway, we move on. 64 overs gone. 2-1-4 for 2. You feel like it's now or never really for Somerset. Adam Collins is ready and waiting. I'm going to leave you be and go and check out the form.
Well, it has been a terrific knock from Dom Sibley, just what Surrey needed in response to that 285. Sibley's first-class 100 against Somerset, incidentally. Before that, just the 281 runs at 18.73 with a best of 56. So it's exorcising a few ghosts, but it's been an innings of some quality with a lot of shots on the offside as well as the leg side. Some beautiful drives yesterday, and it's kept going today. Not been, from memory, chances from Sibley. Rory Burns, who was dropped, wasn't it?
Burns was dropped by Banton, wasn't he?
He was beaten on the outside edge a couple of times when Pretorius came into the attack from the Vauxhall end, but other than that...
There was that loud shout for caught behind, which went his way, but upon review it was the right decision from umpire Kettleborough. It was in the first half an hour of play.
Jamie Smith and his on drive, Adam Collins. It's a beautiful shot, isn't it?
Yeah, the one he played down the ground to that Mickey Stewart members pavilion end was a stunner to get going about 10 minutes ago. Yeah, Sibley, when you think about the way he was omitted from that England team just on the cusp of an Ashes series in 21-22. Great diving stop. Long way down for Overton, does it well. You might recall he was selected to go on the England Lions tour instead of getting a spot on the senior trip, and declined it. He said that no, I'm not going to go away. I need to take some time for myself. It's been a long, slightly arduous stretch. Remember, he played that innings at Edgbaston where he batted through the first session with Burns. They got to 50-something for none at lunch. And along with that draw at Lords that you were referring to earlier, those innings where he occupied the crease for a long time, where he became something of a whipping boy. He was a symbol of what people thought wasn't working in English cricket. To have that all hovering over your head, and then, as I say, deciding not to tour Australia at all, and making a decision that was the right one for him at the time. See here, Aldridge, something going on with his boot. Needs to
We've
change
had
shoe.
Well, we had a problem with his boot earlier,
Yeah.
if you recall. It's not the first time that's happened today. He's heading off for repairs. Does that mean the over's going to have to be completed by someone else?
It looks like that they are going to send the sub on.
So Lewis Gregory's going to have to complete the over by the looks of things.
Normally, to have your over completed, you need to be demonstrating some kind of injury, but
this is rather unusual, isn't it?
I think it is.
So it's seldom that I've seen someone run off the field in mid-over to be replaced. Ordinarily, they would be limping.
Yeah. I don't know whether it'll quite make the Wisden Almanac Index of Unusual Occurrences.
That's one of your favourite chapters, isn't it?
It is. We're up this week, aren't we? Wisden Almanac's out on Tuesday.
Will you be doing your annual interview with Lawrence Booth, the editor?
Yep, all lined up. We'll be in the MCC library on Tuesday, just ahead of the dinner on.
So you've had a sneak preview of the book, have you?
I have. I've signed it, as is the practice. I've signed an NDA, so I can't tell you anything about it. Ooh, how's that?
That was quite a noise, yeah.
Grunted out. But yes, it's the 5 Wisden cricketers of the year, one of the least understood awards in world cricket. There's always a blow-up that Kohli's not there, or that Sachin's not there, or whatever it is. But of course, it's about what's happened in the previous English season, and you can't have won it before. So it does rather narrow the pool of England players that can win it, because typically they 2 catching covers here, I should say. Smith defending in that direction. So there's that quirk each year when trying to work out who might be in the 5 end of a maiden from Gregory, broken up in 2 with Aldridge. 2-14 for 2 the score. They trail by just 71, and there are 14 overs left until tea.
There's a couple of players, very prominent players in English cricket, who never won it, and they're among the people with the most number of wickets to have played for England. Never to have got one of the Wisden Cricketers of the year.
This is fun. Don't spoil it with Samo. I can see you looking at Samo.
Well, I think Samo might want to go and have a look, see if he can find it out. But
can we play the game? Let's go through our paces here. What era am I looking for?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you that both of these players took over 100 wickets, but I think fewer than 200. Pretty sure.
Okay. 100 to 200.
Between 100 and 200,
and didn't win the. That's a difficult.
Very famous players.
Very famous players.
Very famous players, and they're still with us and still very prominent.
Okay.
Not necessarily on the field anymore.
Okay. See if we can do this in a bit of a yes and no 20 questions type thing. Left arm spin.
Yes, there's one.
Okay. That didn't expect straight away. I was acknowledging who was bowling. Goldsworthy, who picked up his maiden first-class wicket last week, by the way. Is it Monty Panesar?
No. Although it's possible he might not have, I might have missed out. He might not have got it, but there's a different left arm.
I reckon Panesar won it in 2009. I think he got it for his 2008, which was quite impressive around that time. Oh, yep, it's through. The left arm spin removes the man on an even 100. We saw that yesterday around this time of day with Lammonby. It was the catalyst for a collapse, and well, maybe Somerset, who've picked up 3 in relatively quick succession, could get on a roll themselves. Goldsworthy had to wait so long in his professional career to get his first wicket. A little Q-ender trickles onto the middle pole.
I think, did he hit that onto his own boot and then back?
I think it was the bottom of the bat. Either way, Sibley.
Take a look.
It's hit a couple of things. It's gone off the front pad after hitting the bottom of the blade, and he can't quite believe he's fell in those circumstances. It's been a really impressive innings to start his 2024 here at home at the Kia Oval.
Bit of Groundhog Day going on here, Colo.
Yes, well, yesterday we saw those 7 wickets fall for 20 runs. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, but wickets falling at 167, 192 and 214 does open the door. 71 runs still the number on the board that matters most in terms of the game situation. Can Somerset now do as Surrey did yesterday? That's an open question, and Goldsworthy straight away does the trick. Point of difference.
Super bit of captaincy, that, isn't it? I mean, you can look like a genius there when you bring on your part-time left armour. I think there was an element of good fortune attached to it. and an element of misfortune for poor old Dominic Sibley, but doesn't take anything away from what has been a very fine innings at the top of the order.
Midas touch.
It isn't going to be Daniel Lawrence. It's going to be Ben Foakes who's coming out at number 5. We were sort of expecting that.
Foakes, who batted 5 with distinction last year for Surrey, made that lovely 100 here against Warwickshire late in the season, and is in need of runs for no other reason than he's an incumbent in the England 11, and if you're going to be selected to play in the position that he plays in, the requirement these days is to also make truckloads of runs, and that's the job for Ben Foakes over the next couple of months. Of course, didn't bat in round 1 because Surrey only got to face a handful of overs with Sibley and Burns, so his first knock of season 2024. As the game just said at the start of play, if you looked at the card for yesterday and saw 285 all out and 42 for none at the club, you might get the impression it was a relatively straightforward day at the office. First ball handled comfortably. It belied the chaos in the middle session and the big partnership that preceded it. Well, maybe we'll get something similar today. That partnership for the first wicket was 167. The partnership for the second wicket yesterday was 178. So there are some similarities. Middle session where all the action is. So if you go through the match so far, in the first session, and that completes the successful over, Goldsworthy straight away, 214 for 3. 1 wicket yesterday, no wickets today, so 1 wicket in the first session, 10 in the middle session, 7 yesterday, 3 today, and who knows how many more might fall between now and 13 overs
13
from now.
overs, yeah.
And then yesterday in the final session there were just the 2. So this is the time of day where stuff is happening.
Yep, it feels like it does. Panesar was Wisden Cricket of the Year in 2007.
Okay.
So you've got another left arm spinner to consider.
So we're not talking about a left arm spinner.
No, we are.
Oh, we are. Left arm spinner. Between
spinner.
100 and 200 wickets.
Yes.
Okay.
Was he born in Lusaka? I don't think so. I think you're thinking of Philip Henri Edmonds, aren't you?
Yes, I was going to say.
He might not have won it. Yeah, so he could be.
I was thinking 86, 87 Ashes.
There's a little bit of a clue. If P.H. Edmonds also didn't win Cricketer of the Year, then heading in the right county. Across the river, our cousins.
Embers?
Left arm spinner.
Oh, left arm spinner, sorry. I was just thinking spinner from Middlesex.
A man I've seen prone on the floor.
Oh,
here.
Philip Clyde Roderick Tufnell.
Correct.
Prone on the floor.
Here, at the Oval. During the England-Sri Lanka series of 2021, when we commentated from here in January at 3:30 in the morning.
What did he take? 1,200 first-class wickets. Never won the Wisden Cricketer. There you go. That's a nice steer. Smith, who's come out playing his shots down the ground there using the pace.
Yep. So it's a key passage of play here for Surrey. They're going to look to up the tempo a little bit. You just wait and watch how late he plays this. We were waxing lyrical about his driving, but that is as deliberate as you like. He's getting it to the left of backward point, or even a sort of deep gully to the untenanted deep third boundary.
We've had that annoying thing happen where we've got an email on the screen that might have solved it for us. Oh, again, same direction, but deep third's gone back, so it's just for 1 for Smith, who's batting in one-day mode so far. So this is a guess from our correspondent Jack, who wrote to us yesterday as well. He's bang on with Tufnell, and his other guess is Stephen Finn.
That is correct.
Stephen
another Middlesex
Finn.
man. Another Middlesex man. And he is still very, very angry about it, and I'll tell you for why. And you might have a little bit of sympathy with Stephen Finn when I tell you why.
Because he had that breakout summer in 2010, didn't he?
Yes.
Took a stack of wickets. What was he, the fastest to 50 wickets?
2010 is a very, very important clue.
That's the year where they didn't give 5 out. They gave 4 out because Shield Berry decided to omit Muhammad Amir, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Yeah.
And so when this was pointed out to Finney, he he lost his rag when he discovered that not only had he never won 5 cricketers of the year, despite having taken so many wickets for England, he's up there as one of the most prolific wicket takers for England never to have got the accolade. But then when he discovered that only 4 were given, he thought, what? You can see his point.
Yeah, it was a not too subtle protest there from the editor at the time, because Mohammed Amir had been such a revelation and done such good work until, well, what happened at Lord's.
Correct.
In saying that, and I'll get Andrew Samson to confirm this, the Lord's Test of 2010 that Pakistan played in, that must have been relatively early in the series. So usually you're looking at a body of work across an entire summer, right? So last year being an Ashes year, the year after an Ashes year, you tend to see end of the over 67 gone, 219 for 3. You tend to see players that have played a lot of Test cricket against England. So you might see an Aussie or two this year.
But they played against Australia as well that year, if you remember.
Oh, Pakistan
they played Pakistan in England.
Neutral Test matches.
Headingley
and Lords.
Was it Lords?
Lords was the other year. They won at Headingley.
Yeah.
So I guess there was a bit more cricket than I'm giving it credit for Pakistan.
They played quite a few matches. Oh, Cameron Ponsonby's here.
That means you're out.
You need to be rid of me.
Andrew Samson's with us as well. He's going to, as you jump out. Actually, why don't you put the cans on Sam? He's got something to say. Let the man be heard. The world's greatest cricket statistician puts his hand up. You give him a microphone. Samo.
No, I was just answering a question about the Lord's Test in 2010. It was actually the last test that year.
Right.
For whatever reason. I can't remember what the reason was.
Thank you, Samo. You can take the cans off now. And Cam Ponsonby will shuffle in for a stint of colour. Too short, but protection at deep point. Smith milking singles as he sees fit. How's your afternoon been, Cam?
It's been very pleasant. Got myself a bag of quavers and a ginger beer. A fine combination. Few better. So I've obviously been very hard at work, basically.
Busy down in the press box today?
I think there's a very mysterious correlation between how busy it is on a Saturday versus a weekday. So I think it's a little bit quieter when the sun's out.
I was guilty
weekend.
of that. I used to be guilty of that when kind of covering county cricket but not necessarily broadcasting on it. Oh, that's short as well. But only the one, where you often see it, both the Lord's press box and the Oval press box during a county day, all of the various freelance types using it as their office and getting a nice free feed.
Absolutely. I mean, I remain guilty of that, and I make no apologies for it.
Yet to really find his length, Goldworthy, but has got that wicket of Sibley on 100. Have you written for the Wisden Cricketers Almanac this year, Cam?
I have indeed. I did.
Completes the over, just 2 from it, 221 for 3. Deficit is 64.
Basically, as far as I'm aware, the game is you want to write one thing a year so you get the invite to the dinner, and that's so far what I'm succeeding in doing. So I wrote one thing last year, the match report for the Mount Maunganui Test, New Zealand versus England, and I just wrote the match report for the Ranchi Test where England fell in a heap in India, Test 4, and so to lock in the invite for 2025.
It's quite the honour getting asked to do a match report on England on an England Test match in the Almanac.
It is really, and it is very exciting. I know this is kind of this is cricket media journalist chat, but
sure,
to open up the book and see your name in it is very exciting.
First time I wrote a piece was to recognise the retirement of Michael Clarke.
Oh, lovely.
And I still remember how I started the piece, because it's an important piece. You write hundreds of articles when you're hacking around in freelance land. But, the first time Lawrence says, hey, mate, do you want to write whatever it is, 1,000 words on this? You're like, yeah, I want to write 1,000 words on this. I started it by saying something along the lines of Michael Clarke was Australia's first Gen Y Test captain. So it's appropriate that you can see his public perception through the prism of Facebook. And this might date it a little bit because these things don't apply anymore. But remember, on Facebook there was relationship status.
I remember it very well.
Single, taken, or it's complicated.
Yes.
So I said, Australia's relationship with Michael Clarke, it's complicated. He remains so.
I always found it such a shame. He was a real kind of one of the few overseas heroes I had kind of growing up. I think because he made that 91, I want to say, in the first test of the 2005 series at Lords.
Yep.
And as kind of being of that generation where I was 10 years old.
Nicely worked.
You basically go, right, this is the new kid who's good. Then you find out he kind of is this beautiful batter who makes triple centuries and can also send down these left armers, World Cup winning captain. I definitely bought into the hype of Michael Clarke. I think it's him and Pujara who share this kind of remarkable statistic of they ran at about kind of 25%, or 1 in 4 balls of spin they faced, they'll run down the wicket. And that just means you can't miss it, because then you get out, and kind of very simple stat that I enjoy.
Taken on and does it well. I mean, since Smith's walked out there, the game's looked different. That's gone 20 rows back. It could have easily ended up out towards the gasometer. Picked it up so nicely. Smith to 30 from as many balls. The first big one for him, 228 for 3.
No, Smith proving where Surrey's greatest strength potentially in this batting lineup is that if Burns and Sibley put on a strong opening partnership, you then have such an exciting middle order coming in against an older ball, and it just spells trouble for wherever the opposition is. And Smith, on 30 off 30, with no sign of slowing down, is proving exactly that.
He's using his feet too to one of the catching covers, the squarer of the pair. Yeah, I don't know how many times on radio coverage I've done quite a lot of Australia-India Test cricket, England-India Test cricket as well. Lion bowls, Pujara dances and defends. Lion bowls, Pujara dances and defends. Or kicks away is the other one. Dances and kicks him. I think Lions bowled more balls to Pujara than Samo will confirm. It's something like amongst the most combinations in Test cricket ever.
Yeah.
Gave that everything. That's a great stop. Lammonby to his left, saving a certain boundary. 7 from the over, 228 for 3, trails by 57. You're right about players that you pick up when you're a young cricket watcher, an enthusiast in front of the television, and you just lock onto them for the rest of their cricketing journeys, regardless of how it goes. For me, Mark Waugh made his 100 on Test debut when I was 6. Watching that at Adelaide Oval and being brought in for his brother, and his career spanned kind of my first year of primary school, and he finished up in my last year of secondary school. It's the perfect encapsulation of that classic childhood hero thing, right?
My England idol growing up was always Ian Bell. And I think I always had something, because he had that kind of underdog status, and he made I think 160 against Bangladesh before the Ashes series. I was like, right, this is my guy. And then when I felt his pain when the runs weren't flowing.
Foakes' turn to get on the act. Just enough width to work with there. It was too short, I should say. Gets 2, didn't get all of it. Lifted it over the infield.
I remember
working to some rhythm.
I remember Ian Bell got 199 at Lords, and he chipped Harris, the South African off spinner, back to him to be dismissed 1 short of a double century. And I didn't have Sky, never had Sky growing up, and so I would watch it on the BBC Live scorecard. Being absolutely beside myself. I actually was at a friend of mine's house after school, and I'd convinced him to let me put the 2D scorecard on the TV rather than like Scrubs or Friends on E4 or something. Absolutely beside myself, where you saw his kind of photo and image like fade out, go into that kind of translucent colour, which means he's out, and you're just like, how has he managed this?
May not be a bad one for Surrey Broadcast at gmail.com. Who were the cricketers that captured you as a very little person, who you just went on the journey with a couple of years or longer? They may not have been the most fashionable of players, but you wanted it for them. In fact, our colleague on the Surrey stream, Felix White, writes beautifully about that in his book. It's Always Summer Somewhere, where he talks about coming here and watching England play the Windies in 1991 when Tufnell was bowling to them. I think the story goes that Tufnell, that over's complete, 230 for 3, trailed by 55, the home side. But I think Tufnell gets Richards in that test. I feel like that's what happens anyway. He certainly has an influence in that day that Felix was at, and that was his guy.
Yeah,
a left arm spinner who had to suffer the indignity of occasionally getting whacked around, which is an occupational hazard being a finger spinner. And yes, Tufnell may not have been the player that he may not have been. You're talking about Michael Clarke, who played well over 100 test matches and scored the better part of 10,000 test runs. That wasn't Tufnell's ride, but he played 10 more years of test cricket, right? Finished his test career here at the Oval in 2001, and Felix was captivated by all of it whenever he was picked. Back to Smith. It's great having Andrew Samson next to us. Most balls from a bowler to a batter in test cricket. The great Clary Grimmett bowled 1,754 balls to Herbert Sutcliffe. The great Herbert Sutcliffe as well, I should say. 1,389 from Alec Bedser to Arthur Morris. That's a good one. That would have stumped me, but that's a really good one. And then third on the list is Lyon to Bajara, 1,296. You would think that Lyon to Bajara, they could go again. They might dance again. Bedser got Morris 18 times in Test cricket as well, Samo tells me. Short and just decides to back out at the last minute. Smith, he was eyeing off the short boundary out towards the Galladari stand.
Are we able to get with those three kind of the top three bowlers versus batters in Test cricket and the number of dismissals for each, or like the strike rate? So for instance, I don't know if 1,296 balls from Lyon to Bajara, it sounds like a lot.
He's got him a lot.
But exactly, does that mean
Bajara's made untold runs against Lyon because that's the way he plays. He's such a machine against spin. It was the series last year, the Border Gavaskar series in India, where Bajara played his 100th Test match, and I think I'm right in saying that was the Test where Lyon took his 8-wicket bag at indoor on a pitch that was just an absolute shambles that was shooting through the surface within 10 minutes of the Test starting, and you kind of knew you were up for a 3-day Test at best, and it finished in the 7th session of the match.
Goodness me.
So having a bowler like Lyon in your side in a match like that's most helpful with all his experience. Oh, way too short. That cannon should be signalled as it's a no ball. Had no chance of reaching that.
And I'm correct in saying the reason why it's a no ball when it's over the head is the idea that the batter can still be allowed to have a go at it and they're not penalised. Say, for instance, if they edge the ball and it's above their head, they won't be given out, caught behind, because if you hit the ball, it can't be a wide.
Slightly, it's a quickish shingle. Lammonby, chance. Had he hit, that might have been strife for Ben Foakes. We'll get a second look here in a moment, I'm sure.
I think if he'd hit, Ben Foakes would have been out.
Yeah, I think they just thought that it was an easier single than it looked. You can see there, Foakes just took a moment to take off, then knew the sprint was on, and he was gone. He was gone by 2 feet.
I think they may have forgotten as well. Mispicked their fielder. Lammonby left-handed, able to release the ball quickly.
That was the trick of Rollo van der Merwe, wasn't it? When he'd occasionally come on as a sub. Left armour. Ran out Peter Hanscom that way a couple of years ago. When Hanscom didn't know that van der Merwe, who the sub, he was left-handed, took him on and had the stumps pinged down when playing for Middlesex.
I've seen Glenn Phillips, New Zealand's Glenn Phillips, practicing his fielding out in kind of the outfield, and he gets the coach to give him kind of 10 one-handed pickups and throws on each side, and he wings it in right-handed and wings it in left-handed. It's a remarkable cricketer.
In a way, I'm surprised we don't see more ambidextrous throwers in top-flight cricket.
I wonder whether it would become I guess it's much like it's easy to learn a language when you're a child because you're kind of able just to kind of soak up information. If you were to start when you were 7 or 8 and you started kind of throwing the ball back into the wicket with both hands, in the same way that your mum or your dad's always encouraging you to pass with your weaker foot as well as your stronger foot, to try and be able to pass off both feet. I've not quite managed to succeed in that, but I was surprised to find out, I didn't realise that AFL players, Aussie rules players, often kick off both feet. They won't shoot off both feet. They'll have their dominant striking boot. But if you're kind of passing the ball around the field,
you don't get away with being a one-sided footballer anymore in an Aussie rules context. You used to be able to. It used to be about trying to push a player to their non-preferred side.
Okay.
And if it was a less skillful player, that could create an error. Now, like, you get drafted at 18 and you're proficient on both feet. But yeah, like the idea that we've got, this is more your field than mine, but T20 marginal gains and trying to just extract small advantage. We have seen players that can use both arms to throw. A guy who played a lot of cricket in England, Ian Harvey, used to ping the stumps down left-handed as well. Part of the reason why he was known as the freak. Andrew Samson's delivered on what you asked for there, Cam. So just 7 dismissals in that Sutcliffe Grimmett stoush. So better having the better of it.
7 dismissals from 1,754 balls. I think I'd have given up long before. I'd been someone else bowl.
He must be the only batter who had that kind of record against Grimmett, because Grimmett's overall career stats are quite extraordinary. He was the fastest bowler to all of the different milestones on the way up when he played, and started late and finished late in the interwar period. Had to move from New Zealand to Sydney to Melbourne to Adelaide to finally get recognised and play Test cricket. He was pensioned off too soon as well. 1938 Ashes, they didn't take Grimmett. For shame. That's me done, I think, Cam. I didn't realise we'd soaked up 20 minutes or so.
I want to do a bit more AFL chat.
We can do that later. It's okay. It's Phil Walker's turn. He's going to take us to tea. There are 7 overs until the short break. Cam Ponsonby will be with you throughout, and Phil Walker, he'll get excited when stuff happens. I can assure you of that.
No, just from being reminded, looking at these figures of kind of big battles between bowlers and the great bowlers and batters of Test cricket. One of the many ways I've heard kind of elite cricketers talk about the game where I go, right, there is a real difference between you and I. I remember hearing Kevin Peterson talking about facing Mohammad Asif and how Mohammad Asif was, in his opinion, the best bowler he'd ever faced. And he averaged 30 against him in Test cricket. I think for most of us, if you average 30 against the bowler, you think they're not up to much.
Foolish by Lewis Gregory, who's into the attack last couple of overs, just trying to winkle one out here. Got 3 men on the drive in the offside. A man pretty close as well at straight mid-wicket. Just trying to play on Jamie Smith's ego. He's looked superb for his 32 up until now. It's a theme for you, Cameron.
A theme?
Yeah, a theme that I often find you're talking about the gap between you, the clubby, and the real stuff. This kind of vast chasm between the really good players and the decent players, of which you are one, in fairness.
Oh, this is a wonderful conversation.
It's something that you often return to.
Well, I think
invariably, I find you in various corners of London just talking about how much better the pros are than the hackers.
But they are. They're so much better.
By definition, they are, for sure.
I remember to continue on this theme.
It's because you've existed around the edges of it, haven't you? The margins of it. Played the odd game with Gus Atkinson and so forth.
That's true.
Have you mentioned that yet today?
Not this year. Okay. Or not today even. No, I've had I went from in the space of a week. Why have you done this to me? You made me turn to self-indulgent cricket show. Well, we won't do that. I in the space of a week had a lovely experience where, having spent my life playing very average standard of club cricket, Shoaib Bashir made his England debut, and a friend of mine sent me a card to remind us that we'd played against each other 5 years ago, and I was like, great, my first Test cap, and then that South African C team, I played against one of them as well, so I got 2 in a week.
He's gone high and he's cleared the man pretty well. I was going to say comfortably, not by too much. Bit of a top edge, but that's enough nonetheless. Second maximum now for Jamie Smith, who is really beginning to tick along very tidily indeed. Anything that Lewis Gregory bangs in, Jamie Smith is not in the mood to duck and weave today. moves on to 38 now from just 45.
I think it's a pretty brave tactic from Gregory to be bowling the short stuff at Jamie Smith with a very short leg side boundary.
Punched hard again. He's played a number of those shots, not for many runs as it stands with those two men on the drive. It's a mark of his class that he just stands tall and punches what are pretty good length deliveries at the top of the bounce, all along the floor. He's playing pretty much a shot of ball here, and he's making a convincing case to stay at number 4 in this garlanded order. It's interesting that Dan Lawrence, we've yet to see him with the bat.
Yep.
Come back to that.
I think two things at the moment. One, that Somerset, I think, are trying to play a little bit on that shottable mantra that Jamie Smith has at the moment. They've got everyone in front of square apart from deep third and a fine leg. They're trying to kind of keep them to keep going, play one shot too many, bowl the short balls, take on the leg side boundary with fielders out on the fence, keep driving. We've got 2 catching covers. And Smith so far is doing so very, very elegantly and very powerfully. And then on that matter of the batting lineup, I can't imagine your man Dan Lawrence, Essex born and bred, I can't imagine it was part of the deal to move over to Surrey and bat at 6. He obviously was at 4 at Essex, batted below Wesley, who'd normally be at 3, I believe. And also in terms of, I know clubs don't have to design their setup around what England wants, but the debate for Ben Foakes with England, it was that he says himself, I find it very difficult batting with the 10, and I bat at 7 for England, whereas for Surrey I bat 5. With the introduction of Dan Lawrence, who himself has Test aspirations, I imagine you could have had quite a neat kind of solution there with, if Lawrence batted at 5 and Foakes batted at 6, both parties are a bit happy, or both parties are practicing the skill that may take them to the next level.
I think one obvious point to make is that Daniel Lawrence will have to wait his turn. So Bashir back into the attack, and he's been punched very nicely off the back foot for 4. It's beautifully timed, nothing more than a jab really into the offside. Ben Foakes picks up his first boundary. Wasn't too short really, perhaps a slight loosener for Bashir, who's already got through good work today. 16 overs in the day, 20 all in. Better this time, a bit more flight and guile, and Ben Foakes a rather loose shot outside off stump. Neither one thing nor the other. Deficit though just 41, and with 37 and a half overs still to go on day 2, this game is moving on apace.
Replay there of Foakes' punch through the offside, all the way across the square in that kind of practice marquee area. I guess going back to the batting lineup, fiasco, I'm going to call it. Dan Lawrence might have an opportunity at 3 if Ollie Pope was to go away, but perhaps Ryan Patel would look to come back in there.
All bowled, leading edge, false shot. Yeah, I think it's a case that Lawrence has come from a club where he was ensconced at 4 to a club that can't stop winning, and nicely bowled again, tossed up above the eye line this time. Foakes good for it. 74 gone, 244 for 3. I think if Lawrence comes into the biggest club in the country, then it's something of a power play, I think, by the management to say, okay.
Are you saying they've told Lawrence to start in the 2s? Get a few runs in the 2s, mate. We'll see how you go.
The point is that they have one of the best young players in the country at number 4, Jamie Smith, who's making that point again today, but made it pretty much week after week last year. Foakes has been rock solid at number 5 for a long time, and Lawrence, the way that he plays, he's a game changer. You can understand why they would like him at number 6. Might have been not number 6. Cameron Steele gets runs. He might find himself down at number 7. Who can say? But you understand the thinking here. If you turn up at the Kia, then You might just have to slip in there for a time, but as you say, this is a movable order, and with Pope almost certainly going to be back in the England side as and when we get round to the Test matches. Far too far away, by the way.
How long way away?
Yeah, not going to get there until July. But it does really strengthen and deepen this already formidable batting lineup when you have a player of Lawrence's class. Highest at 6 as it stands. So Goldsworthy replacing Lewis Gregory from the far end as we look. Picked up that key wicket, of course, of Dominic Sibley. And Somerset, they've hustled pretty well, I think, through the afternoon session. They've edged the session as it stands. As well bowled because it was quicker through the air, and Jamie Smith was caught slightly unawares. Got in something of a tangle, but nothing doing. Lost his shape in the shot, but got away with it. Lowish full toss this time, and he misses out for perhaps the first time today. He's been so sure in his stroke play.
It's just 3 first-class wickets for Goldsworthy. 4 now, of course, with Dominic Sibley.
It's well bowled.
He's causing some indecision from Surrey's batters, or more to the point, I think they're trying to. The indecision is coming from a positive mindset of trying to kind of park him over that leg side boundary. I saw Dan Lawrence having an extended one-on-one bowling session with Gareth Batty here this morning, and you could just kind of capture snippets of it when Batty was kind of shouting over in your direction. I really wanted to be a fly on the wall, just be 20 yards closer.
Single to finish the over. Jamie Smith retained the strike.
I was well aware that a lot of information and a lot of intelligence and wisdom was being imparted. I kind of was desperate to know kind of how that conversation plays out between two people fluent in the language, as it were.
Well, we understand that England have been very keen for Lawrence to work on his off breaks, and that's been an element of his game that they're quite interested in, and you can understand why, with Moeen Ali having moved away from the 5-day stuff now. There is a slot for if you like, a fantasy player at 7 or 8 perhaps, someone who can offer a second spin option on certain tracks in certain places. And Lawrence is much more than an occasional part-timer, as we saw last week, and we saw in patches as well when he has been given a go for England. He bowled very well in the West Indies on the final day. I think it was Antigua when they were searching for a win. Jack Leach at one end and Lawrence more than matching him at the other.
Goodness me, I was at that Test match, and I'm going to have to look it up and remember it.
It may not have been Antigua. I wasn't out there. It may have been Barbados, but I think it was Antigua.
And he is such a kind of plug and play cricketer for England. He fits exactly kind of the model they're looking for. It's not necessarily how many, but it is how. And he's such an exciting batter to watch. And when he bowls, he's not kind of holding down an end. He's really giving the ball a rip, and that's the kind of wicket-taking mentality that Stokes is after.
Excellent again by Shoaib Bashir. He settles in so quickly into that natural length, and because he's so tall, comes right over the perpendicular. He bowls very few leg side deliveries. Four dot balls in this over up to now, and Jamie Smith not a man to be calmed, especially not today.
I think Bashir's bowled very well today. He's helped his team enormously. I know the scorecard isn't very kind to Somerset at the moment. He's pumped the brakes on Surrey's innings when it threatened to kind of run away.
And again, excellent over. 76 gone, so that new ball is in view soon enough. you have to think they would take it, right, Cameron?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to twist when you can, I guess. I don't know what potential argument they could make in terms of wanting to keep with the old ball a little bit longer. Maybe if Bashir snuck someone out now and they wanted to keep him on and felt they were getting more turn with that delivery. But no, otherwise I imagine we'll have 3 overs until tea, and then we'll have 1 over after tea, and then we'll have the new ball.
So Ben Foakes more than content just to play within himself up until tea. Jamie Smith, just a cameo thus far, but it's been so watchable. You can understand why there are very, very many people interested in this kid. Stifled appeal from behind the stumps, but nothing doing but from the bowler at all. And again, done a tidy job here as Lewis Goldsworthy into his 6th. He's just gone for 7. Picked up that wicket. Dragged down this time. Chopped away behind square, but there is a cover, so just pick up a couple.
Jamie Smith has remained watchable, but he was at a runnable 30. He's now 41 off 61, so he's had 11 off his following 31 deliveries. I think the old Somerset have moved away from the short pitch bowling to the leg side boundary, which I think was wise.
Yeah, easy as you like. Dragged down. Jamie Smith has just pumped that straight through mid-wicket. Effortless, really. Short boundary, and he's peppered it.
Somerset returning to the short pitch bowling to the leg side. I had said it wasn't a good idea.
6 4s and 2 6s. He's only been with us just over an hour. And another one rolls along. 77 gone. Yeah, you would think that new ball, as Cameron says, will be taken immediately after that 1 over post tea. So 2 more to go up to tea. Of course, 31 overs is the point at which we take tea. 31 overs remaining in the day. We've got 34 to go. 32 overs, correction. So 2 to go here. 2 to go before the tea break. You would think 3 overs in total with what's now a pretty craggy old Kookaburra. As we keep saying, you get the Kookaburra out of the bag and it's a new ball and it does the business for an hour and a half, and then it goes pretty ramrod straight, as we've seen throughout this game. But Somerset deserves some credit here, I think. They're still up against it, of course. Deficit just 33 on first innings, but they could have folded after lunch. They've stuck at their task pretty well. Bashir just moving his field around, taking the man out from behind square, saving a single to boundary rider around squarish cover.
I'm quite surprised by that field change. Bashir's bowled, he was going at around 1 and over across his first 14 overs, I think, maybe 1.5, and has been slightly more expensive, but still not expensive in the kind of context of the real world. I wonder, just with 3 overs till the new ball, he's probably only going to bowl 2 more overs in this spell, whether the new party line is right. Let's just contain for these 3 overs, then we'll attack later. Because he hasn't really dropped short and wide too often.
Perhaps the thinking, Cam, is he's just looking to encourage the batter just to pop it into that offside, just to engineer the angle to pick up what should be a relatively easy single, but against the spin you're always in the game. foolish this time, and it will bisect the two men on the drive and limp over the line for 4 more. Second boundary 4 for Ben Foakes, moves into double figs, 2-5-6 for 3 now, and that deficit comes down into the 20s now. What a position from which to really push on in the evening session. Keep saying it, free after tea. Get yourself down here to the Kia. It's a beautiful evening in store for us.
No, I think you're exactly right, or may well be exactly right with that plan. That was England actually got, Bashir got the wicket of Sarfraz Khan in the 4th test of the India series with exactly that. Ben Stokes put that man out on the boundary with this distinct reasoning being trying to force Sarfraz Khan to try and push the ball into that offside, and 2 balls later he got an outside edge and it was caught by Joe Root, and Root was very quick to explain the kind of genius of everyone involved. He spoke after the day's play. So 1 more over before tea. Surrey have claimed their first bonus point with the Jamie Smith boundary in the over before last. I imagine they'll be hoping to get a few more than 1. But until then, it's 6 balls until the interval.
It's going to be Goldsworthy to see us through then. Jamie Smith will take that. Hoiked into the onside, and they're easy pickings now, really. Lewis Goldsworthy is cranky with himself, but of course he's nothing really more than a part-timer at the moment, trying to keep it tight, but it's so difficult out there. Slight drag down. Ben Foakes climbs into it, picked up 3 boundary 4s now in the last 10-15 minutes. So 4 deliveries to go before the break. And Foakes engineers another single into the onside this time. So Jamie Smith will have just to negotiate the last 3 deliveries of the session. And it'll be a single just to conclude what's been an absorbing afternoon sesh here. 2-6-3 for 3. So Surrey began the day on 42 for no loss and have advanced by 221 up to 2-6-3 for 3. Jamie Smith 47 not out. He's looked majestic for that 47. Ben Foakes as well settled in on 18. Just that. In fact, we are going to have one more over at least, because we've run through the time quicker than we did ever possibly expect. So we do have 1 more minute before the 20-4 cut-off point. One gets so used to not expecting the overs to be bowled in time, Cam.
Yeah, I think if I have many faults, and one of them is I will never be able to tell you when tea is a county championship game. I've worked at many of them. I've been at many of them as spectator. I don't know. Sue me.
Well, Andrew Samson, this will be the last over of the afternoon session. The maestro confirms.
Wonderful. I can rest easy. I know where I am now. I know where I stand. I think Somerset, I'm trying to work out what the mood in the Somerset camp would be, and I think something they've done very well this session is they've slowed Surrey scoring down, right down. Sibley was
driven elegantly into the offside, but no run.
Sibley was batting quite quickly, a strike rate around 70 for his first half century, and eventually that dropped right the way down to 46. He was at less than a run every other ball. And as a result, they've kind of extended the game. There's no risk now of this game somehow falling in a heap tomorrow and it being all over. It will go to the distance, it will go to 4 days. And they're giving themselves a continued fighting chance.
And that will be tea. 2-6-3 for 3. Bashir takes his cap and his hat off the umps, and he can be pretty pleased with his work. As Cameron says, he's applied the brakes here. Surrey have been pretty much remorseless across the course of the day, but they haven't yet quite got away from the visitors. Casey Aldridge and Shoaib Bashir and Lewis Goldsworthy as well got through some good work between them. Casey Aldridge 9.4 overs before he had to pop off for what looked like could be an injury, 1 for 28. Shoaib Bashir very, very good, 24 overs in fact, 1 for 47, and Lewis Goldsworthy picked up that wicket of Dom Sibley. But it has been the story of really the session. Dominic Sibley's 20th 100 for Surrey, and it's really been a fabulous statement knock by the Surrey opener. We have the best of it here. Shots all around the wicket, and that's the key. That's really the mark of a player in form and comfortable in his own skin as well. Anything short he latches onto, but crucially anything full as well. He's happy to go down the ground, happy to open up that front shoulder and drive hard down the ground. He loves it there, of course, through mid-wicket. There's not much in it for the medium pacers if you bang it halfway down. It's a fascinating mini battle between him and Shoaib Bashir, and Sibley hung in there, took his opportunities when they presented themselves, and then ran hard to get up to that 100. It was a fairly muted celebration in truth, although of course he would have been deeply thrilled to have got there. And then he didn't last much longer after that. He got in something of a tangle against Lewis Goldsworthy's left arm spin, perhaps slightly unlucky inside edge onto the front pad, and it trickled back past the back pad onto the stumps. That was Sibley, the third wicket to fall of the session. Ollie Pope having gone top edging a pull shot earlier in the piece to give Casey Aldridge his first wicket. Pope went for 11, and maybe half hour after the lunch break, Rory Burns going so nicely got a thin one through to the keeper. Good catch by James Rue to give Shoaib Bashir his first wicket. So 2-6-3 for 3. Surrey's game, of course, but as you say, Cameron, they've held it together pretty well here. They've put on the go slow, and Surrey are in a great position from which to attack, but Somerset are just hanging in there. We have a little treat for you this afternoon. John Surtees is mobilising himself, I believe. Before John joins us, we're just going to run through the scores. Let's have a quick look, go round the grounds, see what's what. Lots of runs out there. Essex and Kent, 117 for 1. Kent in reply to Essex's 530 for 7 declared. Lancs as well going well, 125 for 1 in response to Hampshire's 367. Good to see there that Bohannon and Jennings settling in for what could be a fascinating second half to that one. Notts and Worcester as well. Notts 1 run shy of a batting point, 399 all out, and Worcester 82 for 2 at tea. And Warwickshire and Durham in that mad game at Edgbaston, 698 for 3 declared. A few people in the press box slightly disappointed that they weren't going for something monstrous. I like to think those days might have gone. Anyway, 698 for 3. Alex Davis, new skipper of course at Warwickshire, 256 he made, and 200s either side for Yates and for Rhodes. Durham 86 for 2 in response. Alex Lees That's just carrying on really from his brilliance from last year, 50 not out, and David Benningham 20 not out. They're the first division scores. We can bring you the Div 2 scores at the start of the evening session, which will begin in about 15-20 minutes. But in the meantime, I'm going to pass over to John Surtees.
Thanks so much, Phil. Another fascinating afternoon of cricket here at the Kia Oval, Surrey. Well placed. Don't go anywhere. Full evening session still to come for you here. Surrey 263 for 3, Smith 47, Foakes 18. A little deficit to wipe out, and then let's see what hay can be made in the final session of the day. I'm really lucky now to be joined by one of the understated legends, I think, of Surrey County Cricket Club. I think it's fair to say, Mr. Richard Spiller. Richard, how long have you been coming here, writing about Surrey?
I think 45 years this year.
45 years this year, and you've been writing about Surrey for 45 years?
I haven't been writing about Surrey for all that time, just 40. Just
the 40. So 5 years as a punter, 40 years as a journalist. So if you've read a word about Surrey in the last 40 years, 4 decades, chances are at least 1 or 2 of those words have been written by the man to our left. How long you also write our Wisden Almanac write-up?
Yes, that's for about 10-12 years now, I guess.
10-12 years in Wisden as well. So yeah, fair to say, a great man of the Oval, and an extremely knowledgeable person about a great many things involving the club. A great man of the Oval, Spills, but I would suggest possibly you've still got a way to go to compare yourself to the person that we're about to speak about. So for those of you that don't follow the Surrey CCC social media channels, or you may not have seen this, earlier this week we announced the retirement of a chap called Bill Gordon. Now, normally, I imagine when I retire or when I leave, that's not going to be worthy of a segment on our TV broadcast. But you can see Bill now. For those of you watching on YouTube, you can see some pictures of Bill up on the screen there. Bill worked for Surrey for 60 years.
It's an astonishing period of time, isn't it?
60, totally astonishing. So we were just chatting before you came on here, Spills. That's for 33%, a third of the club's 179-year history. The man you can see on your screen there on his iconic green and red auto roller.
It's very hard to take that on board, isn't it? That sheer length of service.
Yeah.
In his roles as groundsman and curator of the museum.
Yeah, I mean, it's astonishing. So he worked for Surrey for 60 years. He started in 1964.
When Alec Douglas Hume was Prime Minister.
When Alec Douglas Hume was Prime Minister, and Bobby Simpson was captaining Australia on their Ashes trip. I think Jeff Boycott made his Test debut in 1964. That may date it. I can't tell you exactly what the Beatles were doing in 1964, but it was impressive, and I don't imagine Bobby Simpson cared that much.
Can't see it.
So Bill
or
Bill, indeed, yeah, indeed. So Bill, he started out as a scoreboard operator at Surrey. That was his first role, wasn't it?
When he came onto the ground staff, and he was operating a scoreboard initially, and that was obviously part of his duties. And then eventually, Ted Warren, the head groundsman, after a couple of years, was very impressed by him and asked him to move on to other duties, which included looking after the square, which is the most important part of the ground, of course. You get that right, you get everything else right in many ways.
Absolutely, one of the great honours in cricket to get to work on the square here. But yeah, of course, back in the for a long time here, for those that don't know, the operation of the scoreboard was considered part of the grounds team, wasn't it? So
definitely, and because it was a manual scoreboard, and it was very, very quick, and you've had a lot of lads like Bill and then later on Steve Howes and his brother, who carried on the reputation of being the quickest scoreboard, most accurate scoreboard going. And Mike Gatty used to hit the ball, look up and see how many runs they put on, and realise how many you should run.
How far you need to run.
that's getting away from it. But so Bill attributed Ted Warren's influence to teaching him so much about groundsmanship. I mean, most groundsmen, I think virtually all the best ones, are largely self-taught, because you have to learn as you go along. Yeah. And you have to be alive to all the circumstances. A year like this year, when it's been incredibly wet, they have to go back to what they've done before and all their experiences to cope with lunacy of the climate and the schedule and everything else, and really try and get out the best possible surface.
Yeah, we're sitting here now looking out the window of our commentary box, looking at Bill Gordon out there at Christie and some of the guys who do that role now. But so go back to Bill. So 1966, he started working on the ground. One of the stories I'd like you to tell happens 2 years later. So 1968, another Ashes tour.
Last day of the series.
Please, rather than queuing you in, just take it away.
England desperate to square the series. The Ashes already gone. Australia retained them, but they had Australia, I think it's 85-5, I think, at lunch. No chance of winning the game. Massive thunderstorm. Ground completely saturated. No one thought they had a prayer of getting back on, including the England captain Colin Cowdrey even. And Ted Warne, the head groundsman, persuaded Colin Cowdrey actually it was savable, they would be able to get on, and Bill and Ted Warne and the other members of the ground staff, Tommy Field, of course, his long-time ally, they got it ready with the help of the spectators as well, pushing the rain away, spiking it, doing everything they could, and eventually they got back on.
Go back on that again. So they were in 1968. They got members of the crowd out of the stands, and they handed them mops and buckets, and said, "Get out there and
do all you can.
Mop up these puddles. If you want to see any more cricket, if you want England to win the Ashes,
win the game.
Win the game and draw the Ashes.
Yeah.
Go and mop up these puddles."
And that's exactly what they did. And you see some of the old TV pictures of it, and it's astonishing. You think no chance you would actually play again, but they did get back on.
Yeah.
Just before the start of the last hour, and Derek Underwood famously bowled them to victory. But without the efforts of the ground staff, there's no way that could have been done.
Amazing. One of my favourite photos in cricketing history actually was taken in that game. Do everyone look it up on Google? It's one of the few photographs that you'll see. There's been a few more taken in recent years. I think it might be one of the first photographs where every single player who was on the field at the same time and one of the umpires, the only person who's not in that picture is the square leg umpire.
Yes, there was no chance of anyone getting lonely at that stage, was there?
Yeah,
in the middle.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. So absolutely extraordinary. So 1968, he did that, and then he just carried on. Surrey won the championship. He helped Surrey to their first championship in a long time in 1971. That was the first championship that he saw. Carried on working there. So the 1970 test, of course. Well, the summer of 1970. There's a particularly iconic photo of Bill, isn't there, with some big sideburns.
Well, certainly the bushy sideburn, and that's the picture of taken in the winter running up to 1970 when there was going to be a South Africa tour. There was huge controversy about whether it would happen, and there's a picture of Bill and Tommy and Ted Warne getting the square ready, and there's barbed wire all round the square because they were so worried about sabotage. And eventually that tour was called off, and they had a rest of the world tour, so no one was going to start sabotaging that, so the barbed wire could go. But yeah, so they had to be alive to all these changing circumstances. And a year or so later you had pop concerts here, to help keep the club alive as well, so they had to cope with those. And, suddenly you've got thousands of people all over your outfield. The same as a few years later when they had Australian rules football. Again, they had to cope with that.
So it's an extraordinary work, and let's just talk a little bit about Bill himself as a person. So he's a Brixton boy, born and bred, still living in Brixton to this day. So it's a really amazing thing. He just came down the Brixton Road every day for 60 years and came to the Oval. Like, you'd say
sometimes every day of the year, and he'd be in and around for a long time, and so he's the heart and soul of the ground, and it's almost impossible to imagine the ground not being Bill. I think as Alex Stewart said, as a youngster he remembered playing out on the outfield, and there was Bill with his bushy sideburns out there doing his work on the ground staff then. So he's always been a feature, and he's got this amazing ability to go out and see something has changed. Normally, if something changes minutely day to day, you don't really notice it. It's only if you, say, walk up a road you haven't walked up for 3 months or something, then you might suddenly think, oh, we've built that there, or they've moved that there. And he could walk out of a workshop in the morning, and one of the ground staff lads said, unbelievable, he could just spot if something had moved even a millimetre, and he'd say, that's moved.
Amazing.
He knew the ground so well.
Yeah, incredible talent, and sort of quite a quirky one as well, I think. So that certainly was Bill's reputation. He wasn't your sort of common old garden fella, was he?
Certainly not. No, I mean he's got a very quirky sense of humour, and one that you have to get used to. I mean he's just as likely to wish you Merry Christmas in July as he is in December.
If anything, more likely.
More likely, I think, probably. So, and I mean, he'd be a little bit fierce at times, as groundsmen tend to be, because they're protecting their much loved ground, and sometimes you have to be a little bit say no. And make sure that people do respect the area that you're responsible for.
Yeah, another one of his quirks with the cats. Now, there have been a great many oval cats over the years. Most of them have come in a box on the back seat of Bill's car down the Brixton Road, and will happily then get back in the box and go back up the Brixton Road afterwards. But yeah, tell us a little bit about Bill's cats.
Yeah, you go in the workshop and there would be the cat sitting on the armchairs there. You have to be a bit careful where you sit because you might get a bit of cat hair on you, but equally it might be a cat's favourite chair, so if you're on the chair at the time the cat wants to be on it, you get off.
Yeah, and so obviously, sadly, I speak as an owner of 2 cats, and we're all too aware of the life cycles of cats. Where did Bill's cats, sadly, once they passed and moved on to another cat?
There's been a number buried round the outfield. When they relayed the outfield, I'm not quite sure what happened. I think they had their own little area, but he lost one of his cats last year, and the ground staff who are on staff now clubbed together to buy him another one. So I think that says something about the esteem in which he's held.
Yeah, absolutely. No, an extraordinary esteem that he's held in here by both, us and by the ground staff. Another Bill story. We just heard the 5-minute bell, and we can see the crowd starting to file off the famous outfield now, back ready for the third session of the day to start. But we've talked about the 1968 Ashes. Let's just talk a little bit about the 2009 Ashes and the role that Bill played in that one.
He was the public enemy #1 to some of the Australian press, and because they came to the end of the series 1-1. England needed to win the series again to win back the Ashes, which they'd lost out there previous time 5-0, and played on the pitch which I think most people knew around that time the oval tended to turn. And Australia went into the match without a recognised spinner. They decided to keep the same side as they played at Headingley, all seamers.
It's worth pointing out at this point that there was a recognised spinner in their touring party. He just didn't make the call for the final 11.
No, they sent him off to do some work with Satlane Mushtaq, I believe, to improve his game. So obviously once they realised the pitch was perhaps a bit drier than they'd imagined, and suddenly the Australian press weren't very happy about it, and he ended up having something of an altercation with Malcolm Conn, I believe, which I believe you tell better than most.
Well, I'm very happy to, and I'm sure Adam Collins, who'll come back and take this mic from me in a minute, will be able to tell a few more Malcolm Conn stories this afternoon. Malcolm Conn, a doyen of Australian journalism over the years, done a number of different roles, both as poacher and gamekeeper in Australia, was particularly incensed about the pitch and 2009, and coined the phrase pitch doctor for Bill, who, as Conn called him, was the curator of the pitch, and was frequently requesting through any means possible an interview with said pitch doctor, so he could explain himself, as he was cheating Australia from the Ashes by creating a surface of such prodigious turn. Anyway, Bill, I don't think ever accepted an interview request in his life, and if he did ever speak to you, and if he did ever speak to you on the record as a journalist, you can consider yourself incredibly privileged. I don't remember him doing it very often.
No, not a fan of those sorts of things.
Not a fan, and he rejected all interview requests, and Conn eventually caught up with him. For those of you that know the Oval, the white seats next to the ground staff workshop underneath the scoreboard that beds are lower. Bill was sat out there one morning, I think maybe day 2 or day 3 of the Test match, and Conn came up to him and he sat down and he just said, "You're that Bill Gordon, aren't you?" And he said, No, I'm not. And he goes, "Yes, you are. You're the curator. You're the pitch doctor. You're the one that messed up this pitch for us." And Bill was like, No, I'm not at all. And he was like, "Yes, you are." And Bill was like, "No, I'll tell you, I'm not. And Conn just goes, well, slightly defeated, "Well, who are you then?" And he goes, "Well, I'm his brother John." And then Conn just looked him up and down and goes, Well, if you see Bill Gordon, you tell him Malcolm Conn wants to speak to him, and then walked off. And Bill just sat there, continued to enjoy the September sun in the Bedsaloa, and the interview was never conducted.
And Ricky Ponting later admitted we picked the wrong team, particularly as they managed to get bowled out by Stuart Broad, of course, on the in the first innings for next to nothing, which ultimately cost them the game.
Yeah, Stuart Broad again, not known as a prodigious spinner of the ball.
No, he definitely didn't turn it too much, did he?
Yeah, but yeah, one of Bill's finest legacies, and then a lot of members now will obviously remember him for the role he's been doing since he retired from the ground staff. I think it's important to note, when he retired from the ground staff, he was presented with a Surrey County cap. He remains the only person in the history of Surrey County Cricket Club to be capped who wasn't a first team player, which I think is a
yes, that's right,
pretty incredible mark to say. But then he retired from the ground staff, but then he spent the last decade or so in the club museum in the pavilion,
building up a formidable collection of exhibits. He's been very good at persuading players, particularly Rahul Dravid, to part with certain amounts of their equipment, and I think he must have half of Rahul Dravid's wardrobe somewhere, but there are a lot of blazers and a lot of artefacts in that museum and around the pavilion, which owe a lot to Bill's persuasion and to him getting hold of the stuff. At one stage in the 1990s they were throwing out a whole load of stuff and he managed to rescue it. So he's actually, they owe him a lot for just doing that, if nothing else.
Yeah, so anyone that walks around the pavilion, any member who walks around the pavilion or goes into that museum and enjoys the incredible cricketing artefacts that are displayed around there, I think has a lot to thank Bill for, as well as all the joy that his hard work has given them on the outfield over the years.
And you look out at the outfield now and it looks a beautiful ground, and all the work that he put in over so long, a lot of that is down to the work of him and his fellow groundsmen.
Well, I look at the outfield now and I see Ben Foakes, I see Jamie Smith, I see Somerset, I see two umpires. I look to my right, I see Adam Collins. I look to my left, I see Phil Walker. Richard Spiller, thank you so much. Bill Gordon, one of the great men of Surrey County Cricket Club, someone who the club owes a huge debt to, huge debt of thanks on the 60th anniversary of him working here and this occasion of his retirement this week. So, Bill Gordon, we salute you. Richard Spiller, thank you very much for joining us. I will now hand over to Adam Collins and Phil Walker.
Thank you, John Surtees. Lovely chat there through the tea interval. Back with the action now. Surrey losing 3 wickets in that middle session. 263 for 3, so wickets falling at 167. That was Burns for 75 after they put on 167 for the first wicket. Pope for 11 and Sibley on an even 100. At that stage it was 214 for 3. This pair have put on 49 since then, and with 80 overs gone, the second new ball is due as I welcome Phil Walker to the colour chair. G'day, Phil.
G'day, Adam. They've taken it, the new one.
On we go. This game could and should change accordingly. First ball with it pressed into the offside. So we know the Kookaburra will do a little bit early on, so they have to reset here. Foakes and Smith, who was really out of the blocks quickly. He was to 30 from 30 balls with that 6, but he slowed down a bit in the lead up to tea. They still trail by 22, so a little bit of a consolidation after losing Sibley. Like that last anecdote that they were telling about Bill Gordon and Malcolm Conn, one of my colleagues when I'm back in Australia, and the con man as he's known, he's a feisty, combative type. I enjoy how much hate's the wrong word because hate implies some deeper, the distrust he has in English cricket. And
he understands the theatre of it all.
Yeah, that's it. That's a better way of putting it. He used to make an absolute killing on those Ashes tours on freelance work from when he would come over here, as he did last year, and play the sort of the token Australian to come on radio programs and television shows and throw every punch, every suggestion, every conspiracy theory. They'd all get an airing.
I always like it when Wisden Almanac editor Lawrence Booth is fighting the English corner in a very English way, and the con man is doing it in his own Australian style, and they're back and forth to them.
Diving stop.
Yeah, just a word on Bill Gordon. Echoed everything that Richard said. A real institution round here. I only really got to know him when he'd retired as the main man, as the main groundsman, and was seeing out his dotage, if you like, in the library just over there in the pavilion, and he was always a very useful hand. He knew where every single book was. He didn't have to look it up on some computer or anything newfangled like that. He just knew. Yeah, great man. He used to enjoy just sitting in our office as well when we were here many, many years ago. And he would just come and sit and listen to the cricket chat and then move on again. This place was his back garden.
Down the leg side to finish, well taken by Roo, 264 for 3. I love that about county cricket, where you can have these characters who really do kind of live the fortunes of the club, not across weeks or months, but because it's a club, it can be across decades. Think of someone like David Griffin at Derbyshire.
Derbyshire, yeah.
Now, I love his videos, the little videos he puts up on Twitter most days of play, or other times he sees fit to do so. Just 2-minute hits. They're always generous and considered. They're always laden with detail and history and context. They're not hot takes. They're his opinion, whatever it's about, even if I don't necessarily agree with everything he might say, and that's not to say that I disagree with him often, but even if I were to, he does it in a respectful way that advances the debate. And I think that's where you've got someone who's been a part of that club at Derbyshire for, I suppose, 40-odd years, based on what he talks of seeing as a lad, to now where he still is making a massive contribution there, and that's part of the beauty of county cricket.
Yeah. We can forget sometimes that they are professional organisations, because there's something homespun as well about the county club. People feel a sense of ownership of it, really, a togetherness, and that sort of feeling. If you're a cricket person, it begins at your first club in your local village or the local rec up the road, and just as you feel a sense of belonging as you walk through the doors, so the same thing applies even at this level.
Pretorius getting the new ball from JM Finn's stand, and he's clipped through mid-wicket for 4 by Foakes. That's his best shot so far.
Yeah, he might actually enjoy this. The harder ball coming onto the bat. He was having to force the issue a bit against the spinners who were bowling containing stuff in the preamble up to the tea break. And it's incumbent now on Somerset's two seamers. Pretorius getting the new ball here, didn't get it overnight. Lewis Gregory took it last evening. He's been given the nod here, and he's going to have to bowl that full length.
Taken on again, but yeah, it's a mid-off.
It's been notable, actually, Adam, how little movement in the air there's been throughout the game. We've seen the odd ball seam, for sure, but there's been very little swing on offer for any side.
Two slips, the catching men. Little mid ball.
Yeah, he's been frustrated with himself there, Ben Foakes, because he knows that's not his shot. It's no great value to that shot, with a very square deep third as well. More of a backward square than a conventional third, and there's not much value in that shot with two slips.
Low percentage, I think they'd call it, the analysts.
That'll do.
A bit wider on the crease there from Pretorius.
He's bowled okay today, the new man. Not much luck. Just feeling his way, of course, into the particular rigours of county cricket. Had that catch dropped early on in the piece by Tom Banton at deep square. Beat the bat of Dominic Sibley a number of times in a spirited spell in the morning session. But he's beginning to experience just what it's like. Pushed
out towards the gasometer side of the ground. I one of my correspondents in the crowd was telling me that Matt Renshaw was doing some work on the rope in front of the Galladari stand before tea and copping some sledging from the local crowd. Don't know whether he's the right target for that, Matt Renshaw. He loves that kind of stuff. Surprised he didn't go back the other way and start sledging the crowd.
Who's to say he didn't?
He's a lovely guy, but I mean, he's also clever and quick-witted. Over complete, just the boundary from it. This partnership's now up to 54 at 268 for 3, 17 behind, creeping up towards the Somerset first innings tally of 285. They were bowled out about 5 o'clock yesterday.
Just on Renshaw, you have seen a lot of him. You've seen him make Test match hundreds. Do you think he's still in the conversation?
Yeah, he is. I mean, I think it was a pretty clear tell from the Australian selectors when replacing Warner. Now, yes, they reconfigured the team to get Cam Green back. So Green was out of the 11. They got Green back in at number 4. Smith went up to the opening spot. You can debate the merit of that. There's arguments on both sides. Edge stand through, third slip. Not sure whether it would have carried, but it will get to the rope.
It wouldn't have carried, Adam, and he played with relatively soft hands. Nonetheless, you can't help thinking that it's now or never, right? And to have 2 slips and no gully.
Half century for Jamie Smith in the process as well. He really went at Somerset hard early on and just pulled back a gear or so in the half an hour before tea, and we'll see whether he might bat in a more expansive fashion now the second new ball is here. His first boundary after tea.
Obviously it's a balancing act as a skipper, but I would want a third one in here.
Oh, knocks him over with a beauty. Stump cartwheeling. Perfect response from Overton. Found the outside edge with the previous ball. And that's back off the deck. Surrey lose a 4th wicket. Smith dismissed the ball after passing his half century. And that's the stuff that you want to see as a fast bowler. Overton back in the side this week. First wicket of the season for him. That'll feel good.
Will it ever? And they really did need that in the early knockings after tea. Perhaps kept a wee bit low. We've seen 1 or 2 in the afternoon session which perhaps scampered along the floor, but Jamie Smith not really into the shot. You feel like if he'd managed to drop onto that front foot, he'd have got something on it. It's well bowled, it's held its line. And Craig Overton, who's been a little bit indifferent up until this point, perhaps this is his moment. Suddenly 4 down, still in arrears, 13 trail, and it is Daniel Lawrence in at 6.
So Lawrence's first innings for Surrey. On the way out on a ground where he has enjoyed success before. Yeah, watching that replay, a ball that was trending back towards the line of the stumps, and in the end Smith just played slightly down the wrong line, but terrific bowling nonetheless. And Overton, who had that back surgery over the winter, which we discussed yesterday, where he's prioritised his longevity there instead of the short-term money available on the T20 circuit over the winter, wanting to get back to his very best and taking that decision to go under the knife. Well, now he's back in the book and away in season 24.
Yes, just the right time. Now, Somerset, live a little. Get a third slip in. Daniel Lawrence is not the kind of batter to let it roll past the outside the eye line. Get somebody in, get him thinking, get him tempted to play the booming drive. He's a compulsive player. He's immensely watchable. For Surrey fans who haven't seen too much of him, trust me, if he gets going, you're going to want to witness it.
Lawrence's first ball for Surrey. You've been in. I would say that, look, it's only natural in this line of work that you end up feeling a deeper investment with some players more than others, and I've covered games with you where Dan Lawrence has been batting, and you're even now 1 ball in and you're haunched over here watching intently. You've been kind of on this journey with him since he was a teenager, haven't you? Watching him so closely.
Yeah, he's fascinating to me. I will add that one's devotion isn't necessarily a linear thing. But he does it in his own way. He's proud of that fact. He came up through the ranks at Chingford, a club in in North London, the Essex East London border, North East London in Chingford. And his old man was the groundsman there for many, many years, and they literally lived on the ground. And he'd come home from school, rush home from school, get in the indoor school. They had a couple of nets there at Chingford.
First runs for the club. It'll be a boundary. There was a chance for it to be cut off. Hard to tell from our angle whether he got a hand to it, but either way, Lawrence, his first scoring shot for Surrey is a 4.
Yeah, and tidily played as well. It was there to hit, but again, it was at the body, but he just intuitively senses where it's going to be, and he's in position very, very quickly.
So successful over for the visitors. 2 boundaries as well. Surrey trail by 9 at 276 for 4. A major feature of watching Lawrence play is that way he can whip it through the onside. Is that sort of nominative determinism, to get that word out about being born. He's whipped cross hospital, isn't he?
Indeed. Many good cricketers have been as well. James Foster is another whips cross boy. Yeah, and incidentally, that phrase is hard to say, isn't it? Nominative determinism. I've struggled many a time on that one as well.
I mean, I guess it isn't that by definition, isn't that? Would be his name would suggest, but still, where he's born.
Sure,
there's a term that refers to that.
Yeah, so he was a cricket obsessive from a very early age, and his old man, who is real salt of the earth, long time groundsman at Chingford, and Lawrence was a son of that soil from a very, very early age as well. And through those early years, he developed his own way of doing it. I remember interviewing John Childs. Remember John Childs, old left-arm spinner for Essex? Played a couple of games for England, I think. And he was the academy director at Essex with this kid coming through, and I'd heard a bit about him. And I asked John Childs about this kid, Dan Lawrence, who hadn't yet made his first-class debut. And he said, he's got his own technique, and you're never going to change it, but he has unbreakable self-belief. And he was talking about a 16, 17-year-old kid.
Inside edge, something there for Pretorius.
Later that year, he made, I think, his second first-class game, actually, here, as a 17-year-old. And this was just before your time, Adam. It was when you were still out in Australia, but he came in, and he was a slip of a lad, and his Essex shirt was far too big for him, and he had no kind of, he hadn't yet grown into his body. And he went out there, and Sangakkara and Peterson were in the grabbers, so that was the level at which he was playing, and he strummed 150 odd, 156, I think.
I think it's 161. I had the numbers.
Is it
before,
161? Yeah. Okay. Oh, the memory betrays us, but it was just overflowing with cheek. And he didn't get another run all season, but it kind of didn't really matter. He'd already made this extraordinary statement, and of course Alex Stewart was here at the time, and you can just picture him taking his little black book out and just making a note and a little asterisk. Puts me in mind of when Sir Alex Ferguson used to phone up Harry Redknapp when he had a boy called Joe Cole at West Ham, and he said, "How's my boy getting on? How's my boy getting on?" And yeah, Lawrence now in the prime of his career. He's found the new home here at the Kia.
More of a chance to bowl as well. He said that helped inform his decision to come to the Oval, and
big part of it for sure.
Took 4 wickets on club debut last week up at Old Trafford. Bowled 28 overs, the most he's ever bowled in a first-class innings. So already a sense that he'll be a versatile asset at his new club. On strike to Pretorius. Again, runs through the leg side.
So of course it was announced that Lawrence was joining Surrey midway through last summer. And anyone who's played in a cricket club, you know that there are little political games being played, right? And little power plays and mild psychodramas among the sort of the big players of any cricket club at any level. I remember speaking to Tom Wesley, the skipper at Essex, and saying, so he's off then? And he said their response was just to sort of rib him about it, take the mick throughout the second half of the summer.
Oh, yes, no, back. Rightly so. Ends the over, 278 for 4.
And so there was no needle, there was no sense of betrayal or anything dark like that. It was just a case of pragmatic county cricketers who are united in the survival element of it, recognising that one of their own is given everything they've got, and he or she has the right to seek other experiences. And he said one of the drivers is that, well, we're in the centre of the greatest city in the world. And he said to Lawrence, give me everything you've got until the end of the season. And Lawrence made 100 the following week after the news had broke, and gave everything to his boyhood club. You can't ask for more. I think they're going to enjoy him here, let's put it that way.
Nearly reached 3 figures in Test cricket on a couple of occasions. One at Edgbaston, wasn't it, the New Zealand Test of 2021, when he looked a lock for a century. He played so beautifully that afternoon. Late afternoon sun, I recall, as well. It was perfect. The crowd were buzzing. He was caught close to the wicket to spin, if I recall correctly, and you were mortified. But he was in that era. It's kind of interesting that Lawrence hasn't played, despite having the reputation as being a player who gets on with it and having a vast, wide range of strokes to draw from. He hasn't played a single Test match in the air quotes Bazball era.
He hasn't, but I know for a fact that Ben Stokes is a big fan of him, and he loves the selflessness of his game. He played a couple of cameo knocks in the West Indies under Joe Root at the time, where they were pushing to try and engineer a situation where they could go for the win, and Lawrence came out and played selflessly. You also saw it in India as well, again under Joe Root, when they were struggling and Lawrence came in, and he began the series at 3, which was too high for him at the time, and he was bumrah'd a couple of times, but he came back into the side for the final Test match, and he made a 50 and a 40 on a rager, and again he played inventively but selflessly, and they like that, they want that. So I think he has a chance, Adam, especially with this, if you like, foregrounding the off breaks. They've been honoured him to improve that side of his game, to work on that side of the game. Your memory for once actually lets you down, Adam, right? Because we did that game. I know the game you're talking of at Edgbaston. Yep. New Zealand beat England in that game. I think it was the only series that England lost in about 10 years.
It was that calamitous collapse in the second
innings.
It was. I remembered it for, I think.
But you are right to remember me with my head in my hands, because he was 81 not out. And he played beautifully, I think, on day one, gone in overnight, not out, and played expansively, thrillingly in the morning, and they just couldn't hold out for him. Another 20 minutes. Oh, we have perhaps an ankle problem here. Back to the here and now. Oh, that will be a mighty blow.
Oh, he's grimacing as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's looking at the footholds here. He's a tough cookie, though. He's Craig Overton.
So he played the one lead-up game before the season against the University of Exeter. Didn't play last week. They didn't think he was quite right to go then. So, as again mentioning before, he's not got an enormous build-up to the season, having recovered from surgery. So yes, it's important that he gets through this match on a number of levels. Doesn't want to do a little ankle injury here, but looks like he's good to go again. Last ball of the over. And that's there's not a lot of venom in that. That last ball's at 71 mile an hour. Sorry. So they were all out with him down the other end, were they?
Yes, they were. Yeah. Right. So another 20 minutes, and he may well have posted his maiden Test 100, and our world may have been a different story. He also made 73 on debut in Sri Lanka.
Yep.
Joe made a stunning double, and he adorned that innings with 73, and that's when we first heard from his dad, Mark Lawrence, who gave one of the all-time great interviews to Jonathan Agnew on BBC TMS. If you're ever talking about a clash of cultures on the Beeb, then there it was, a meeting of two good hearts. So yeah, he's touched around the edges so far in his career. I think he's played maybe 11 Test matches. I thought it was 12. Yeah, 11 Test matches, and of course he made the 91 at Barbados as well. where he gave it away in the final knockings of day one, collapsed in front of us. And again, that was a hinge point moment in his England story, because he batted beautifully and looked like a Test match player for that 90 odd.
Well, you look at what's happened since, right? When they go to Pakistan at the end of 2022, and they end up using a variety of spinners who are primarily batters, right? So Livingston and Jacks, who came into the side and batted at 7 and 8. 12 months earlier, that's clearly going to be Lawrence, but he was overtaken in the pecking order. And I know that they're in Pakistan again later in the year, and they might go with a similar configuration there. That might be where the door opens, because you think in the home summer, with there already being a little bit of a bottleneck, with it unclear about where Bairstow fits. So of course Brook will return, an absolute lock to be in that starting 11 for the first test at Lords against the West Indies. So he might have to bide his time in the short term, but there is that tour at the end of 2024.
Indeed that, and there's quite a few other options. Of course, Will Jacks is in India at the moment, but he would be thinking about putting his hand up to play that kind of role.
Beaten, movement off the seam, nicely bowled.
That role being, as far as I see it, as I was saying this to Cameron just before tea, the fantasy player at 7 or 8. The player that, if Stokes is bowling at 6, he can open up your options. You can play a first frontline spinner. It may be Jack Leach if he's fit, it may be Shoaib Bashir, it may be Tom Hartley, but then you can bring a second one in who can change the game with the bat and offer something with the ball in a Moeen Ali kind of mould, prototype Moeen. Moeen Ali didn't really bowl too much in the early part of his career. Moeen Ali was a stylist with good numbers but not Test match numbers for Worcester, and very, very early on for Warwickshire. It was only when he started taking his bowling seriously, and he had one good year, he took 30 plus wickets, he got on an A tour as it was known then, and then he became a very, very useful off-spinning all-rounder, and he took 200 Test wickets, and for 3 or 4 years before that 17-18 Ashes tour, he was lethal. I can see the way England work, thinking Lawrence could fit that role.
Yeah, well placed. Found the gap there between mid-wicket and wideish mid-on. Foakes, second boundary since tea, and that takes them to a lead as well. So 286 for 4. They're 1 run in the black, Surrey. It's quite an interesting scenario you paint there, where he could be, he won't be the frontline spinner, but he might be the second spinner, able to bowl very useful overs.
I think when it turns, he can take wickets at any level. There's a certain idiosyncrasy to his style with the ball.
I love it.
I love it too. I used to call it right arm Essex, but things change, right? But there's a lot going on. But at the moment of release, he's tall, he's 6'2", 6'3". At the moment of release, his arm comes over the perpendicular. He stays high and tall in the action, and he gets a bit of purchase. We've seen it. He took a wicket in that Edgbaston game that we mentioned, where he got rid of Will Young.
Yeah, towards extra cover for 4 more to complete the over. So Foakes on top of the bounce there, all timing to 33, building into his innings. 290 for 4, the lead's 5.
Yeah, best shot of Ben Foakes' innings so far, I would say. Beautiful transference of weight into the drive. He's been a bit iffy on the cross-bat shots, actually. He's clothed a few through the onside, but landed safely. But that's the Ben Foakes that we know. Economy of movement, leaning into it. And he's away. Undemonstrative kind of batter, but his record speaks for itself, especially here. And the groundsman, we must be in summer. How about that?
The tumper is out.
And Craig Overton is ready to go again. Good stuff to see this, because he recognises this is the moment, if there's going to be one at all for Somerset, and him as the senior man picked up Jamie Smith not too long ago in this spell. He's got to keep going through the pain here. Whatever discomfort he's experiencing on that ankle, he's got to keep going. Gingerly.
Still just the 2 slips. Just a quick diversion on matters Essex before we are broken up by Daniel Norcross. I saw a couple of weeks ago that Robin Hobbs passed away.
Yes.
Great Essex and England leg spinner. Tremendous story of what he achieved in the game, not least the second fastest first-class 100 ever if you exclude lob bowling. A 44 baller, or 44 minute maybe it is, against Australia in 1975 in a tour game. He was averaging 10 in first-class cricket when he walked out for that innings, and ended up being his last game at Chelmsford before he made his first retirement, and clouted Australia everywhere. And then when they said they're going to bring Jeff Thompson back on, hit the next ball up. So I'm not willing to face that, but provided plenty of entertainment on a bank holiday Monday. But yes, passed away at age 81. He's the most recent England wrist spinner to take 1,000 first-class wickets. I don't suppose anyone else will. It's just too difficult to get to that number these days. Half a shout off by the inside edge, though.
Yeah, he's a real character. I interviewed him actually a few years ago, around the time when his autobiography came out. Yep. It's a real scream. It's an account. It's a document of the time, you know, where cricket was played hard, but it wasn't the be-all and end-all. And if we've perhaps lost something of that spirit, and we've gained other things, of course, not least being able to bring live coverage of it all around the world, nonetheless, there was something magical about those days.
Some stories of his life on and off the field. I'm sure you prized these out of him when you interviewed him, but playing a game at Canterbury, and then at Stumps one night deciding to go to France. Overnight, then getting back just in time for the first ball. The night he went out on the Tonk with Princess Margaret, where in the Caribbean they happened upon each other and had a stack of rum punches and talked about the future of the Commonwealth and whatever else they were going on about, according to his autobiography, which I thumbed through recently. Or his biography, sorry. It was written with an Essex writer. Yeah, and still, I read through his Twitter account after he passed away, and he was still offering strident opinions on all things domestic cricket as recently as last year, and he clearly had a deep and lifelong passion for the club and for the game more widely.
Yeah, well, they'd churn out the characters back then, did Essex, and always had a very strong spin tradition as well. And Ray East followed Robin Hobbs, and he was just as mad as a box of frogs as well. Great characters, real larger than life.
That ends the over. Looks like we're getting another one because I can't see Daniel Norcross. 290 for 4. And that leads up to 5. That was a maiden from Overton, who's the man who's picked up the 1 wicket since tea with the second new ball. Jamie Smith castled for 51, the ball after reaching his 50. Actually, here is Daniel, so I'll pass back to you, Phil, and then Norcross for the next half an hour or so.
Yeah, so 24 overs still to bowl in the day. 7 overs old, this new ball, and they're just about hanging in there. We keep saying it. Just when you think they're done and dusted here, the visitors, they pick another one up. They're chipping away.
It's been that kind of a game, hasn't it, really?
It's been a real good one, Daniel. It's felt like an event. From the time we turned up at 10:30 yesterday morning, right through to now, it's felt like a real event. I wouldn't say it's packed here, because this is a vast coliseum these days, but it's been really well attended. There's been a hum and a buzz all day long, both days, and the game has undulated here and there, and we've still got a good one on here.
Aldridge in the attack. He's got a bit of a newer ball to bowl with this time. He did most of his hard work with an old ball. Had to go off after 4 balls. So if you're looking at his figures and thinking on the screen, 9.5 overs, doesn't make any sense. Something wrong with the graphic. Well, he bowled at 9.4 overs before, and then there was something wrong with his boots. He then ran off, and Lewis Gregory had to finish his over. So we got very, very messy figures, which would irk me if I was a scorer. I don't like to have, you know, sometimes you get 3, sometimes 4 even. Separated figures, something point something. It's not on, is it? Nobody likes that. We've got an 11.2 up there now, and soon we're about to have a 10.1. It's with 24 overs or so left in the day, Surrey have got to be mindful of this new ball. The bowlers will have had those overs in their legs. A couple of guys who are now in, you would say. Ben Foakes been there for a good long time. 61 balls. Dan Lawrence is finding his feet. They might hope to go at near fours for the rest of the day. Get them a lead of around about 100 by close.
Yeah, very much so. They'll be eyeing that. Yeah, we said 400 would be the target for them to bat through the day to get to. They should get there really, especially with Lawrence in and some stroke makers to follow. Cameron Steele carded to come in next, and then Jamie Overton fancy facing off against his brother.
Now I've got a scorecard that Andrew Samson has passed me, which is a scorer's nightmare. Oh, give it him! Well, Lawrence does go across his stumps. We know that. And it hit around about the knee roll. Umpire gave it a good long bit of thought, but Dan Lawrence has got to go on his first appearance at the Keir Oval as a Surrey player. Gone for 6, and Casey Aldridge picks up a wicket. A second wicket.
Yeah, it was convincing appeal, and he definitely moved well across his stumps. The only question perhaps would have been height and maybe whether it was missing that leg stump. Looked pretty adjacent on first look, and that is out. Yeah. That is hitting middle and leg, Dan.
That is absolutely right. It's a good decision from the umpire. Lawrence, who gets across to off stump, and he's hit in front of middle, almost middle and off, but probably middle. So a perfectly decent decision that from the umpire, and yet again, as Phil Walker keeps saying, Somerset chipping away. Surrey's lead a slender 6 runs, 5 wickets down, which will bring Cameron Steele, Surrey's leading wicket taker this season, to the crease, with plenty of work to be done, and no time for scenario building here, because every time Surrey might start thinking, right, not exactly feeling comfortable, but taking a look at that scorecard, you can see there were times when they're definitely on top. 167 run first wicket partnership between Burns and Sibley before Burns was out. Good catch by Rue off the bowling of Bashir. Then Pope was caught top edging a pull out towards deep backward square leg off the bowling of Aldridge, who bowled really tidily at that point, bowled really dry, and Pope looking for the release shot, didn't quite get on top of it, offering a catch to Ogborn, the sub out in the deep. Then Sibley, very unlucky to be bowled by Goldsworthy, hit the ball into his leg and then it rolled back onto the stumps. Jamie Smith got that good one from Craig Overton, and now Dan Lawrence, LBW to Aldridge. Bowl straight, keeps more dismissals in play. I'm going to come back to this incredible scorecard, because this is England against South Africa at Durban in 2015. 2015, so it's 9 years ago. And yet in that England team there was some familiar faces: Joe Root, Johnny Bairstow, Moeen Ali, Chris Woakes, Stuart Broad,
Nick Compton,
number 3, yeah.
Yeah, made an 80 odd.
Cook and Hales opened the batting. James Taylor, what a player. Stephen Flynn playing, but South Africa had 4 bowlers. End of a good over from Aldridge, 2 for 29 he's got. 4 bowlers with split bowling figures. 3.5 overs Dale Steyn bowled, so he went off injured. Mordy Morkel 20.3 overs. Kyle Abbott, presumably 21.4 overs. And Stian van Zyl 10.1 overs. He picked up the last wicket, that of Johnny Bairstow, for 79 from 76 balls, a pugnacious knock. So 4 bowlers with mucky bowling figures there. Don't like it. So how many of those bowlers were injured? Were 3 of them injured? Was that the first innings? No, it was the second innings, mercifully. There wouldn't have been much left to bowl by that stage thereafter. That was 9 years ago, James Taylor.
England won that game, right? I think
so. Was that the series James Taylor was magnificent at short leg?
Short leg. So they lost the first game, and people were saying Joe Root's done.
Great shot, but a brilliant bit of fielding in his follow-through. That is superb work from Craig Overton. He's a big fella. He's basically like Jamie Overton, unsurprisingly. He's got down very well to his left here. And that's hit back very crisply. Flings out that left hand and saves what would have been 4 runs.
He's hobbling along here.
He's
battered and bruised. I don't know if you caught it, Dan, but he turned his ankle a little bit as well in the footholds a couple of overs back, and now it looks like he's potentially taken a blow to the hand. He's hobbling off.
Whether he's going to go all the way off, I haven't seen anybody come and take over. So we had a terrific over rate before, but we've had a few stoppages, haven't we, in this session? You can see there he's getting his hand attended to. It showed great commitment though. You're long old time in the field. Had an hour last night.
Not his bowling hand either, so
yeah,
you'd think that he'd battle on through this one.
Might affect his batting though in the second innings, which could be significant. Time will tell.
I'm going to take a breather, Daniel.
Are you?
Yeah.
Well, you've earned it, Phil.
Thank you.
You're going to go
catch you later.
Go and lick your wounds.
We didn't win the national then.
No, we didn't.
I Am Maximus apparently won it.
Yes, favourite. Yeah.
How dull. How disappointing.
Well, I know that's not how the Grand National's supposed to work. It's supposed to be a fairy tale story of a 50-1 outsider that no one's heard of, who was, was a stray horse one day that was found on the boggy marshes of some remote outcrop, who was taken in and befriended a 9-year-old child, and is then ridden by somebody who never thought they were going to be a jockey.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
Was blind in one eye. That's the story of the Grand National.
Yeah, indeed. But I did once claim to be Maximus on the outfield of Edgbaston in 2004 as part of the finals day mascot race.
Oh right. Yeah.
I was a late caller when the real Maximus from Gloucester pulled out. I stepped up. No job too small.
Now Gloucester's
a few
different now.
notes in an envelope, an ECB envelope, stuck in my back pocket. Finished 13th out of 18. Thanks very much.
That's not bad. With no training.
30 plus degrees.
It's very hot in those suits.
Oh, it was horrifying. After the race, being a sort of a novice mascot, I jumped on the back of Lanky the giraffe, who'd finished second.
Oh, you want to be careful.
Yeah, I thought that's what you did. A bit of kind of jocularity, a bit of back and forth.
He wasn't having it.
Well, he called me some things which I'll have to tell you off there, but we had a blazing row in the dressing room. But you imagine, he'd taken his neck off and I'd taken my massive lion head off. We had a big row about it in the dressing room afterwards. Rather peculiar sight.
Handbags with a giraffe.
Yeah, he was not happy.
Actually, that's in the days when Gloucestershire was Maximus, because nowadays the Gloucestershire mascot is Alfred G. Riller.
Good knowledge.
Yeah, it was.
It was a different time, Dad.
I think did not Vithushan Hantharajah once have to get in the Alfred G. Riller costume? I thought. So Overton's fit to bowl.
Yeah, he probably did. But he probably didn't run 400 yards in 35-degree heat.
I'll tell you who did though, and I'm not sure whether we really should have interviewed him afterwards, but rival but friendly rivalry in your industry, right? The Cricketer magazine. Nick Friend.
Yeah, lovely fella.
Lovely man.
Fella.
He ran the race a couple of years ago, and then we interviewed him on TMS straight after, and he was delirious.
Yeah.
It was one of the more extraordinary interviews I've ever given, because I could have sworn he was hallucinating.
Yeah, well, there's some footage of me having thrown my head off, and I'm just gasping, desperately searching for breath, and Bumble is there. Bumble is there with his microphone, sticking it in my face.
Yeah,
wasn't great. Meanwhile, my mate Batchy was in the pub somewhere in East London, demanding that the mascot race was retained on TV because his mate was in it. So they got the whole pub cheering for Maximus. As I say, 13th out of 18. Didn't trouble the scorers that day. One of the worst experiences of my life.
Well, one of the great things about the Surrey live stream is that we're here to provide therapeutic assistance.
It's been a theme of the day. On that note, I am
skedaddling.
I am going.
It's lovely to have you, Phil. Means that we can welcome back Cameron Ponsonby. With Surrey in the lead by just a slender 7 runs. New batter at the crease, Cameron Steele, joining Ben Foakes. It's after the recent loss of Dan Lawrence, LBW, to Casey Aldridge. And Surrey are ahead of the game. They've got a lead, but it wasn't quite in the script when there were 167 without loss, and we've seen both sides fight back in the field after their opponents have got off to really good starts. Yesterday it was Somerset, made it to 196 for 1 before collapsing in spectacular fashion. Surrey haven't really collapsed as such, had partnerships after that 167 of 25, 22, 48, 19, but they're going to want another 100 runs or so here, not to mention the bonus points on offer. By the end of today, if they do bat out the day, they will have gone past that. 111 overs they would have faced by then. So we will know at the end of the day what the bonus point situation is. Will we know more? Will the match be set up for Surrey, or can Somerset now make their way through Surrey's lower order? I hesitate to call it a tail because Surrey, as you know, Cameron Ponsonby, have an unerring habit of scoring quite a lot of runs after the loss of the 5th wicket. I think I set Andrew Samson this task to look into the correlation between runs for the last 5 wickets. Oh, that's another ball that jags back. Rather late appeal from Casey Aldridge. Negotiated at the end by Foakes. He's getting a little bit of assistance off this pitch. He bowls, feels to me to be quite a heavy ball that's gone through Stokes and onto the fleshy part of his back thigh. I think Andrew Samson looked at this for us last year, and there is a bit of a correlation between scoring lower order runs and finishing high up in the county championship. And the reason for this is pretty obvious. You're at the top level. Your batters, obviously some can be absolutely excellent. Someone like Ollie Pope with his stratospheric average of 93 at the Oval, but as a general rule, your top 6s, they don't cancel each other out, but there isn't usually a massive difference in accumulated average. He runs here, just a single in the end. Good bit of work out in the deep, but of course the scope for a larger differential between, say, an excellent number 9, Surrey may have Jamie Overton batting at 9 today.
They will indeed.
Now he's a pretty good 9, isn't he? It's perfectly normal to see somebody averaging about 10 batting at number 9, but Jamie Overton will be averaging in the 20s. 97 in Test cricket, yes. And they might pick up 2 here. That neat little dab. Cameron Steele's underway, but it's there, and especially if somebody can bat with a strong tail, that Surrey made hay. We saw Sean Abbott score lots of runs down the order. Gus Atkinson's been very effective down the order. Dan Worrell at number 11, he's averaging well into double figures. Played some wonderful knocks last year. He of course isn't in Surrey's side today. That's a fine shot, finds the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Maybe a couple of runs with Bashir in pursuit. I've got to say, Shah Bashir does manage to sport a cap very well, I think. I think he wears a traditional cricket cap with some style.
Compliments the shape. He must have a head for it.
I think he's got a head for it. I think he's got the whole kit and caboodle for it, I'd say.
I've been gifted a corduroy cap recently, and it's changed my persona immensely.
Corduroy cap?
It's very nice.
Why?
It was given to me by a friend of mine who plays for the University of Sydney Cricket Club, and so now I'm hoping to wear this cricket club, this cap around the likes of Clapham, and be recognised relentlessly.
You don't want to be recognised relentlessly around Clapham.
Well, I'm just excited. I'm expecting people to come up to me and go, "Oh, did you play University of Sydney?" I'll go, yeah,
Do you think, yeah?
I'll go a bit of threes, played a bit of threes for you.
Well, head to Earl's Court, you may very well happen. Surrey now on the threshold of a second batting point. You would think that the probably apex of their ambition in terms of batting points would be a third, I would think, 350. 400 is not out of the question. They need to go a little bit over 5 and over, but I think their primary concern here is setting the game up, so I'm not sure that they're going to risk particularly trying to get that fourth batting point. That said, when you come towards the end of a long day, bowlers can tire, bowling can get a little bit more loose, but Somerset have stuck at their task very well today. The bowlers have given very little away, Shoaib Bashir and Casey Aldridge especially.
Somerset have been excellent, I'd say. I think they've kind of got themselves into a position where they've got more than a fighting chance this match. They are in this contest, absolutely, from a position where they really threatened to see the game kind of seep away. I really feared the worst for them when Sibley and Burns were piling on that opening partnership, and that ball had got a bit older. They've got a chance now just to nip another couple and be almost at parity.
Just with the single, see how quickly the ball gets out to the fielder on the boundary. They hadn't completed the single as the throw was coming in there.
As you say, if we go through the averages of who's to come, we've got Jordan Clark at number 8, first class batting average of third. Oh no, that's his bowling average, 27.85,
which is pretty handy for a number 8.
Very handy. Jamie Overton, first class average of 21.88. I hasten to add that I imagine that'll be quite a bit higher over the last couple of years than Atkinson at number 10 with a first class average of 28.
So there's a fair bit of firepower to come.
I feel mean for leaving out Kemar Roach. Let's have a look at his numbers.
Oh, I want to say 9.14.
You've done him a disservice. 12.74.
Well, there you go. Double figure averages all the way through.
3 50s for Kemar Roach across his 164 game first class career.
He's very stickable, you know. He's a guy that you can bat with if you're biffing at the other end. He doesn't give his wicket away. End of the over, 298 for 5. Now earlier, Jamie Smith, well, he probably gave us the most fun today. Smashing the ball to all parts. Here is Jamie Smith, particularly strong on the leg side initially. Made 51 off 77, there were 2 sixes. In that there's a gorgeous cover drive. Shots all round the ground. Probably the innings of the day. Not wanting to take anything away from Rory Burns and Dominic Sibley, but for those after a bit of brutal entertainment, Jamie Smith was on song. That one went many a mile into the crowd by the Galadari stand. He was undone by a good ball from Craig Overton that knocked out a stump. So it all feels like it's perfectly set up. One of the unpleasantnesses on the horizon is that Monday's forecast is perhaps one of the most annoying forecasts known to mankind. It is a black cloud with 1 dot of rain and sunshine around the outside with 47% chance of rain all day, which could mean we get no rain.
Sounds like sun's
hold of that.
Sounds like sun's out to me. No drama, no stress.
Well, it doesn't sound like that to me, Cameron. What it sounds like is that there may be a little bit of pressure on the game to move forward tomorrow. There's a possibility of the odd shower tomorrow, but we will have time to make up any lost overs. And at this time of year, the light holds for long enough. It's not ideal, it's not May, June, but it's long enough this time of year.
Well, it sounds to me like you're one of life's natural pessimists and I'm one of life's optimists.
I am one of life's natural pessimists.
It's fine.
Yeah. Now, let me tell you a little bit about the field. As Bashir appeals very amusingly and theatrically for fun. We've got a slip. It's quite a wide slip. Then we've got, I want to say, a fine gully or fourth slip, and then a square gully. So we've got a very well spread cordon, and then 3 further fielders in the ring. We're talking to each other. 2 of them were talking, point to extra cover, we're having a chat. As Aldridge came running in to bowl, and quite reasonably Kemar Steele saw them scurrying back to their positions as they were caught on the hop. And that's why that ball wasn't bowled, if you're wondering. With Surrey 1 run away from a second batting point. Which they will now get. As the 300 comes up, nicely steered by Steele. It's a little bit of bounce there, but he rode it well to get it past the diving point. And Surrey's lead advances to 18. And they get their second batting point. Now, how much do you think comes into consideration the issue of denying your opponent's points as well? And let me put a scenario to you.
Please do.
I'm going to, because it's going to be fun. You'll like this one. Oh, it's a beauty. I've been really impressed with Casey Aldridge all day, actually. 83 miles an hour, but that flew through to the keeper. Just having a little fence at it. Cameron Steele. It's gone through at a nice height. So let me put this to you, Cameron Ponsonby.
Yes.
Imagine the scene. A no ball has been called. Another 2 runs for total. As I said, it seems unlikely that 400's in scope. So let's say Surrey got to sort of 350 after 104 overs. But they're, well, even 5 wickets down or 7 wickets down. Is it worth just playing very cautiously for the next 5 overs to deny Somerset another bowling point or a chance of a bowling point?
I understand. I'm imagining.
Yeah.
And I'm understanding. So
would you be so devious and cunning and cruel as to do that?
I think you're probably better off remembering the main currency of the sport is runs.
Oh, yeah.
And therefore to get towards that final...
You've drunk the Bazball Kool-Aid, haven't you?
I know, I'm a revolutionary when it comes to that. I was thinking that when we were discussing about the teams that score the most lower order runs winning. And I thought, a cunning plan to keep scoring runs throughout the order.
Well, it isn't so much that, it's just that there's a statistical correlation between runs scored after the loss of the 5th wicket and winning the county championship.
There must also be a direct correlation between scoring runs after the 0th, the 1st wicket. Because if you average the most runs...
Well, there may be, but I think you
everyone,
might find it's a stronger correlation.
No, there is a direct correlation between scoring the most runs and winning.
Yeah, but it's perfectly imaginable for you, Cameron, surely, to think of a bunch of teams that are all bunched together, who have lost their first 5 wickets at an average of, say, 40 runs per wicket. But because of their tail score so much more prolifically than others, that is the difference between them and other sides. So I'm not sure that the correlation is as strong. When I asked someone to look into this, runs for the first 5 wickets didn't necessarily match up with winning the county championship as neatly as runs after the loss of the first 5 wickets.
I can greatly understand this. I completely...
Obviously, scoring runs is often correlated with winning, yes.
The stat that would impress me would if there was an inverse correlation, and the team that scored the fewest runs were winning the county championship. That's where you'd get me. I'd find that very interesting.
Well, let's see if Andrew Samson can find a county champion
scored
that has won with the lowest. It's possible, because you could have the lowest runs per wicket, but then your bowling attack could be much, much better. I mean, Surrey in the 1950s were strong on both sides of the ledger, yes, but their bowling attack was so strong that they tended to bowl sides out very cheaply, so they didn't need to score as many runs in order to win games. Whereas if you find yourself playing on a feather bed, week in, week out, you might score lots of runs, but you might not be able to take any wickets, so you might not be able to force any results.
You see, this
so runs doesn't always correlate with victory.
This is the nuance and the complexities of life that I enjoy.
I knew you would, and that's why I brought it up. Because you've got a young, spongy brain that's filled with excitement and optimism and positivity, who can only imagine a future life of joy and pleasure, whereas I'm nearly 55, and by that stage, the inevitability and cruelty and misery of the human condition,
reality,
is something that, well, I'm drenched in it. Yeah.
Whereas I just sit here and bask in the joy you bring me, Daniel.
The dreadful things haven't happened to you yet, but they will.
I can't wait. I'll be sure to let everyone know. Be on the live stream in 2043, and I'll announce that it's happened.
Finally,
it's happened.
I've become a pessimist. Foakes has found that area quite productive. Somerset are leaving point open for him. I guess in part to encourage him to play slightly away from his body. Ball's outside the off stump. There are a couple of catches in place behind the wicket. So the ball is still, you'd imagine, pretty firm, still pretty new, 12.5 overs old.
Pretorius was getting quite a lot of shape early on in his spell this morning. It just started to disappear as that ball got a little bit older. We've got another fielder coming into. We have a very similar field to what we have at the other end, where we've got these two kind of a fourth slip and a gully to go along with a wide first slip.
Is this a plan for Cameron Steele? Because it's what they've done, what they did in the previous over.
Well, it is looking that way. They also are giving themselves the option of multiple dismissals here. Those two wide slips and gullies have gone even further wider. You have a fielder out on the cover point boundary, which showed Bashir, and then they have a fielder at deep square leg and fine leg, so they're able to put the short ball in if they so wish as well. It could be in for an exciting final ball. Dot.
Yes, it wasn't quite the ball I was expecting to the field that was placed. End of the 93rd, 308 for 5. I've got some news for you. Firstly, just to finish off on Jamie Overton. Since 2020, he's had 31 first-class matches, scored over 1,000 runs at an average of nearly 30.97, with 8 scores above 50, one of which was converted into a ton. Other news to give you: Essex v Kent. Essex having won last week, but we wait to see whether they'll go up against the Beak and have 10 points deducted for that oversized bat. But at the moment, they haven't been. So they're the one side of the County Championship Division 1 to win. They've put on 530 for 7 declared in their first innings, century from Matt Critchley. In reply, though, Kent are going well, 178 for 1. Ben Compton is there playing a very Ben Compton style innings, and he's with Daniel Bell Drummond, who's brought up his century. I don't think he opened the batting, so that gives you some idea. He's vigorously outpacing Ben Compton at the other end. As Casey Aldridge prepares to continue from the Vauxhall end. Just under 18 overs left in the day. Lead 23. Surrey will want to make that really as big as they can. There's no incentive to declare. The only time that might come into question is if they were still batting, well, in 2 sessions time from now, which would be unlikely, you would think. So for them, it's about accumulating runs, getting that lead bigger. For Somerset, they can keep that lead anything under 100. You feel you're certainly in the game. You might even be able to force a last day result.
I'm trying to work out the timelines that this fixture can play out on. Something Somerset have done exceptionally well here is that run rate is not completely pedestrian, it's almost 3.5. But it was much higher to begin with, and Somerset have really dragged that back down in that afternoon session. Sherbashir bowled very well. Casey Aldridge had a nice little kind of tight 6-over spell. It means that Somerset, however this match ends up, will drag it quite far into day 4.
Well, you would think so.
You'd assume so.
But then they were bowled out in under 80 overs in the first innings, so
80 overs basically gets us to day 4. I mean, I know it doesn't, but
I know what you mean.
Thank you, Daniel.
I know what you mean. Yes, it feels like this is two good sides going toe to toe. We're going to be here the distance, especially if there is any weather around. We could be peering at weather apps. But that's for the future. If you want to get in touch with us, by the way, surreybroadcast@gmail.com is our email address.
Do you know what I think everyone should add to their weather app rotational weather checking? The UV index.
Oh yes, it's very important.
It's
slip,
wonderful.
Slap, slop. Yes.
Changed my life.
Has it? Well, you're quite fair.
I am quite fair-skinned, but I'd panic. I'd be out in the sun. I'd be nervous.
What would you say? You've got very much the complexion of Ollie Pope, I would say.
Well, we're very similar players, very similar people. Low-hanging fruit.
You say that. I suppose I can imagine you painting picket fences at an Australian club and then being mentioned in their local parliament, because that is indeed what happened to the mighty Ollie Pope. Went off to play in Australia, and he was such a good egg. Did such a lot of work for the club that he got mentioned, I think, in New South Wales Parliament, wasn't it?
I didn't realise he'd got a mention.
It's almost like an honorary Aussie.
I was trying to the anecdotes that come out. They're almost carbon copies of one another. You have kind of Ollie Pope painting picket fences. You had Shoaib Bashir kind of trying to cook a meal for all his teammates and forgetting to put the water in the pan to cook the pasta.
Oh yes, yes.
You have Mason Crane, kind of his his bedroom was a bit messy before he made his Test debut. And
I haven't heard that one.
It's almost like they're 18 to 19-year-olds, teenage boys.
Well, yes. Do you think they all basically morph into one? Is that what you say?
Well, I think there are some nuances in life, and I think the makeup of 18-year-old males is not one of them.
And Kemar Steele's got after that one. There's a little bit of width on offer. But he just struck fresh air there.
Say the ball's done massive amounts there, pretty up and down, hence why Steele had a go at it. Sussex's Bertie Foreman was given the Player of the Season award in Victorian grade cricket, which is a very kind of prestigious accolade. So he'll be hoping for a good season back home.
That's pricked the attention of Adam Collins.
Why not? I know my audience. I see an Aussie walk in. I see a Victorian Aussie walk in. I start talking about Manly. No, not Man. No, he's not doesn't play for Manly. Am I talking about? I think he might be playing in Sydney. He was in Sydney, New South Wales grade cricket. I beg your pardon.
Well, that's it. You've ruined the whole thing.
Ruined everything now.
He's a proud Victorian, is Colo. He has no time for New South Wales. We, of course, remain fiercely impartial when it comes to different Australian states, although I do have I've got to say, I've got a great fondness for Tasmania.
That's nice, yeah.
Yes.
I haven't been to Tasmania.
Really
I look forward to
Hobart. Some great vineyards as well.
It's meant to be just a spectacularly beautiful place.
It is. My colleague Henry Moran, though, was spat at by an aggressive llama.
I'm really happy you finished that with an animal. I thought you were kind of just going to talk about he got assaulted. It was going to make for a light anecdote on the Surrey live stream. It's a lovely shot.
That is beautiful, isn't it? That's going to run away towards the boundary. There are three fielders in utterly vain pursuit. One more eager than the other two, it must be said. A lovely shot from Kemar Steele. Yes, apparently this is a warning to you. If you approach a pregnant llama...
I wouldn't dream of it.
We see a replay there. Beautiful shot. Lovely weight transfer. It's all along the ground. Kept his shape, crucially, which he didn't when he swished at fresh air a few balls ago. is if you chance upon a pregnant llama, which can happen without you necessarily knowing, be aware that they spit at you, because essentially what it is that having got pregnant, they are not interested in the advances
of humans,
any other animal at all. And Henry Moran, who is an attractive young man, let's be honest. The BBC's Henry Moran. You can understand why the llama felt the need to intervene, but came at him with some very heavy spitting. It's quite the sight. Anyway, I'm going to leave you with that delicious image, and with Surrey at 314 for 5, a lead of 29. We've got a very interesting last hour of play, 16 overs to go. Take you through the first half of that, alongside Cameron Ponsonby. It'll be Adam Collins.
Well, the score's 314 for 5. No llamas in sight at the Kia Oval.
I love Samo walks in just when that was happening. Goes, I leave the room for 2 minutes. I leave the room for 2 minutes. Great comedic timing.
Goodness me.
From our South African friend. How on earth did you get there?
We didn't get there, Adam. That was a Daniel. We started talking about Tasmania.
Oh, right.
And the great states of Australia.
Oh, is it ever? Love Tasmania. Right, here we go. 16 overs to go, and the lead will move to 30 with an easy single from Foakes, who's built into this quite nicely. There have been a couple of wickets since tea, if you're just joining our coverage. Jamie Smith was bowled a ball after passing 50 by Craig Overton for 51. And his off stump taken out of the ground. A lovely bit of bowling from Somerset's attack leader. Then Dan Lawrence trapped leg before wicket going across his stumps. His first innings for Surrey ending on 6 from the bowling of Aldridge, who's got 2 for Somerset in operation away from us. That might look a bit weird down the bottom of your screen saying, hang on, why has he bowled 14 overs and there's 4 balls to go in the over? That's because in quite an unusual moment in the middle stanza today, something happened with his boot middle of his over and he ran off the ground. So we're used to seeing overs incomplete when someone gets injured, but not because they've lost a spike or something like that. Anyway, all good. All good for Foakes as well. Diving attempt in the gully, unable to pull it in. Another single, Renshaw. I mentioned earlier that Matt Renshaw was copping some grief before tea from the crowd out that way, and my correspondent tells me that Renshaw has returned serve in kind.
Wonderful.
Which I expected was going to happen.
Do we have a transcript of these back and forths?
Probably could get one. It's quite an enthusiastic correspondent, so I'm sure they were paying close attention to what was being said. There's 2 catching men behind the wicket for Foakes. Sort of shoveled there, maybe thigh pad, maybe glove, looking towards umpire Kettle for his signal. There was something on it, so he gets the run. 32 the lead now.
I'm intrigued as to what the laws or rules or regulations of Aldridge's missing spike would be. I'd have assumed, perhaps naively, that if you're missing a spike, you might get told by the umpire to get on with it and address it at the end of the over.
I mean, it might have been more than that. His boot might have been falling apart or something. Or a little waft there from Steele. That's a get-out shot. Even if this Kookaburra ball isn't doing an awful lot, then it's 16th over. They took the second-year ball straight after tea. Yeah, it's an unusual one. But, I suppose it's just the agreement of the players and the umpires that, yeah, okay, that's fine, you can have your over completed by someone else. Lewis Gregory, the captain, did that job. Aldridge here, went on that Lions tour over the winter. Nice front-on action, hits the deck hard, does so here. Ends the over, 3 singles from it. 317 for 5 is now the score. They hit the lead not long after tea. They resumed from that break at 263 for 3. Have you made it to Tasmania in your Australian travels?
I have not made it to Tasmania. I've only done 2. No, I have done 3 states. I've been Victoria, New South Wales, and I've done a tiny bit of Queensland. I've been up to Cairns.
Yep.
I can't say I've been down to Tasmania or Western Australia or the Northern Territories. But yeah, one for next year, more likely the year after.
Yeah, you should get to Tassie. Tassie's a delight. We try and get there most years. whether there's cricket there or not.
I think the kind of cricket tragic in me would very much enjoy to take in the Darwin leagues. They're a very strong competition up there, and the seasons are inverted.
Yep.
So where the traditional Australian summer is winter in Darwin.
Nicely played, but diving stop just dragged in. That was Overton. Stopped at least a couple, maybe 4, well timed by Foakes. Yeah, that's the league where Cameron Bancroft went to play. As soon as he received his suspension, he went up there and, well, it might have been when his suspension was over. I can't quite remember how that worked. Either way, he was playing in Darwin at that time.
Because they have a very strong T20 league where everyone kind of on the peripheries of the Big Bash, I think, kind of goes in to get some game time.
I mean, generally speaking, winter cricket's becoming quite a substantial thing in Australia.
Okay.
Hard wicket cricket, of course, on synthetic, and seeing more of that.
Oh, do you mean, sorry, and just in general in winter in, say, Victoria or New South Wales, go and play on the Astro, basically?
Yeah, that's it, because it's not, I mean, yes, it's cold, but it's not not to the point where you couldn't play if you were just organised and suited up for it. Protection there at deep backward point. We might just go around the grounds quickly while we're together, Cam. Haven't done that for a while. Let's start with Essex and Kent. One of those monster scores. Essex declared earlier today at 530 for 7 declared. Matt Critchley, Daniel and my fave, 151 not out. Coming to an England team near you soon, in my dreams, hopefully. And Dean Elgar made 120 yesterday. In reply, Kent motoring along there, 194 for 1. Bell Drummond, another century, back-to-back tons. Made it unbeaten 100 last week against Somerset. And the Kent captain's 111 not out at the moment, batting with Ben Compton, who's 72. So it'll take a fair bit to get a result from there, but plenty of runs on offer at Chelmsford. Hampshire, Lancashire. The hosts were dismissed for 367. And Lancashire in reply at 176 for 2, 191 behind, with Jennings on 57, Balderson on 23. Well bowled, Pretorius has had the ability to shape the ball away all day, whether it's been the newer ball or the older ball. 3 wickets for Nathan Lyon for those paying attention. 3 for 110. Looked like a bit of a marathon session for him. Got the games up as well, Kat. Pick a game, any game. If you do, you're welcome to jump in on. It's not just a solo effort. The score update.
The score updates. I love to sit back and take them in.
Okay, that's fine. We'll crack on. Last ball of the over through the cordon. Work to do for Bashir. He won't catch up with it. Thuds into the boards beneath us. So a boundary for Steele to finish up to 19. So a thick edge. Pretorius again having moved the ball away from the right-hander. Yes, that would have gone through about 4th slip, and it's improbable you're getting a 4th slip at this time of day. 322 for 5 at the end of the over, lead 37. Let's stay in Division 1 if I can find a scorecard. Pick a scorecard, any scorecard, Adam. Here we go. Warwickshire, massive. 298 for 3. Andrew Samson, furious with them for not pushing on the 700. That included a 250 from the captain, Alex Davies. 256 for him. Will Rhodes, the former captain, 178 not out. And Rob Yates yesterday, 191. We were talking about unusual occurrences, the back of Wisden earlier today. He appeared in that, Rob Yates, a couple of years ago. He made a century against Essex, and he went home after doing that to complete a paper about, was it gorillas mating or something like that?
Oh, I do remember this.
University
yes.
Essay to finish. Tall left-handed opener. It looks... are we Cam or we Katya? Who's coming in here? Let's work it out. Okay. Katya's jumping in for you. She can hear the rest of the round the grounds update. Thank you for your contributions throughout the day, Cameron. We'll hear from you again, I assume, tomorrow?
Yep.
Tomorrow it will be. So that'll be all of Division 1, I think. by the way, Durham are 145 for 3 in response, so they're 553 runs behind over at Birmingham. Div 2, few more wickets there. Glamorgan were all out 237 yesterday, but they bowled out Derbyshire for 198 today, so they're right in the game. They're ahead in the game. Bashir, 2 catching mid-wickets. Foakes smothering whatever spin there is. Hello, Katya.
Hi, Adam.
Welcome back.
Oh.
Katya Witney from Wisden.com. So out of that 198, there was 4 wickets for Mason Crane and 3 for James Harris, veteran there at Glamorgan. Half century for Lloyd, half century for Madsen, but not much else for Derbyshire. And Glamorgan second time around at 38 for 2. Sam Northeast stopped the clocks after all those runs in the last couple of weeks. Golden Globe. Welcome back to earth. Leg before wicket to Thompson, who was in the wickets yesterday. Thompson took 7 for 65. First 7 for a Derbyshire spinner for a long time, I gather. So, yes, Northeast back in the hutch, and Glamorgan with work to do there the second time around. Middlesex Northants. Northants declared at 552 for 6 earlier today. Back again riding the bounce. That was all about Emilio Gay, the opener, making 261 before being run out by Max Holden after reverse sweeping behind point. Holden pinged it in, and that was that. So a chance of a triple ton went begging there for the Northants opening bat. Bashir wanting to throw at the stumps. I always like that. Racing through his over. In reply, Middlesex 83 for 1. Nathan Fernandez 43 not. Batting with Max Holden. Stoneman the man to go. Across the line to finish. Hitting with the spin, I suppose. It works well. Foakes to 48. So after watchfully defending throughout, Katya, he saw an opportunity to hit with the spin and take him to within a couple of runs of a half century.
Yeah, he's been good, hasn't he, Foakes?
Yeah.
I was thinking on my way around here, I was wondering when Bashir was going to get a bowl.
Yeah.
It kind of feels new ball, 16, 17 overs old now.
Mm-hmm.
Bit of the shine coming off it, bit less happening than there was about 45 minutes ago. Seems like prime time for Bashir to bowl, but Foakes looks well set. He's looked comfortable, pretty untroubled. Looks like he's set in for the evening. Feels like an important innings for Foakes. When thinking about how we spoke about it earlier when we were on together, the best way for Foakes to stay in the England team right now, whether you like this or not, like whether we agree with it or not, the best way he can stay in the England team is by making bulk runs for the next 7 weeks. Yeah, I think it's important he goes on as well, because we're well kind of used to him getting these kinds of starts between 50 and 100, 40s kind of thing. But actually going on and making big hundreds is where he's going to prove his point of difference.
New over begins from Pretorius. 2 more games in Division 2 I'll quickly skip through. Bristol, Yorkshire, all out 326. Shah Massoud, the skipper, Pakistan captain as well, he made 140. There was a fifer for Zaman Akhtar. Gloucestershire in reply, all out 263. Bancroft top scored with 70. Half century for Ben Charlesworth. And Yorkshire batting a second time at 8 for none. So all results possible there. Yorkshire leading by 71 runs late on day 2. Thumped out to square leg for 1, still moves into the 20s. And the last game, it's Worcestershire, isn't it? Yes, it is. Notts hosting Worcestershire. They made 399, missed out on a batting point there. Jug avoidance. Joe Clark 105, and Worcestershire in response 155 for 4. Kashif Ali's been and gone for 40 for those paying attention to his great start to the year. Bit of movement the other way there from Pretorius back towards Foakes, who watches it through. 70 not out, 73 not out, make that Rob Jones. So that is the wrap of the county championship. Got up here on the screen from Samo. The last Derbyshire spinner to take a 7 for was Jeff Miller. We were talking about him on the coverage yesterday with the first catch of the day, the Miller Tavares job against Leicestershire at Colville in 1982. Thank you, Samo. So after bowling a number of outswingers in this spell, he's decided to start running his fingers down the seam here. Pretorius digging into his bag of tricks to try and give Foakes something else to think about.
Yeah, trying to get every ounce out of this ball that you can. Not long off the playing either, Pretorius, is he? He's just come in for this game after missing out the first time.
Yeah,
hell of a game to come into.
Quite the week. You think about, we sort of mentioned on the coverage what he's done each day of this week, having been signed and thrown straight into it. Had no idea what number he'd be wearing when I got here this morning.
Pulling with both feet off the air, and that'll take Ben Foakes to a well-made half century. Just got on top of the bounce, out to the short rope. 52 for the England wicketkeeper. Well recognised here on his home ground. Takes the lead to 46, that half century. Chock full of boundaries, 98 balls.
Yeah, I think when you look at what Foakes has done here, it highlights the difference between what happened to Somerset yesterday evening and what Surrey have been able to do. Somerset losing 8 for 40 yesterday, and Ben Foakes coming in here when there was a new ball, wickets could have fallen, and he's kind of steadied the ship here.
This is 8th 4. It did feel, didn't it, for about 20 minutes in that middle session that it could be a similar energy to yesterday, where there would be a series of wickets fall into the over there. Leads 46 at 3:31 for 5, but that experience of Ben Foakes, been around such a long time now, 31 years of age, so a senior pro in this side, so many of them, so many experienced heads in that dressing room to offset any drama. We kind of saw that last year, didn't we? It wasn't as though they destroyed teams, Surrey, in 2023 in quite the same way they did in 2022. It was more like they did them slowly. They worked teams over.
Yeah, but I think that's the mark of a good team, right? A team that can put in performances over 5 days and just grind your opposition down, not necessarily going out and having complete days where you take the match away on day 1 or day 2, but over the course of the 4 days putting in a sustained pressure that takes the game away slowly.
So back to Bashir, second over of his spell, 2 catching mid-wickets and a slip for Steele.
If you're interested in a Foakes anecdote, I don't know whether you're familiar with this, but I wasn't when I read the Cricketers Who's Who again this morning. Obviously known for being a well facially put together man, if we put it like that. Apparently had his teeth knocked out in a cricket game. Had them reconstructed, was batting a week later. They were annoying him, so he just ripped them out.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Carried on with no teeth.
Can't quite imagine him without the very shiny teeth he sports. Placed past Bashir. Again, diving stop. Had plenty of work to do at mid-on and mid-off today. Overton gets another touch, but Surrey get another run. Steele 21. Yeah, lots made of about how attractive Ben Foakes is, isn't it? Disproportionate number of column inches devoted to it over the years, given it's not his job to look good, but you know, it doesn't hurt. His 100th ball here, ran a wicket, change of angle. So really stacking that leg side field. Although they've still got 4 on the offside. They might do without the cover. They've got a slipper backward pointer cover and a mid-off. They may want to incentivise Foakes, my apologies, to go against the spin and drive. Instead he nudges into that heavily populated mid-wicket region. Interesting watching Bashir bowl earlier today. You think of finger spinners and best practice, it tends to be get that front knee up. Get the front knee up and push through with the right hip. But you watch here, he doesn't really get the knee up at all. He walks to the crease. Defended here to the offside. 1 run from the over, 3:32 for 5. Then that's not criticism, it's just that it demonstrates you can do things different ways. And in Bashir's case, he's got that kind of Flintstones run up on his tippy toes and then gets to the crease and still gets over the front leg, but not with that big sort of stride in and pivot that you often see from more conventional looking off spinners.
I don't know whether that's got anything to do with him being a slightly taller off spinner than normally used to, because he can still get that angle and that height without necessarily doing a big stride, big leap.
I guess it's I'm thinking more into less the leap and more the energy into it. So he still manages through his shoulder to get through and get up. I say get it up and get it down. But it's working. His story is one of the most interesting in English cricket over the last couple of years. A real bolter when picked for that squad for India. Only the most shrewd judges saw that coming.
Yeah. Got a lot to thank for the County Championship Twitter admin.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Wonder what that WhatsApp group of Rob Key, Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum's saying at the minute.
Love to be a fly on the wall in that group. So when Trevor Bayliss coached England, he kind of made a point of saying that he didn't really watch county cricket. He wasn't being critical of it. He's like, well, he didn't really see it as his job to fixate on what was going on at domestic cricket. You know, kind of, you give me the cricketers and I'll worry about the national team. Everything will be okay. Had his selectors and other people who are more ensconced in what's going on week to week in the championship, and in Bayliss's case looking after the white ball teams as well. Whereas we've got Brendan McCullum, who spends a lot of his year in New Zealand but clearly has a pretty good handle on what's going on. Rob Key, who's spent his life in county cricket, and Ben Stokes, who's scrolling Twitter looking at clips of otherwise unknown off-spinners. So there's more engagement, I guess, in that decision-making troika.
Yeah, I guess that kind of goes into having that Rob Key kind of role of that director of high performance who knows so much about county cricket and was so ensconced at Kent for those many years. That's not really something Bayliss had at that point, and it's a whole different structure which I guess has gone into it.
And the benefit of Key going into the media after he finished playing, that he was so tapped in. As Gregory pulls out here, it might have been Foakes who pulled out, then Gregory followed suit. The working a little bit with Rob and seeing the way that he was across every game that was going on, well before he was working for the ECB, being really plugged into what was going on around the country, talking to players, because that was his day job, right? To be an expert in what was going on and communicating it on television. So it's interesting where you see former players who, I think they now call it a portfolio of interest, right? They go from a little bit of coaching, a little bit of media. Some do both. Some move from coaching to media back and forth. So they stay relevant in the game by having been working with teams. So thus their credibility on television is not just what they did as a player, but what they've done as a coach. And the other side works too, from being in the media and working in that environment and taking what they're learning from the outside and bringing it back into professional ranks. Pretty good life. Full, catches it on the full, but not with any real force. Single for Foakes moves the lead to 49.
I think that whole Bayliss era kind of ended with much more a feeling of disconnect between domestic cricket or county cricket and in England cricket, and that ever since then it's almost been a bringing back together of them. You can look at that now with the separation of the white ball and the red ball coaches, that there's a clear pathway structure through red ball cricket to the England side. And if you think about when Bayliss, I guess it would be the 2017-18 Ashes, when there would have been, I remember a lot of discussions about where the county cricketers were. And now with the management across that a lot more, it does feel like there's more of a structure in place towards bringing players in and managing them correctly, rather than how it was back then.
And also multi-year contracts, right? So now they've got the chance, like Gus Atkinson's a good example of that, where their talent ID'd him. They know that he can do it at that level, but they're not going to, from their perspective, they're not going to leave anything to chance. They're going to micromanage what he does. We're seeing this week Ollie Robinson missing a championship round for those reasons. That was Atkinson last week. Playing a missed the finish from Steele, who's looking to get bat on ball. Ends the over 334 for 5, leads 49. Something that you see a lot more of in Australian cricket, where the shield rounds that test players will take part in is micromanaged as well, and now we're seeing more and more of that in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can only be, there's such a volume of cricket, so much is made of it, that there has to be the solution to manage players. You see players who aren't even at England level who get managed and get left out of county championship rounds because there's simply so much, and so much was made this season before it started of the schedule and how much the games come thick and fast at you, especially as we get into June and into July and the white ball formats kick off, that it's just impossible to play everything, especially if you're a bowler who plays all formats. I've spoken to a number of county players, and a lot have been in the media talking about how the schedule is unsustainable, and that something's got to give because it's so hard on your body to be playing in a county championship fixture, then midweek to be playing in a white ball fixture in a different part of the country. While it's only for a short part of the season, it is significant to be that intensely active in such a short burst.
She is staying around the wicket to Foakes. Yeah, I very sympathetic to that perspective. I also understand when frustrated fans might go, well, they used to play 2 3-day games and then a Sunday league game, and they went okay. They played 27 rounds a year of the championship. That kind of narrative. The difference there was that it couldn't have possibly been the case that the fast bowlers didn't. They must have bowled within themselves to an extent to manage their bodies. And yes, there's high-profile injuries, but what about the injuries we never know about from players that weren't able to go at that pace for that long? And the world was just fundamentally different as well.
I think there's also a point that's lost in that. No disrespect to past players, but the training is a lot more vigorous now. You do a lot more training, a lot more strength training. Players are generally a lot fitter, and we play at a higher standard generally. Well, maybe that's harsh, but certainly from a fitness level, a higher standard. And that takes its toll on your body. And also, just to say, because something was done the way it was back in the day doesn't mean it necessarily should be now, or should have been done that way back in the day either.
And that's a big thrust of Ben Bloom's book. He's going to be joining us on our stream tomorrow at lunch, trying to sort of retrofit something that was to today. It's clunky. And I'm not an advocate myself for reducing the number of championship rounds. I think that with inclement weather in England, having 14 spread out across the season's fine. But yeah, it requires a lot of management. Chance to get through for one on the misfield, ends the over. Foakes' single makes him 54, 335 for 5. Lead of an even 50. I'll always think of the 335 now as the Sam Northeast. That's how my brain works, Katya.
What was he, 500 and something not out since the previous round of the season?
And then the Golden Duck.
Yeah. The 11 in the first innings and the Golden Duck in the second.
But it does feel like a lot of this is up for grabs at the moment, doesn't it? There's a sense that there was the Strauss review in 2022, which was hotly contested. Yes, some recommendations have been applied and others have been put to one side. But nevertheless, the fact that it was such a robust year with the 100 in its early days as well. I feel like 2024 has that energy as well. When discussions around private investment in the 100, this isn't sort of maybe one day. This is real and ever present right now. How that might affect the schedule and what's possible and where concessions may get made. You mentioned earlier your work on the regional structure in women's cricket. That's happening right now.
Yeah, I think I'm not saying I don't agree with a lot of what Strauss did in the Strauss review, but I think the intent to find a way of managing the system in a way that you're never going to manage it in a way that everyone is happy, but the intent to change it to make it a better product was the right intent, just perhaps executed slightly wrongly or slightly clumsily, especially the messaging around it. But you can't shove an extra competition into the summer and expect nothing to be unchanged as we did with the 100. So something's going to have to give. It's a question of when and how and who it's going to annoy the most.
It does feel like the moving parts, there are many of them, but where the 50 over competition sits is an example of where they could get creative. I've written before about the extent to which some of it might be used as a bit of a pre-season tournament that's played in in other parts of the world in March. It's not perfect, by the way, I say that. I know county members would be furious at the idea of having games taken away from their grounds, but just if that is one thing that can help free up the midsummer months, well, okay, is that something that we collectively can look at? Given that a lot of teams spend time away in March anyway in their pre-season camps in Abu Dhabi and South Africa and the Caribbean, well, can we organise all of that? Is the game capable of doing half a dozen games offshore before coming back to England? Do we play the one-day comp through April and then we start the championship in May? Ideas like that, and by that I mean finish the 50-over stuff in April and go a bit deeper into the summer, back to when county cricket traditionally started. Would that create more room? I'm not sure. There's no easy answer. If there was, someone would have done this by now.
Yeah, I think the only answer I know is I'm very glad I'm not the person in charge of doing it.
That's it.
But I do sometimes think that maybe it's a bit of an overarching broad point that I have not researched into whatsoever. It's just a thought that's been going around in my head for a couple of months, that we're going to have longer summers, climate change is, keeping on going. Why don't you extend the season slightly? Why don't you utilise more of the time that we have in the sunshine to play cricket? It's normally pretty sunny by the time we finish in late September, early October. You could extend the season, in my view.
Last ball of the over, work behind point. I'm going to hand back to Daniel Norcross. I'm just going to note on the way through as I say goodbye to you, Katya. Do you know who used to say that?
Who?
Richie Benno. So you're in good company on that
Very
front.
good.
I'll leave it with you. Daniel, to take over from me. Andrew Samson's with us as well, and I'll catch you tomorrow.
Well, I'd have them play all year round if it was down to me. There'd be indoor arenas all over the country. We would co-opt a whole bunch of golf courses. They would be forcibly purchased. And large indoor stadia would be produced for 12 months of the year cricket. This is the answer.
I'm not mentioning the M word then.
No, absolutely not. Isn't it nearly over? So, 8 overs left in the day. We're getting to that situation, where I put a little conundrum to Kemar and Ponsonby, which I'm going to put to you, Katya. It'll come. Pick up a couple here, getting ever closer to 350. And this is actually, we're getting into the place where the scenario was very much in play. So, Surrey can't realistically hope to get a fourth batting point. There are 6.4 more overs of bonus point availability. They will of course be targeting 350, that's only 12 runs away. So without having to do anything particularly dramatic, you'd think they'd get there organically, if you will. Bashir switches to over the wicket from round. Let us say that in 3.2 overs time they get to 350. That's not outlandish, is it?
No.
No? 20 balls to get 12 runs. There will then be only a further 3 overs for Somerset to be able to get their second bowling bonus point. Do you just dig in for 3 overs and deny them?
Why do I feel like I'm in a GCSE maths exam?
Yeah, I hoped it would be a bit harder than that. Young people today, they're way ahead of us, Andrew. You've considered and answered this when you were 12, didn't you? End of the over, sorry. 7 more to date, 338 for 5.
I don't think that tactical kind of nous comes into play just yet. I think you focus on the game in front of you and what's best for you to win the game.
It's just 3 overs. You never know how important that point may be at the end of the season. You know how we keep on complaining about how teams don't take enough notice of net run rate in the first few games, when it is as important in the first game of a 14-game cycle as it is in the 14th game. strikes me that every bonus point that you can deprive your opponent of is helpful in the grander scheme of things. But I agree with you. I think that they don't think like that. And I'm sure they don't have the sound on in the Surrey dressing room. But if somebody was, it might be a source of consideration. I mean, the other consideration is they're coming towards the end of the day and they're going to want to keep wickets intact for a bit of a dart tomorrow, you would think, with the lead just 53 now, but they'd look to extend that beyond 3 figures.
Potentially, I think it was talking about not paying attention to net run rate. I think it was last season in the IPL, Chennai Super Kings, MS Dhoni, under his leadership, they were, every single match they lost, they made sure they were still batting at the end, and they almost stuck through into the top 4 by doing that and keeping up with the net run rates, because they knew that would be important.
Wise old head, MSD. Now the pigeons will scatter once more to get through for a single. I've just spent 20 lovely minutes. A man called Lev Parikian, who's a nature writer, writes a lot about birds, and he was trying to explain to me all about the pigeon, which I thought might be useful. And I said, is it mating season? He said that part of the reason that the pigeons are so prolific is that it's mating season 12 months of the year. They're the most effective maters in the bird world.
There's a lot of pigeons on the outfield right now.
There's a lot of pigeons. But also, I asked about this because you're a keen watcher of the Oval. You're here a lot. So
Keen watcher of pigeons.
Keen watcher of pigeons. But, well, you can't avoid it from your office.
No.
So have you noticed that they tend not to be around in the morning, but they gather in mid-afternoon in increasing numbers?
Well, up by the office, which is over there by the electronic scorecard, there's netting behind the scorecard, and occasionally there's families of pigeons that nest in that netting, and they are extremely loud.
Aren't they loud? There's a few at Bristol. Oh, now that looks close. Yes. Moved across his stumps, did Foakes, so it's not going to be a consideration, because there is a second bowling bonus point for Somerset. And good work from Gregory. Foakes looking to tickle the ball onto the leg side, moved across his stumps, was hit quite low on the pads. Height won't be an issue. We'll take a look on the replay just to see how far across he got, but with the naked eye it looked close. Umpire's much closer than we are. It's a bit harder to see from behind. We get the front-on view. Here we go. This will be a better angle for us. Well, it's snaking in the direction of leg stump, but I think you've got to say I can understand where the umpire's coming from with that decision.
Yeah, he was jumping and he was quite far across, but probably just about in the right ballpark.
I think on review, umpire's call, it would stay with the umpire's decision. That's what it feels like. So Surrey lose their 6th wicket, and we said this all through the day. Every time Surrey find a partnership that looks like it's really going to threaten, that one 48 between Cameron Steele and Ben Foakes. Somerset come up with the breakthrough. These are the wickets from earlier today. Burns caught behind neatly by Rue. That was Ollie Pope top edging out to the deep, where Oddball, the sub, took the catch. So it must have been in his mouth there for a while. Tom Sibley very unlucky. I think he smashed the ball onto the back of his leg and it went back onto the stumps, didn't it? That was a ripper from Overton that kept a little low, that did for Jamie Smith, who was going like a train at the time. That's Dan Lawrence getting across his stumps and being given out LBW. The last 2 wickets to fall have been LBWs. And so Surrey have lost 6 wickets today. They haven't collapsed in the way that Somerset did. They got that opening partnership of 167, and although wickets since then have fallen pretty steadily, Somerset haven't been able to go, as Adam Collins would say, bang bang. They've gone sort of bang, boom, bang.
It's been a long day.
Has been a long day. Apologies to all of you at home. But it means, doesn't it, Katya, that Somerset still are in this game. They'll still believe that if they can roll Surrey over for the addition of even another 50-odd runs on a pitch that, I mean, it's not blameless. There's something in it for bowlers, but by the same token, few batters have proven if you get in, you can build a big score. And Jordan Clark's in at 8.
I think it's what we were saying earlier, that Surrey's point of difference in Atkinson and Overton really helped them yesterday when they were searching for a wicket, whereas this Somerset attack doesn't have that pace, or to the same extent Surrey does, it doesn't have that pace point of difference that Surrey has to really vary your length and extract every bit of juice out of this pitch that you can.
It's very much shown Surrey's attack in a great light, isn't it? Yesterday we were talking about how with a Kookaburra ball on a pretty decent deck, you need pace and you need spin, sharp spin. Oh, it's a little tickle that's going to run down to the boundary for 4. Jordan Clark is underway as Surrey get ever closer to a third batting point. Ashur Bashir, I think, has bowled really, really well today, but he's a finger spinner. In the first innings, you're not expecting him to rip through a side, are you? Especially this time of the year. Whereas the point of difference for Surrey is Cam Steele and his wrist spin, and then Jordan Clark and Gus Atkinson with their pace, ably supported by Overton and Roach. I've got a shout out here. We've done a shout out for Andrew, who's watching on whilst sitting in Paris. Different Andrew, I think. That does sound lovely, Andrew. And have we had a 7-fer for a Derbyshire spinner today? Is this the reason for my note? What's happened? A Derbyshire spinner has taken 7-fer. Katya, tell me more. End of the over, 3:43 for 6.
Yeah, Derbyshire playing Glamorgan, and where am I looking? Alex Thompson.
Alex Thompson.
Taken 7-fer. Including Sam Northeast, who...
Well, he got his average, didn't he?
A million runs from the end of last season to now. He actually can get out.
Yes, it is possible. Well, spinners are taking wickets up and down the country in April, and people are scoring 500 plus.
And the world hasn't ended.
Well, I don't think it has. Well, if it has, this is a fine way for it to go. So 6 overs remain in the day's play. Surrey eyeing up another 7 runs for their third batting point, and then you would imagine, just looking to play for the close, they've still got batting. We've discussed this. Surrey's lower order is a strong one, and it's also a very aggressive one, isn't it, with Jamie Overton and Gus Atkinson to come. Jordan Clark, who's out there. Cameron Steele likes to put bat to ball, so you imagine if Surrey make it through to the close unscathed from here, tomorrow morning might see a bit of a hurry up, we might see the game progressing. Now then, here's a great stat. Where's Cameron Ponsonby when I want him? That's lofted over the top of mid-on. It's going to land safely and plug. Get back for a couple, so Cameron Steele, you can see the mid-on and mid-off are up, so if you can get it aerial and up and over that infield, there's runs to be had. Cameron Ponsonby was, I think, slightly undermining what I consider to be a rather interesting stat, as is the nature of the young. We're there to be shot down. And I was pointing out that the sides that score most heavily after the fall of the 5th wicket are often correlated with success in the county championship. Andrew has crunched the numbers. We know this to be true. Cameron said, well, surely scoring runs generally is correlated with success. But Essex won the county championship. Are you listening, Cameron Ponsonby? In 1986, with a runs per wicket of 26.82, which was the 16th best of the 17 counties. No Durham in those days. Well, I mean, it existed, don't worry, but it just didn't have first-class status. What swung it for Essex, you'll be unsurprised to know, was that they had easily the best bowling runs per wicket of 24.04. I'm thinking Norbert Phillip.
Foster.
Even John Lever still.
Yep.
Just about. Yep. Been lofted over mid-wicket. Another couple of runs. Surrey move ever closer now. 2 more to get to 350. Are you heading off, Katya?
I am. That fascinating stat
That's done it for you.
Will keep me going overnight.
Yeah, I feel deeply rejected. I'm just going to be left alone, burbling numbers at myself. But Phil Walker's back.
Hiya. Yeah, she's a quick learner. She knows how to play you, Norcross.
Yeah, just stand up and walk out.
Like a broken old fiddle. 3, 4, 8 for 6 then. I had 4, 11 for 6 on my card this morning as I walked in to Mr. Matt Thacker, who I bumped into at St Mark's Church, and I said, 4, 11 for 6 for me.
Got the 6 right.
Well,
I suppose
there's still half a dozen, still 5 overs to go.
Where you were a little unlucky is, and I'm going to posit that what you were imagining was that if that 411 had been evenly spread across Surrey's more aggressive batters, rather than 178 of them being scored by Surrey's openers, if 90 of them had been scored by Surrey's openers,
indeed, and also
more by Pope, perhaps, and Smith, what have you, then you would have ended up closer to your target, I think.
Yeah, and look, Somerset lack a bit of edge in their attack, I think it's fair to say. Craig Overton doesn't look fully fit just yet, finding his way back. Nonetheless, they've kept Surrey just at arm's length, haven't they? They've only put on, I say only, but 320 odd, less than that, in fact.
That'll be it. That'll be the 350. That'll be the third batting point. A sumptuous shot from Cameron Steele. He's played a couple of lovely drives today.
Yeah, so sorry, they resumed, didn't they, on 42, so they've only put on, only in air quotes, 310 across the day, so they have kept them relatively under control, albeit they have looked quite toothless at times. And
2 bowlers in particular really impressed, exactly. The younger ones.
Aldridge and Bashir have both gone really well today. Couldn't be more impressed with Bashir. It's a real tough gig, I think, to bowl day 2 at the Kier in early April, but...
And Pretorius, as troubled batters, he's shown that he's got a bit about him.
Yeah, again, another day, may have picked up 2 or 3. He was unlucky, I guess, not to get rid of Sibley early on. So look, there's been a manful effort by Somerset, but Surrey's depth is terrifying for the opposition, for all oppositions
say
out
those
there.
Words together.
It is
that
though,
warms the cockles of my heart.
And it's just that moment again when they break through, they take that 6th wicket, and you see Jordan Clark walk out, Player of the Year, made a brilliant 100 here against Lancashire last year, and
first class average of 30.
That's it, and he's a number 8. And Jamie Overton, who's made a test match number 7, can't even get in the top 8. He's waiting to come in. And second ball, Lewis Gregory, skipper, induces the outside edge, and it flies straight through second slip, 4 runs, thanks very much. And that's the game, isn't it? It's just so brutal.
Vicious.
Yes. So exquisitely cruel.
It's partly why we like it.
Oh, we love it. We're fine up here. But you forget just how tough an experience it is, and they've kept going pretty well across the course of the day. The cold hard stats say 67 in arrears now, Somerset. Another 4 still to pick up.
Now we're coming towards the end of the day. There are 4 more overs to be bowled. So I'm going to take you round the grounds, because you talk about an exquisitely cruel game. For Essex, 530 for 7. Kent are now 240 for 1.
Daniel Bell-Drummond, right?
Daniel Bell-Drummond, 134.
Good.
Not long to go for a new ball becomes available. Another 6 balls, 1 over. Ben Compton. They've had to watch Ben Compton bat for 230 balls. Not quite got his 100 yet. It's on 98.
Yeah, that game's only going one way, I think we can fairly safely say.
Feels strongly as if the draw is on the cards there. 8 wickets have gone down in nigh on 2 days. What I will say though is that the over rates around the country have been splendid, because that game is going to finish on time. Bang on time. With a new ball available tomorrow, which will be rather fun. 4 overs remain here. The Utilita Bowl, we've got to get used to saying that. What do we? I don't know. Do we have to?
We're not contractually obliged, Daniel.
At the bowl.
That'll do.
Hampshire made 367, but this is a kind of claggy game as well. Lancashire 211 for 3. What we're noticing here in the First Division is sides scoring runs and not necessarily scoring them superbly quickly against a Kookaburra ball, because it does get a bit softer, so you've got that side of the equation to deal with. Keaton Jennings is still there, unbeaten on 73 from 162 balls. Now, what have we got going on here?
Nothing in particular. Just to remind you that it is still ticking over this game, wending its way to the close. Yeah, Keaton Jennings on the go slow there, I noticed that, but then 367 Hampshire, so I guess they are thinking bat deep tomorrow. Bat deep tomorrow, going to lead and see what they can do on day 4. Could be a good one, that, I think.
One game that looks like it will produce a result is at Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire scored 399. Worcestershire in more than a spot of bother. They're 191 for 6. Still got a way to go to avoid the follow-on there.
Yeah, Kashi Valley sparkled again for 40-odd back-to-back hundreds in the first round of games. A sort of a Saka graduate as well, of course. A real fabulous story for the English game. Saka being the South Asian Cricket Academy, where he's come through, resurrecting brilliant young cricketers' chances who maybe missed the boat initially for one reason and another. And it was a joy to see. I don't know if you caught much of the highlights, Daniel, but he was fabulously watchable. Brought both hundreds up with a 6 last week.
Yes, I did see that. It was very encouraging, wasn't it?
It was.
First 200s in first-class cricket, weren't they?
Yep, that's it. So he made just 40 today. Rob Jones made 90-odd for Worcester, but they are probably behind as it stands.
Yes, Nottinghamshire will look to press on for a victory there. They lost, of course, last week to Essex when they were bowled out for 80, so they could do with bouncing back. And it looks like they're well on the way. Last match in the First Division to tell you about is the epic at Edgbaston. Where 6 wickets have fallen across 2 days. 187 overs have been bowled there, so they're coming up to the close of play there as well. They've just got another couple of overs left. Durham in reply to Warwickshire's 698 for 3. So can't see how they can lose. Durham are 172 for 3. Alex Lees, who's said that he wants to get his England place back, and he's going to do it through vigorous batting that will attract the attention of Brendan McCullum when he's unbeaten on 93. Just the 9 fours in that for 164 balls. So that's your First Division. Into the Second Division, where Middlesex reside.
Yes.
7 wickets have fallen there in 2 days as well. There's a familiar pattern developing, isn't there?
So, Middlesex... we need the numbers. I need to have prepared this. But they've conceded a lot of runs for very few wickets so far.
They've taken 12 wickets.
Okay.
And they have conceded nearly 1,200 runs.
Yeah, right.
There you go.
Yeah.
Glad to be of service.
So even my maths can ascertain 100 for a wicket. That's not ideal at this stage.
Oh, a little nibble at that. Casey Aldridge, who's had a good day today. His figures don't quite reflect how well he's bowled. 2 for 46 looks good, but his first 6 overs went for just the 9 runs, and he got the wicket of Ollie Pope through a really good bit of bowling dry. Pope was getting frustrated, went after him.
Yeah, you're right, Daniel. You're right. He's been the star of the show with the ball, certainly among the seamers today.
So yes, just to fill in there, Northampton's 552 for 6, Middlesex 128 for 1. That's going to be tricky, you would think, to force a result. Leicestershire 338, Sussex 264 for 5. That's quite tight, that game.
Yeah, it looks like a good one. Tom Haynes made another 100. Started the season very well.
Yorkshire are on top against Gloucestershire, having got themselves a first innings lead of 63 when they bowled Gloucestershire out for 263. They're into their second innings. It's the only game that's gone into a third innings, I think, across the round of championship matches. They're 30 without loss, so the lead is now 93. And lastly, Sorry, I beg your pardon, this game is also into a third innings, and this is rattling along at a fine pace. There'll be a result here, I'm pretty sure. Glamorgan 237, Derbyshire 198. And in their second innings, Glamorgan 56 for 3 now. 3 more wickets for Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 10 for. There can't be too many spinners getting 10 fors at this time of year.
Yeah, 7 for 65 in the first dig, and a quick 3 for in the evening, including Sam Northeast for a blob first bowler. That's the game for you. 335 not last week, and a first ball of this.
He opened the bowling, you know.
Yeah, he's a fine young cricketer. They like him a lot.
He's got some good wickets in there. Sam Northeast for a first bowler. Couldn't quite catch up with that. Jordan Clark. Interesting shot to play with 2.2 overs left in the day.
Yeah, got some ticker though, isn't he? Is Casey Aldridge. Looks like a strong boy as well. He's built like a modern quick.
Well, at the end of the day,
muscular wardrobe shoulders, you know.
Long day.
Yeah, he's running in,
and he's got that
running in hard.
That high. Yeah, I think he hits the bat and occasionally the body quite hard, Casey Aldridge. So he will have at most 1 more over to bowl. We've got an over each at the Vauxhall and the Pavilion end before the day ends with a kind of milky sunlight now. Surrey the lead of 70. There's 1 more over before bonus points are decided. Surrey, we know, will end up with 3 batting bonus points, we imagine now, barring extraordinary. No, well, actually, I suppose we could find out tomorrow if a wicket. No, we won't, because it's not the last over of the day. So 3 wickets fall in this over. Somerset can get another bowling point, but it looks like at the end of the first innings it's going to be 6-3 to Surrey on the bonus point front. And you imagine that Steele and Clark will now play for the close, and then Surrey will look to get a bit of a wriggle on tomorrow morning. How much they'll be looking at the weather apps and wondering about that.
So a bit in and out on Monday, perhaps?
Well, yes, I'll tell you, Monday is that most frustrating of forecast that we can get sometimes in England, which is sweeping showers that cross, and at any given time of the day the BBC weather app says the chances of rain are between 40 and 50% at any time of the day. But so are showers, there's sunlight as well. So you've got the black splodge, the white dot, and the yellow rays, which, you know, many a time that has actually destroyed a day's cricket. By the time the covers come off, they get out there and it rains again. So Surrey will need to be mindful of that.
So just looking at it from the perspective of the final innings here, and Surrey trying to force a result. Obviously they're in the box seat, things can still change, but you feel like they will be the ones trying to force that result some point tomorrow evening, Monday afternoon and so on. What have we seen in this pitch up until now? Perhaps the odd one keeping low,
odd one,
but very little lateral movement. The odd gripper off the seam, but next to nothing in the air.
Might change with weather conditions.
For sure, for sure.
Bit of cloud cover, but it also gets a bit colder, so it's a bit harder to bowl. You're not quite as loose. So we're expecting a massive drop in temperature by Monday.
But these kinds of overheads, the sun has peaked here and there, but it's not baked down on this pitch. Obviously, the time of year is such that these pitches, prepared as well as they are, they're not going to break up too much. They're not going to get hard and cracked and crumbly underfoot. And so
it's pretty blemishless, isn't it? I mean,
it is.
You can see on the screen at home that you sort of feel you could play for another 5 or 6 days on that.
Yeah, indeed. The only issue will perhaps be a bit of up and down bounce. We've seen that from certain seamers when they've bent their back. We saw it in the first day, actually.
I'd be interested to see if we've got any indentations. You know, on the first day there might have been a little bit of moisture in there that might have meant there were a few indentations when the quicker bowlers hit the pitch. So, with the last over of the day, Surrey lose a wicket, they all traipse off. They will try very hard not to, of course, so they've got wickets in hand for the assault tomorrow morning. Thompson is the second earliest championship tenfer by a spinner.
Ever?
Yeah, the earliest. This is why we have Andrew Samson. You don't get this on every live stream, I tell you. I can tell you the earliest. The earliest was by Adil Rashid on the 10th of April for Yorkshire against Worcestershire. Was that a Headingley? I suppose it would have been because you put Yorkshire v Worcestershire. It was at Worcester. It was at Worcester. A leggy getting a tenfer on the 10th of April. But, well, Thompson's got the second earliest. That's one for your column, Phil Walker.
Yeah, that's a beauty. Also, 7 more to claim tomorrow morning as well.
Oh, who knows, yeah.
Spectacular.
Been marvellous.
Spinners on the march. Cameron Steele's picked up 9 for already. I like this cricketer, Casey Aldridge.
You do, don't you?
I do.
You're very impressed.
Been really heartened by it. He has his own business, you know, Daniel. I think he's 21 years old. He has his own business.
What?
Yeah, and your next question is, what is that business? And that's where the story falls down.
Yes.
Because we did an interview, Yaz Rana and I, with Keaton Jennings.
Cryptocurrency?
For a podcast. And he befriended Casey Aldridge on the India tour. He says he's a really interesting lad. He's got a hinterland. He wanted to go out and explore the sights of India. And that he has his own business. Head screwed on.
Well, I never.
Yeah?
I've never had my own business. I wouldn't know where to start.
No, it wouldn't suit you.
I don't think it would, really.
No.
I mean, I suppose in theory I did, but we did Desmond Sofa, but it didn't really feel like a business. That was more like...
It was a calling.
It was a larks, really. I don't think I would dignify it with the word business.
No. It's far too vulgar to describe it in such terms.
Well, far too organised by the sounds. So we've got 1 ball left in the day's play. The day that began with Surrey on 42 without loss.
The Maestro's packed up, by the way, Daniel, after that absolute perler.
Isn't it a corker?
Yeah.
Absolute
out in the last over.
So Surrey have scored 316 runs today, I beg your pardon, in 96 overs. So not going at any great pace, but a decent nick, 3 and a bit and over. It's not been the sort of day when they've been able to get after the Somerset bowlers, because they have really worked manfully today. Here we go, last ball of the day. Safely negotiated by Cameron Steele. He will come back tomorrow unbeaten on 35. He'll be joined by Jordan Clark, unbeaten on 7. Surrey 358 for 6, that lead of 73. They're ahead of the game. Tomorrow, you fancy, could be a time of, well, quite an explosive morning, one way or the other. You'd imagine things would happen. Today, the story for Surrey has been about their opening batters, their captain, Rory Burns, who got back into some form, and Dom Sibley, who picked up his 20th 100 in Surrey colours today. Is a little mash-up of what he managed to achieve today. The gentleman there catching the ball off a rope. He seems very delighted with that effort.
That was Greg James.
Oh, was that Greg James? That's driven back down. That's why we've got it on there, isn't it?
Yeah,
driven back down the ground. That was a lovely drive from Dom Sibley. It was a feature of his batting across his 100 that he managed to access both sides of the wicket. A very fine ton that anchored Surrey at the top. I mustn't forget Rory Burns' contribution to that, a 167-run opening partnership. On the rare occasions when the spinners dropped short, Shoaib Bashir, who bowled really well today, he was able to get onto the back foot. That was his couple of runs that brought up his 100. Well-deserved 100, but just like Tom Lammonby, he departed for a round 100. In contrast, Jamie Smith struck a wonderful, explosive 51. Hit the ball into the crowd a couple of times. While he was batting, there was indeed great entertainment. He's such a lovely player to watch, both on front and back foot, both sides of the wicket again. One of these days, we're going to be privileged enough to watch a really big 100 from Jamie Smith, and it'll be well worth watching, I can assure you of that.
Yeah, it's his versatility, Daniel. You know, he can bat up top, he can bat long, and he can be explosive. He has all the shots, but he has a very solid, orthodox defensive technique as well. He's a brilliant young player.
He is. So 2 days down, Surrey on top, that lead of 73. Today about Dom Sibley, Rory Burns and Jamie Smith, but also a word for Casey Aldridge, 2 for 48. And Shoaib Bashir, 31 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 63. You see the scorecard there, 4 Surrey players making it over 50, which bodes well for the season, and that very powerful lower order. Cam Steele, Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton, Gus Atkinson. The bowling figures, impressive for Bashir, 1 for 63 from his 31 overs. He bowled with great control. Pretorius threatened the outside edge a few times. Craig Overton perhaps a little bit rusty, making his way back. Gregory picked up a wicket, 1 for 67. Casey Aldridge, though, the pick of the seamers, you'd say, with 2 for 48. Then Lewis Coldsworth, who came on, got the wicket of Dom Sibley in slightly comical fashion. It was his first over, and Sibley, I think, hit the ball onto his leg and back onto the stumps. You don't see that too often. There is the match situation after 2 days. Surrey ahead by 73 runs. We will be back, as we are, for every ball of every game on the Surrey live stream. You back in tomorrow, Phil?
I'm not in tomorrow. I have a day off tomorrow, but I'm back in on Monday, assuming that the day runs into.
I'm sure we'll be here on Monday, but if you're not here tomorrow, you're dead to me. The rest of you out there, do please join us. We'll be back on air around about 11:15 tomorrow, where you can catch the highlights of the day's play with me and Adam Collins and a smorgasbord of stars, but no Phil Walker, who's having the day off. Until tomorrow, with our thanks to Andrew Samson, to all our production team, to Jake, to Sharky, and to everybody behind the scenes, all our cameramen, it's goodbye.